This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by our official timing partner, Rado, and our official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, girls and boys of all ages. Welcome to the Santarem Cricket Ground. It's wonderful to have your company here, Phil G, on station to take you through the action here today. Here at Santarem, it's day 3 of this ECS Portugal Challenger Division. But I'm not running solo today, am I? I've got my very good friend and co-host here. And let me introduce this young lady right now. Tina, step in, say hello to the crowd, and have a look at that.
Wow.
G-Force back in action. That's right, we are back. And Tina, it's great to have you back in Portugal as well.
I'm absolutely delighted to come back, and G-Force is back in town. We've got new graphics. I mean, the sun is shining. What else could you want for a day of cricket?
It's pretty good, isn't it? That's pretty classy back there too. I like the work there. Big shout out to James Cantor for orchestrating that with me. So thank you very much for that. And Tina, wonderful to have you here, as I said. And finally, I get a little bit of respite as well, because it's been a manic last 2 days here. We've got 4 games every day. 4 games coming your way today as well. We're about to kick things off here. But news from the coin toss. Let's have a look and see. Thank you to Rado for the coin toss news. And we can tell you now that the Fighters have won the toss, elected to bat first. And the Fighters, Tina, they're 5-0, sitting top of the table. Can they go 6-0?
Well, they're full of confidence, aren't they? And they're going for 6 in a row, and it's not a surprise. They want to go get the runs on the board and really put the pressure on the opposition.
That's right. And the opposition is Team Tigers Portugal. First time we've seen them in this competition. We remember them from last year. We were talking about it just before. It's good to see them back in action again. They've got 3 games today. 5 games. That was a long time ago, 5 games. 3 games for Team Tigers Portugal today. Fighters got 3 games as well. And we're going to see the return of the Panthers later on today. They've got 2 games. So 4 big matches coming your way shortly. And we're almost set to go here. I'm looking forward to this one. Day 3 of the Challenger Division. I'm operating here with Tina. So it's going to be fantastic. G-Force, and you know what G-Force means? Sometimes that G can mean golden. Last time, remember?
Yeah, I was thinking he even may be on the first match, but I was thinking that was maybe a bit too optimistic. But you know, you got to go big.
There you go. Tina's made the prophetic call that could be. We'll see. We're about to get going. Umpire says let's start, and so do the players. Here we go. Swung away towards the leg side there, backward a square. Bit of a chase on there. The ball always seems to win the chase here at Santarem. The ground is lightning quick.
That's the perfect start for the opening batter, isn't it? Just ease yourself in. There's always a few nerves, isn't there, when you're facing the first ball. Then you get a bit of a dolly down leg side, say thank you very much, down the slope, 4 runs.
Oh, yeah, very much so. And you're right to say down the slope, this ground has a slight curve to it, and that's why it runs away. And every time there's a race between the player and the ball, that ball always seems to win more often than not. And the Team Tigers Portugal, they need to be careful about that. They start getting on the hip and leg side of these players, the fighters. Fighters will go after anything down leg side. Just resetting the field here. Let's have a look and see who are the deep players in the power play. We'll have a look at that. Again, just a bit of a tickle down leg side. Good start here for the Fighters. As I said at the start, Fighters are 5-0, looking very strong indeed. Swung hard, bang, crash, wallet, out of the ground. Indeed, first maximum for the day. That has gone a mile back into the umpire.
It's just not the right length, is it, from Khan? It's on a pretty bouncy pitch, as you were saying as well, Phil, that the pitch in the middle kind of sits proudly, so anything that comes short is just going to be deposited down the hill. And well, even if there was a fielder out there, he wouldn't have stopped that one. And I think it's an early grizzly hunt into those bushes. It was a really sweet strike, though, wasn't it?
Great strike. Got onto it. Smart. Team Tigers Portugal, they're already having a bit of a convo about the bowler's mark up there. I think the captain and a couple of senior players just having a talk about what's to be done here. I think that it's probably just all about line. Let's not put it in the hitting arc, and let's give our leg side field a bit of a respite. Maybe try to get it on the stumps or just on that 4th wicket channel outside off. Wouldn't be surprised if that's just the conversation, because we've gone 4.6 and it's only halfway through over number 1.
I do love that though, when a bowler has been hit for 2 boundaries in 3 balls. Pretty sure he knows not to bowl there again, and he has about 3 or 4 players coming up to him saying, "Don't bowl there." Well, that one's going to be redone. Umpire Andy, I think, just saying to the non-striker there that he's on the wrong side, because it looks like he's changed his action.
Another beautiful day here in Santarem. I can see a few comments in the chat saying we've gone quiet. We're still talking here. Hopefully you can hear us. Let us know if you can still hear me. And you can still hear Tina, of course. Apologies for that. It's no good if you can't hear G-Force, because that's one of our strengths. 11 for no loss in this first over. Team Tigers Portugal. First match for them in this competition. Better delivery, much better delivery. That's been pushed through nicely. Just tries to whip that away. So obviously that little confab they had at the top of the bowler's mark a few deliveries ago has worked. And it's good to see that Khan has just readjusted his line and length. And he's actually changed size as well, so well done. Sound is good now. Thank you, David Swan. Good stuff. Paola Campini, I see you as well. Good. Whatever button we've pressed, we've managed to unpress that button, Tina, and we are back.
High tech here, isn't it? Button on, button off.
Very high tech indeed. So thank you for the feedback there on the volume. Vinny Sandu jumps in the chat and says, G-Force overpowering the audio equipment designed for humans. Nice one, Vinny. We like to impress here. 11 for no loss after the first over. So it started with a bit of a flurry of boundaries there, a 4 and a 6, but then the bowler manages to pull it back. So well done to Khan. Pulls back the rot there, so good work from him. Obviously that discussion between the senior players and Mamadou Khan have sorted things out. So, as I said, at the top there, Fighters sitting top of the table on 15 points, clear, well clear, with 5 big wins. They've got 3 matches today, and that is the end of their group games. So they will take a couple of days off, and then they'll feature on Sunday for finals day. Just remains to be seen where they will finish, but at the moment they're looking very good. Team Tigers Portugal, they'll have a bit more to do as we start the second over now. Swing and a miss. Still just tweaking some of the sound here. Obviously with 2 commentators here, we're draining the power from the machines, which is good to see. Clipped nicely out towards point. Bit of a fumble there, allows the batters to cross for a single. Good quick running there, good quick call.
Forget the art of running when you're just trying to smack it out of the ground, but they got a nice single there and rotated the strike as well. And that's almost the single in the top there. Was a better length though. problem. If you go slightly too short, too wide, and that one's been dispatched away. Lovely stroke there from Balwinder, and another 4 to the collection.
Got onto that ball. Saw that they drew up. I think that delivery very, very well. So Riders marching along here in the second over, looking pretty good. It's been 100 overs so far.
Quite ready for it there at backward point. Came really quickly, and as we were saying with that slope, was kind of standing on the down slope, and it means by the time it gets to you, almost defies the laws of physics, accelerates towards you. He's suspiciously down at his hands now. He's got the double teapot. His mate Abdul Hakim coming over to him, give him a high five. I don't think a high five is what he needs. His hands are stinging so, but there's an opportunity though. Very, very hard, but it was straight at him. Foyers who did that. In fact, it's Raju Mia who dropped that one.
Appreciate everyone's patience in the chat there. We're still just tweaking the volume here. Hopefully you can hear myself and Tina quite clearly now. Hopefully that is going to work just fine. Obviously your feedback is very important to us, so make sure you let us know. Hopefully that sounds okay. I'll keep talking nice and loud. And we're looking now for the third over to start. Let's have a look and see how we go. It's going to be Abdul Halim who's going to bowl the third over. He's got the pill. He's ready to go to try to finish off this power play. Fighters 20 for no loss. Hasn't been explosive. Wow, he's banged that one in short, and that is indicated wide by square leg and imitated by the standing umpire as well. That was quite a short delivery. Oh, and good evening to the ECN Supporters Club of Australia. Scotty, hello there, tuning in from Melbourne. Good to see you, Scotty. Hello there to Chris Addison as well. Another short ball, swing and a miss there. Crafted by Nico, hello to you too. So the volume sounds okay to you, does it? And little Alan as well. Let me know if that volume's good. Crafted by Nico has given me a thumbs up. Everyone else in the chat, make sure you give Tina and I a thumbs up. We're watching the chat very closely for your feedback. Bowler in again. Clips onto this one. Doesn't exactly go where he wanted to. Straight down the ground. It's going to run for 4. Well, that just shows you the power of that, man. It goes all the way. So 21 for no loss. 25 for no loss after that 4 has been scored.
It's another solid start, isn't it, from the fighters? They're looking to just swing and swing hard, and that one's going to go past the man at covers, and there is a chase on, but the ball will win it every single time down that slope. So another boundary, back-to-back boundaries here. The fighters certainly fighting their way to a big score here.
We're back, guys. Hopefully you can hear us clearly now. Give us some feedback. Let us know you can still hear the volume. Little Alan volume going up and down like an escalator. At least he gave us the PG version of that analogy. Thank you for that. Really appreciated. 33 for no loss. Still a couple of deliveries to come in this over.
Getting motion sickness from the volume, but hopefully we're back. We're trying to optimise things. G-force, failure to launch so far, but still got plenty of time.
We broken the system, Tina. That's what we've done. Swings hard at this one, goes flying out towards the boundary, but that's been caught. Oh, they're all racing out there. They need to chase the player who's taken the catch. He's gone for a bit of a run. He confused me there because he took the catch and he's just gotten on his bike.
It looked like he took the catch and carried on going after the ball that he potentially dropped, but he very much didn't drop it mid-wicket. It was a sharp chance. Actually kind of a similar one to the previous over where it was hit towards backward point, but this time to the leg side, takes the sharp catch and the first wicket does fall. Still been a decent start though from these two openers, putting on 33 as it is Balwinder Singh who has to depart. 27 off 14 for him as he slowly trudges off the pitch.
Yeah, it's not a bad power play from the Fighters. I guess first innings of any morning, the power play is probably going to be just a few runs shy of what you'd expect. You know, people's breakfast are digesting, or maybe the coffee hasn't really kicked in, you know, things like that. We've seen some power plays yesterday in the 50s. So this one is 33 for 1 with one more ball still to come. But not a bad effort against Team Tigers, Portugal. But TTP, they get the breakthrough. Big breakthrough indeed.
It's Abdul Halim who's got it, and now he's just tinkering with his field. You can see him there at the top of his mark, making sure things are just so, see if he can get another quick wicket. That's a brilliant delivery as well, right in that slot. It's just pushed away. Conventional cricket shot there, pushed to deep covers as they trot through for 1. And it will be the new batter who retains the strike there. This is the last ball of the over, brilliant over as well from Abdul Halim after his teammates got a fair few whacks in the first couple of overs. He goes for just the 10 in his third over, his first, and picks up that all-important wicket as well, as Rahul is the new batter for Fighters. Just knocks that one for a single, so he'll keep the strike going into the 4th over.
Yeah, and have a look at the distribution of the runs there. We're already seeing a lot of runs being hit on the offside in front of the wicket and behind the wicket on the leg side. So it's an interesting split of the runs there. Not much been scored behind the wicket on the offside. It also talks about where the ball's being pitched, and also as much as it's telling you what the fighter's intention are. Usually you see a lot more hit towards the cow corner deep mid-wicket area, but not on this occasion. So Team Tigers, maybe just after a bit of a funny old start where they got hit for 4 and a 6 off the first few deliveries, managed to tighten things up a bit and get the ball into that channel outside off. So good that they've corrected themselves nice and early. Fighters, though, that's not a bad power play. 34 for 1 after 3. Just another shout out to the chat. Thanks all for joining us, and thanks for the feedback as well on the volume. Hopefully we've got that sorted.
Yusuf Mir will be bowling this 4th over for TTP. Starts with a bit of a rank 1 down leg side, and it gets dispatched rightly so, and rolls down that hill for 4 runs. So Rahul, having retained the strike at the end of the previous over, gets his first boundary of the innings. And again, it's just one of those where Team Tigers Portugal, they got the wicket. They thought, okay, can we get ourselves back into this game? And then just one loose delivery, and suddenly you can see there at the top of the mark, there's conflabs happening, and it's a classic example, isn't it, Phil, of a bowler bowls a rubbish delivery down leg side, and he's like, I need someone there, I need a fielder there. It's like, well, maybe just don't bowl there.
Well, yeah, if the captain and the bowler's going to keep doing that with the field, they're constantly going to be chasing what the batters are doing, which is probably not a comfortable place to be. Yeah, set the field, bowl to the field. That's what my bowling coach used to tell me. Nicely played, just pushed into the covers, quick single, and home. They're running quite well between the wickets, the Fighters. Pretty impressed with that. Very good indeed. Team Tigers just couldn't get onto that quick enough. Just having a look around the ground, seeing where the deep players are. We've got obviously deep mid-wicket, regulation square leg there. It looks like our fine leg has dropped back a bit as well. Swing and a miss in the channel. Getting the batter playing, which is really critical, very important indeed. Hello there to Helix who joins us. Hello to Kev. Croom's joined us as well. David Swan, good to have your company as always. And Crushed Master, wonderful to see you as well. It's a great name, by the way. And everyone else in the chat, wonderful to have your company. Thanks for joining us. Phil G and Tina G. G4 here to take you through today, tomorrow, and all the way through to the Premier Division on Monday. Lofted nicely. Ooh, it will be cut off. There is a player down there at the long off area. In fact, he's got time enough to shine the ball before he throws it back. That's how comfortable he was.
Yeah, maybe just worth having a look at the field, of course. I know on the the video, you might not be able to see the full field. So we've got a long on, long off, cow corner of the 3 out. And that one will go, well, between long on and cow corner. One of them should stop it, and they do. Good backup there as well. It's Asif Attar scampering round from cow corner to make sure nothing goes amiss.
Bit of a wild throw. Has to be backed up by the man coming from deep backward point. But still got the ball out of his hands quickly enough. And that's what you need. Hello to Adju and Tessarande as well. Good to see you in the chat. Good to see everyone in the chat. We've had some pretty good numbers in the chat, and it's been wonderful to see people following the cricket here in Portugal, one of our favourite venues. Hopefully one of yours. And taken. Pouched. Lofted, just didn't get the right sort of elevation. Probably hit pretty low on the bat, and that's why the catch has been taken quite comfortably there by Azam Johnny, who's been patrolling that long off area for pretty much the last couple of overs, waiting for his opportunity, and he takes it. Good catch. Good catch,
and it was a well-disguised slower ball there from Yusuf Mia. The length, well, he kind of just about missed it, actually. It was one of those teasing low-fall tosses, but how many times have we seen a low-fall toss? The batter, his eyes light up, and he only manages to hit it straight into the hands of the fielder at long off. So in the end, a good, nice variation there from the bowler, and he picks up a wicket with his final ball of the over. It's the second time that's happened, so it's 41 for 2. Singh never really got going, did he, Sandeep? He saw his counterpart, Balwinder, get runs at the other end, and he was maybe just a bit starved of the strike. Ends up just getting 2 off his 6 deliveries. So maybe not the worst wicket in the world for the fighters to lose, brings some fresh blood to the crease.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think he was looking a little bit out of sorts there. And the fighters do bat pretty deep. We've seen that. We've seen their middle order really stand up in a couple of run chases already over the last couple of days. So this will be good. Rahul's still out there. As we start the 5th. Run rate just over 10 at the moment. Oh, they're going to get through for a bye there. I think the keeper has just lost sight of that one.
Absolute disgust there from Abdul Halim. I was about to say how brilliant of a delivery it was. Just outside, off stump, 4th stump, just rising. And clearly rose a bit too much for the keeper because he just took his eye off it. And on this punishing Santarem ground, as soon as you miss it, it's not only gone for byes, it's gone for 4 byes. Impeccably signalled there by umpire Andy, who of course is doing a great job.
Andy's doing a fantastic job. Love his work here in Portugal and wherever he's umpiring. Great sense of humour, but very focused when he's out the centre. So yeah, looking at that run rate for the fighters, usually seeing them well into the 12s and 13s by now. So all credit to Team Tigers Portugal. They are starting to, they have been bowling pretty well. Just a few looseners, but otherwise that's not too bad. Even the previous over only went for 7 runs and picked up a wicket. So they are getting good pressure here onto the fighters, who, as I keep saying, they've been a form team so far in this Challenger division.
That's gone high up in the air. It's going to go all the way. I thought for a moment that the fielder at long off was in with a chance, but it went high, almost went higher than it went far, but still enough to clear the rope. 6 runs.
And it bounced just at the feet of Ricardo, our roving cameraman. He's doing a cracking job too, by the way. I don't think I'm mic'd up to him, so he can't hear me giving his praise, but we've been pretty impressed with his efforts.
The new batter at the non-strikers, who's just getting a headwear readjustment from umpire Andy. That's Pardeep Nanglu, bit of a veteran on the network. Clearly something that Andy doesn't like there, but he's buckled him up. He's ready to go. Hasn't faced a ball yet, as that wicket fell at the end of the previous over, but he's lurking there at the non-striker's end. I'm sure wants to get into his work, as that one is bounced, and it is going to be called a wide by umpire Asim.
Yeah, quite a wide delivery. There wasn't that one. Wow.
That rose and kept on rising. It is 1 for the over as well. I mean, if it wasn't a wide for high, it probably would have been a wide down leg side as well. It was a bit of an ugly one there. Tried to go for the effort ball there, did Abdul Halim. He'd be better served just keeping outside that off stump. He's been bowling decent lines. Slightly better as it cramps Pardeep up for room. No, in fact, that's Rahul, who gets Pardeep now on strike for his first ball of the innings.
52 for 2, halfway through the 5th. This over a little bit more expensive. This one started with those 4 byes, and then we've had the big hit down the ground. Let's see if Halim can just settle into a rhythm here for these next two deliveries. Nanglu takes his strike. Bit of a power hitter, this man. I've seen him in action during the night series and the day series, and he's pretty impressive. I still remember him quite clearly from this time last year, Tina, when we were commentating here. He was quite impressive. Just hit down towards long on. Just going to be the one. Nice work from Ricardo.
This is a pet peeve of mine. So I'm going to grumble immediately. Why do batters come out and not have their gloves on ready? Like Pardeep there took a good 30 seconds to fiddle around with his gloves. Was he not expecting to bat? I just feel like come out ready. There's sometimes batters run with their gloves in their hand, which I get if you're long way into your innings and they're sweaty, but what was he doing? Did he not get ready before he came out?
It's a fair call because he Nanglu's come in, he's gone to the non-striker's end, gloves in his hand rather than gloves on. So when he run for that single, he gets up there and then everyone has to just, get the gloves on, tighten them up. Yeah, it's an interesting point you raise. Swings hard at this one, and that is going to go all the way for a big 6 across the ground to the area where, it's just gone very square, hasn't it? I was talking about, remember old Area 51 last year? That little sort of patch that was being done? That's all taken care of now. But yeah, that one's gone the other side of the dugouts. Nice shot, that one. 60 for the loss of 2 wickets after 5. And Fighters just starting to get that car motoring along nicely now.
I think we need to designate a new area. We don't have Area 51 anymore, but maybe we can have a look at another part of the ground. We'll see where the ball goes flying the next couple of days.
Yeah, we'll try and scout it a bit there, because they have fixed up that Area 51. And they've got a brand new reconditioned scoreboard as well, which is lovely to see. The lovely ground here in Santarem too, by the way. It's one of my favourite venues. I think it's absolutely picture perfect.
It's beautiful, isn't it? And the weather couldn't be more perfect. I've had a look at the forecast as well, the longer range forecast for the Premier Division next week as well. And it's looking hot, getting hotter. We're going to have to make sure the air conditioning is on in our hot box here. And there is the scoreboard as well. The new repurposed one.
Yeah, repurposed. It's they got rid of the old wooden one. That is now something which is more sort of steel, aluminium, and quite solid. And it will not fall over with any gust of wind. I've been assured that by Paolo. So it's all good. Nanglu, he's got 1 from 1. He's facing up now. Rahul 20 from 9, and we're turning to a bit of a slow Abdul Motin spin here. Good start. Nice dot. The report from Andy, too, on the pitch is that the spinners are getting a bit of grip when they've been bowling. He's saying on Tuesday especially, some of the spinners were getting some very good grip.
Well, not much grip out there because the fielder, Asif Atwar, takes a tumble. It was straight at him. It was one of those where he just overran it and saw the ball fly past him on the inside lane. It's 4 runs. Probably shouldn't have been. I'm curious here about Abdul Motin. He's really jamming it in, isn't he? As you said, there's a bit of grip in there, a slight bit of moisture. I'd quite like to see him just floating it up a bit more, but he does just smack it into the ground, and that one should just be a single out to the deep covers.
Yeah, I like watching the spinners who are not afraid to give a bit of flight.
Yeah.
Give the ball a chance to do what you want it to do. It's sort of, if you're going to dart it in every delivery, it starts to become, there's less chance for it to grip, and it starts to become a little bit easier for the batter to negotiate as well. Now, umpire's having a bit of a conversation here. What's maybe having a chat with, I think that's the skipper they're having a chat with. Okay. So a bit of a conversation there with the umpires, maybe just clarifying a few things. Hope there hasn't been anything untoward.
Umpire Andy is one of the best in the business as well. He's an umpire tutor now as well, so he teaches other umpires across Europe.
Yeah.
And clearly saw something he didn't like there, but business is back to usual now, at the top of the mark. It was just a quick chat with the skipper who passed on the message somewhere. Unfortunately, we weren't a fly on that wall. That one he does give a bit more flight, and he could be rewarded for it because there's a man out there at long on, and he does take it, goes straight into the hands of Azam Johnny. That's exactly what we were saying, Phil. Just take a bit of the pace off, vary those lengths and lines, and suddenly you get the reward. 3rd wicket down.
That's exactly right. When you see the change of pace, exactly as you describe, more often than not, you will find that pressure can suddenly just occur on the batter who thinks, oh, nice slow ball. I've got more time to see it. I've got more time to hit that down the ground or hit it out of the park. And there's a bit of a misjudgment there. And so another wicket falls. Unfortunately, Rahul has to go. 20 good runs scored from 10 deliveries, but his time at the crease is done. And the third wicket falls to the Fighters in the 6th.
I think TTP will be relatively happy here. They haven't kind of let the Fighters get away from them, but they've just kept a lid on the score so far. And they've just kept on picking up wickets at regular intervals to make sure that the Fighters haven't posted a monumental score here. Still the best part of 5 overs to go, though.
Swings at this one. I think it may have... Gonna make it all the way. Yes, it does indeed. Just as the ground slopes down on the far side of the ground, we actually can't see the boundary line from here. And the ball is usually going to win that race between human and leather sphere, and it does indeed. 69 for 3. One more to come in this over.
It's a punishing ground to field on, isn't it? As soon as it gets past you, you're just never going to reel it in again.
Yeah. Motor's in. Well, that's a funny old shot. I'm not sure that was the actual intention for it to end up at the third man boundary. I think it started off as a hoik towards cow corner, and as his pirouette continued, he's managed to get that around about 180 degrees in the other direction. So it's still a boundary. Take him any way you can get him. 73 for 3 after 6. The Fighters now going along at 12.2. Expect to score in the 120s if these two can hang about.
You can see that the Fighters come in with one thing in their mind, and that's trying to hit the ball as hard as possible. And then you do get the rewards for that, as you could see on that shot there from Bilal. Wasn't exactly where he wanted it to go, but he knows if he hits it hard enough, it's going to go somewhere. And it's usually on this ground going to go somewhere down the hill, which means it's going to race away to the boundary. What do you think they want to get from here, Phil? 73 for 3. 4 overs left.
Yeah, I mean...
110, 120?
Putting the foot down here, I'd expect that they want to be targeting about a 130. I would call par... On the first 2 days, I would think par's about 120, 125. We had some good scores. We had a couple of 160s, but we also had a couple of 110s and, sort of lowish kind of scores. So maybe the 125, 130 is kind of what you're looking for here as the pitch settles down. Driven out towards mid-wicket area. Slight fumble, easy single. So the pitch was relayed on the weekend. Umpire Andy and the ground staff were all over that. And, they laid the pitch and they thought, okay, well, we've done that now. So it's going to be a brand new pitch. And it came on, the ball was coming a little bit slower on Tuesday. But it's already quickened up already. It really settled down quite quickly now. And it seems to be coming through very true. Whoa. Bosh. Out of the park, and that is another big 6. Square of the wicket. Lovely good shot at it towards a wide, deep wicket area there. And luckily the peel was found pretty quickly there. Good work. Good hunting abilities there from that player who got out into the undergrowth. Good shot too.
Yeah, you're talking about the pitch being true. That one came true off the bat. Pick that one up, and again, if you're just slightly back of a length, you're just asking to be hit. But this one goes up in the air. There's a fielder underneath it. He's called it early and he takes the catch. That's Mamadou Khan underneath it. And, well, they like their celebrations, don't they, Team Tigers? They get around each other when they pick up a wicket. It's good to see. And they're still keeping on top of the Fighters here, not letting them get away. Remember, Fighters come into this one unbeaten. But TTP really giving it a good go here.
Yeah, good comeback from the bowler too. Mia just been taken out of the ground with a big 6 towards square leg and well over square leg, and comes back, tries to replicate it, does Bilal, and he's come undone. That ball hung in there for quite a while, and also fielder had to contest with that big shining orb in the sky, and a few players, especially yesterday in the first couple of matches, were absolutely dazzled by the sun in that part of the sky. Saw a lot of catches go down. Haven't seen too many go down so far today. New batter in. Mia continues. The old slog, step away to the leg side to get as much oomph and momentum into that as I possibly can, and swing and a miss.
A bit of an ugly shot there. Just almost had his idea in his head of where he wanted to hit it before the ball had even been delivered. No dice on that occasion. And he goes again. This time it's up in the air into the offside. It will drop safe. Amir Shahzad didn't really fancy that catch. Didn't fancy a trip to the dentist if it went wrong, so he allows it to just drop in front of him as they jog through for a single. But the fighters here living quite dangerously. It's Lalit Kumar who's come in. Pardeep Nanglu not really got going so far.
Swings hard at this one, and this is another catching opportunity. Yeah, looked like it was always just going over the head there. Just disappearing over the head. He ended up having to go with just one hand, did Mamadou Khan, and unfortunately couldn't get that one. A couple of steps back. This time I think the sun really was dazzling in his eyes, and it does go to ground. 7 overs gone, 82 for 4. The fighters, that run rate just under at 12 at the moment. But TTP, I think they've done pretty well to try to contain the fighters, who have been putting on some pretty good scores here so far in the tournament.
That's a horrible one for a fielder, isn't it? When the ball goes up in the air, you've got to turn and run. And not only are you turning and running, you've got the ball over your shoulder and you're running down a hill.
Yeah.
The amount of times we've seen players on this field go for a dive and they end up about 3 levels below where they started the dive. It's a brutal one for fielders, especially there's a few bobbles around. Otherwise, it's obviously a beautiful outfield.
Yeah.
But you can get caught out, can't you?
You really can. Suddenly that ground isn't where it should be. Down on one knee, slog sweep, crashed, bang, wallop over the banjo line, 6 runs. There he goes. Maybe Nanglu's going to start firing up the motor now. He's got 3 overs, 2.5 overs to try to make an impact here. And maybe this is his cue to fire things up. He's been there for 7 deliveries now, and that 6 puts him now into the teens. And he'll fancy himself against Motin. Motin needs to be careful here. This time he goes through the covers. It should be cut off, and is. And they'll just settle for 1 unless the throw was wild. It was wildish, but not wild enough for an overthrow. So good work there over there from TTP. Good comeback from the bowler, having just been smacked out of the ground for a big 6. 89 for 4 inside the 8th. No, it just doesn't just bottom edge on that one. They will scamper through for 1. Fighters have taken a lot of quick singles in this inning so far. Not a lot of Maximos, but they've run pretty well.
I thought there was nothing on that one at all. I think umpire signalling buys there.
Indicated by?
I think that the keeper is just maybe slightly put off by the fact that the fighters are swinging very hard in front of him.
Gets a little something on that, just out to deep mid wicket. He runs in, fires the throw, going to take a buzzer. Just gets away from the bowler there as he can't quite hang on to that hot rocket. And there's going to be 2 runs to the score. Building nicely now. Yeah, I think that score around 120 would probably be a minimum they'd want to reach. Just think if Nanglu can pick up a couple of big hits, sort of like that, then right on cue, then the scores may push up into the 130s. If you can middle a few more like that, it's a lovely strike. This over getting a little bit expensive now. Motin just getting taken out of the park one more time.
It's a very important delivery coming up now, isn't it? There's creeping towards that 100. If you can just sneak through a dot here, suddenly it makes that 9th over all important, even more important. Oh, he's not going to sneak through without some damage as it goes somewhere off the end of Pardeep Nanglu's bat. It goes away for 4 runs. So that is the 100 up as well for the fighters. 102 for 4 at the end of the 8th. Quite an expensive over there from Martin, who of course picked up a wicket in that first over he bowled. Ends up though with figures of 1 for 32 off his 2. And suddenly fighters now nicely placed with over 100 on the board. 2 overs to go, and that 120, 130 you were talking about, Phil, looks well on here.
Oh, definitely. First over to go magical as well. 20 runs from it. Motin gets hit a couple of times out of the ground, plus those extra little bits and pieces. So, yeah, 102 for 4, 2 overs to go. Lovely launching pad for these last 2 overs. I agree with you 100% there, Tina. 130 would definitely be on their minds. Anything over that, pure bonus. Expect to get that. Well, it's attempted to drive down the ground, and it basically spoons up 2 metres just to the side. I've missed that. That's actually crashed into the stumps. That's why it spooned off a few motors to the side. I thought it sounded like, sorry about that, folks. It sounded like a mishit. And sure, it was a mishit because it clotted into the base of the stumps.
Yeah, we're at a difficult angle here, aren't we? It's difficult to see.
It's a bit tricky, yeah.
Where the ball is hitting. Sometimes it's the bat, sometimes it's the keeper's gloves, sometimes it's the stumps. As it is Lalit Kumar who has to depart. Never really got going. Mostly saw Pardeep Nanglu do the damage at the other end. He faced 3 dot balls as well. So again, for the fighters, probably a case of relief that he's out of there with the new batter now coming in. And it will be Amritpal Singh who faces up with 11 balls left in the innings. Still work to do here for the fighters.
Nicely played there towards backward point. It's going to run away again for 4 runs. Interesting decision to put Amritpal Singh in. I thought maybe they might turn to Parminder Jeet, who has been in scintillating form so far in this tournament. Either way you cut it, though, it's a great way to get off the mark with the boundary. So can't ask much more than that. 106 for 5 in the 9th. All happens in the 9th. Let's see if it can all happen for TTP. They'd love to try to get these players bogged down, cut off that idea of a 130 target to chase. But Shahzad's got a bit of work in front of him. Oh, again, just miss it into the covers. Shite the stumps. Wild throw to the stumps. Nowhere near it. And I think even the batter might have even given up the ghost there. I'm not sure he was thinking he was going to slide the bat in. He thought, well, if you hit, them's the breaks.
He was closer to hitting the batter himself with that throw than getting anywhere near the stumps.
He was indeed. Some people in the chat saying, is 120 possible? Everything's possible. This is the European Cricket Network. Tuck around the corner. Keeper going to do the fielding. Just the single there. Comes off the thigh pad. So this isn't the usual fluid fighters team that we've seen. Obviously, the first match here today they're playing. And yeah, we'll see if we see a different fighters team when they come back to play at the next game. I get it. Sorry, they won't be. They're taking a break. They're back for the lunchtime match and then the late afternoon match. Whoa, that got a bit of extra height on it. Indicated a wide from square leg and replicated by the standing umpire. Bit of good proper bounce there. So it's interesting to see. We talked about the pitch before, but yeah, when they're bending the back, some of these short balls, these are we haven't seen these over the last 2 days. So this is quite something.
Well, that one would have gone over 2 Amritpal Singhs, I think.
I think so too. And stumps have been rattled yet again for the second time in this over. So not a bad Shahzad. He's had a bit of everything going on this over. Got a couple of wickets. Only just been hit for that one boundary. Otherwise, it's been it actually is quite a good over. Double wicket, keeping the brakes on. So fighters are not getting away from that 130 is starting to look a long way away now. And I think that they may well settle on a 120, but it's still got a bit of work to do. We're now pushing down to the lower middle order with that loss of that wicket.
Yeah, brilliant over so far from Shahzad. Just 7 runs coming off it. 4 of those were in the boundary plus the wide. But most importantly, 2 wickets as well. So the 1 ball left of the 9th. It has all happened here for TTP. Can they get out of it unscathed? Well, someone who isn't unscathed is the batter. And he goes for a golden Derek. There he goes. Derek is melting off the screen. And, well, he's in a hurry. I think he knows that he's been beaten all ends up as Derek accompanies Singh. It was Gursawak Singh. He came and he went. Derek's almost had as much screen time as he has there, going for a golden. But what a delivery and what an over there from Shahzad. 3 wickets in it, giving away just the 7 runs. Has all happened in the 9th. And suddenly the fighters looking like they need to get into a bit of a scrap in this 10th to get their way up to 120, let alone 130.
Totally agree. That's a great over, isn't it? 3 wickets and only a handful of runs. What a great ninth over that is for TTP. For fighters, not so much. Just look a little bit out of sorts there. Nanglu's still there. Well, Nanglu's going to face the first ball of the 10th, so maybe he'll try to farm the strike with 7 wickets down. Probably doesn't want to expose the tail at a time when they just want to really try to get everything to the boundary and then over it as well. And I will be surprised also if Shazad petitions for maybe 3 overs for each bowler in a T10 game, because he would have been on a hat-trick with the next ball. As it is, he'll settle for 2 and 2. Wow, clumped. Sounded pretty crisp, looked pretty crisp, and the umpire agrees by putting his hands in the air. Big 6 down the ground, just to the side of the sight screen, not too far away from where we're standing.
You can imagine Pardeep Nanglu is not going to give away the strike too easily in this over. He's saying, leave it to me. He's on 33 off 13. He's been joined out there in the middle by Parminder Jeet, but by my reckoning, Parminder might just be chilling at the non-striker's end for the next 5 deliveries.
Oh, I reckon that's for the conversation. It's like, look, I've come in late. You know I'm a big hitter, but, you know, Nanglu, you need some runs. I've got plenty already. See how you go. Where's this one going to go? Well, it's going to go just over the head of was that Azam Johnny there who leapt, didn't quite get the timing right, and it's gone for another 6. So back-to-back Maximos. I saw a comment in the chat just before saying that Nanglu can't hit the fast bowlers. I want to have a think about that, because he's just hit 2 out of the ground off someone who's got a little bit of pace. So Mahmudul Khan getting a little bit of treatment here.
He's come over the wicket here to Nanglu. Left arm, and that's a much better delivery, just right into those block holes, if there were any block holes. Fuller length doesn't give Pardeep much room to swing his arms. Anything kind of not even a full length, anything a good length, Pardeep's just going to stand and deliver. But he does give up the strike. It surprised me a little, actually. Pardeep kind of just ran on instinct there. He could have kept the strike, though, but he gracefully gives it to Parminder Jeet. What's he got in his tank for the last couple of balls?
Oh, he tries to chop down on one. Again, it's that sort of, just that really good sort of length, that full length. Doesn't give him a chance to get under it. Parminder Jeet, he's very wristy with his stroke play. And so if you give him a half volley, he'll just have that whipping action, and he gets so much strength just straight out of the wrists. So bowling is really careful here, does Mahmudul Khan. But that's a good example there of how to bowl to Parminder Jeet. Goes again, just clamps down the bat just to get something on it and scampers through for 1. He gets off the mark, and that was the penultimate ball in this innings. We've got 1 more to come, 123 for 7 plus whatever's coming after this. And that's what TTP will be chasing in about 15 minutes' time.
Good comeback from Khan, having been hit for 2 sixes in his first 2 deliveries. Nanglu
goes out of the town. Downtown, out of the town, out of the park. It's out of here. Anyway you cut it. That is capital Gorne. Gone. That's out of here. There you go. 3 sixes off the bat of Nanglu in that over. A couple of singles as well. So ends up going magical. It's 20 runs off the final over. They end up getting to 129. So we mentioned about 130. I reckon they'd probably take that. If I was them, I'd be more than happy with that, because they've set the target of 130 for TTP. Yeah, it'll be a tough chase for TTP, won't it? Who dragged themselves off the pitch. It was one of those where the momentum swung both ways, wasn't it? There was chances for the fighters to really get away, but in the end, TTP, they'll feel like they're in this, but it depends how quickly the fighters come out with the ball. And yeah, still all to play for here, Phil. Yeah, let's see how we're going to go here as we bring you back into the hut here to see what GeForce is all about. Hello there, welcome back, and it's good to see you all. Thanks for sticking with us during that innings. Entertaining innings. Fighters, I thought they started a little bit slow. They got things going towards the end. Nanglu's little cameo at the end there, that was really something else. Getting 20 off that final over, put the fighters in a red-hot position here. TTP, you've got a bit of work to do when they come out in about 15 minutes' time, Tina. I'm not sure. What do you think? I think it's all still to play for. Probably the fighters just edged it, runs on the board, especially early morning. TTP might still have to be limbering up. And as you said, Pardeep Nanglu finishing 46 off 16. Great cameo from him at the end. Terrific cameo from him. Really well done. So we're going to find out very shortly. The run chase starts in about 15 minutes' time, maybe about 13 minutes' time. Don't go too far away. This is Phil G alongside Tina Goff, and we are GeForce, as you can see behind us. And we're going to be back here very shortly for the run chase. Don't go too far. This is the European Cricket Series Portugal Challenger Division. You're watching European Cricket Network. We'll see you shortly.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by our official timing partner, Rado, and our official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
And it's a warm welcome back to the Santarem Cricket Ground here. Phil G alongside TNG. It's G-Force taking you through today's action and for the next 5 days after this one. Actually, 4 days after this one. So this is going to be a great day coming your way. 4 games coming your way. We're halfway through the first game. And, well, the scores on the board. The Fighters, 129 for 7. And they've posted a pretty good score there for me. I think that's pretty good. Team Tigers, all to do, chasing 130 for the win here. Tina, it's going to be a tough little chase for Team Tigers, but it's our first look at them. You never know.
Yeah, absolutely. Fighters are the team to beat at the moment. They've got wins on the board, and now they've got runs on the board as well. 129 of them. 130, you said earlier, Phil, was probably just above par.
Yep.
Especially for a team that hasn't had a bat yet. So remains to be seen. I think we've certainly got a game on our hands here, to say the very least, and it's going to be all about those first 2 or 3 overs, isn't it?
Power play vital.
Exactly. If TTP start off well, then they'll be well in this game. But if they lose a few early wickets, it could be curtains already.
Could be trouble aplenty. We'll see. Shout out to Nanglu for that wonderful 46 not out cameo at the end there. We mentioned it just before we went off air for the innings break. Really important for Fighters to build that score up, and he really got behind that and delivered a really good blow there. So well done to him. We're almost set to go here. I can see that the Fighters bowler's limbering up, and he charges in for that first delivery. Here we go. Well, swings hard. Doesn't swing hard enough though. Just gets a little bit of a bottom edge and just trickles away towards mid-wicket for a single. They're off and running.
It'll be interesting to see how quickly TTP can get accustomed to the pitch here. Even on that one, pretty much length delivery, maybe slightly back off, but it got big on the batter, didn't it? You could see Azam Johnny rocking back on that one. Did well, actually, to keep it down. How many times have we seen a ball get big on a batter here at Santarem and it goes straight up in the air? But he did well there, got himself off strike.
Ooh, hit down the ground, bit of elevation there. Goes straight over the top of the bowler and fielded by mid-wicket. Miss hit there. Rahul opening the bowling. Usually we've seen it come on bowling second over, even third over. Which is interesting. He's going to open the bowling. He really got after him, the batters, on day number 1 when he was bowling second. One of his overs went supersonic, I believe. Had a real hard time of it. But his bowling has gotten better as the tournament's gone on. That's why he's been rewarded there. And puts that one in the slot. It's worked around the corner. They've got protection deep there at deep, a backward square leg. Rushes around and keeps that to just 1. Good field placement there for the left-hander. Let's see how they handle the left and right-handed combination with the field and the bowling. That was a bit of a problem yesterday for a couple of teams playing against Falcoish, where teams took a long time to sort their field out with a left and right-handed combination.
It's always amazing how often a left-hander just throws a massive spanner in the works. I love it, speaking as a left-hander myself.
I was about to say these left-handers, who let them play the game, then realising I'm standing right next to one.
Yeah, be careful what you say, Phil. We don't want G-Force to be on the rocks after innings 1.
Never. So Atua and Azam Johnny are out there leading the way for TTP, looking to get them off to a good start. Power play, as Tina said at the start, definitely all important these first few overs. I think this is absolutely vital. Try to hold the wickets together and get some good runs on the board. That 130 can get big on teams. It's that tasty little target. Ooh, nice delivery. Slowed that down a little bit there, right in the channel for a cover drive. Doesn't connect though.
Just a little chat there from the umpire to the bowler. I assume probably about his follow through, because he is, of course, going around the wicket, so he's going to be veering into that protected zone. And if he wants to get any favourable decisions from the umpires, he better stay out of that area.
Nice shot. Punches this one through the covers, all the way along the carpet. 4 runs. Lovely, classy shot that. Really nice hit there. So that is a good boundary. First boundary of the innings. Azam Johnny obliges.
So they do manage to get that first boundary of the innings, first boundary in that over. So it wasn't completely unscathed, but a modest start there from TTP. As we say, a big shout out to everyone in the chat. Johnny, morning to you. Kempini, Paolo Kempini, Paul, he's there as well. He says, Goff and Gowers, they have the powers. Well, if we were some kind of musical act, that would be our jingle.
Totally.
I know there's been a lot of support as well online, and I want to shout out to Craig from CBM Cricket as well, who are just messaging me. He's been tuning in, so I know we've got fans all over the world, and it's lovely to see you. maybe hiding away from a bit of work on this, what are we, Thursday morning, but what better way to spend it than watching a bit of cricket here in Portugal.
That's right. Put your hand in the air. Be honest, viewers. How many of you are alt-tabbing every time your manager walks behind you? On your laptop there. In the air, chance of a catch. 2 players converge. Just needs one, but unfortunately, can you believe it? It's been grassed. I think that's Mandeep Singh, skipper, who's put that down. Maybe the close attention from his mid-off fielder has put him off a little bit there, but it has gone to ground. Ooh, fighters. Different fighters team here. I've seen a fighters team that would absolutely snaffle that one up and go in for a get around. It's been grassed though.
Well, I know Craig, he owns his own cricket company, so this, he could argue, is research.
Okay.
It's great cricket stuff as well, but if you're working in an office, how do you justify suddenly having the cricket on? I mean, now I'm working in a cricket environment, I can also claim research, but, you know, if you're an accountant or something, maybe counting the numbers. There's a lot of maths involved in cricket. Get the excuses in early if you're in the chat and you're supposed to be working. Tell us what you should be doing on this Thursday morning, apart from watching the cricket. Of course, you should be here as well. I
choose to bring up the excuse that I've used ever since I was able to talk, and that is, it was like that when I got here. And that has seen me through many, many years of many interesting situations with friends, parents, co-workers, and I'm still standing, as Elton John would say. 9 for no loss in the second. Nicely pushed just into the covers and through the covers. Well, there wasn't a real lot of oomph to that shot, was it? It was more defensive than anything, but the placement was pinpoint perfect.
They do manage to get another boundary. It's been a modest start here, just a handful of singles, a couple of dots as well, which is not entirely what you want to see in this power play. With that required rate sneaking up towards 14, that's already quite a big ask, isn't it? Usually when you're chasing, if you see that around 10, 12, you're happy. As soon as it gets higher than that, it starts getting a little difficult. There's a puff of dust on that one. Shows just how wide that was.
I saw that little puff pop up there. I thought, okay, well, that's just a few inches away from probably almost being a no ball there. Interesting stuff. Hello to Monty, who's joined us in the chat as well. Had you on Tessarande, lovely to see you. And Samath Patil too, good, thank you for joining us. Whether you got a blue shield or not, it's wonderful to have your company, Tina. I totally appreciate all the feedback coming in, and of course all the support. It's wonderful to have G-Force back commentating for you to bring you the action from Santarem.
That's been called a no ball there.
Yeah,
must have been an overstep, because I'm just checking. There's no misdemeanors on the field. Obviously still in the power play, so 2 allowed outside the ring. I can actually only see. Oh, there is one down at deep mid wicket and one at third, so it must have been an overstep. So a chance here for TTP to get another boundary on the board. Free hit coming up. Oh, hello.
How about that, Tina? Wow, a little bit of funk. Good to see here on a Thursday morning. Just got in position, saw it, and then got in position. Didn't telegraph it at all. Nice shot.
Funky Thursday here.
Funky Thursday, yeah. Oh no, we've made a new hashtag. It's a Funky Thursday. Make sure you spell that correctly, folks, with an F. Lovely stuff. Made it look very easy. Seen a couple attempted sort of reverses and scoops so far. A lot of misses too, so that as well. It's been a very low percentage shot, but that was executed quite well. Oh, he's going to get something on this one. It's going to run away. Unfortunately, Fine doesn't have a chance on that one. It's all off the bat. Does get a little tickle.
Yeah, this is maybe the over that TTP needed to really kickstart their run chase. The first one just went for, I think it was 7 runs in the end. But they've got the 2 boundaries in this one. There's still 1 ball left because of that wide and the no ball. If they can get another boundary off this one, it'll be heading towards a magical over. And that's what they need now that run rate, well, they've managed to pull it down just a little. It's a tick over 13 now. Unlucky for some. TTP hoping it's not unlucky for them.
Yeah, Balwinder Singh here bowling the second over. He bowled the second over in one of the matches yesterday. Got a double wicket maiden.
Wow.
Really set the game on fire with that effort in the second over. This one, complete opposite. Just pushed towards the point for a quick single. And so they finished the over there with 24 on the board. Haven't lost a wicket, TTP. A much better over. They're going to feel very good about that. That was, 14 runs off the bat, plus that no ball and a wide. So 16 off the over, pretty good. 160 required from 48. That run rate just a tad over 13 required. So they're still in touching distance, but a lot of cricket to go in this innings.
And the partnership here between Johnny and Attoa will be important. We always kind of talk about individual performances and how one batter can take a game away from a team. But if you can just go steady Eddie, which is exactly what Johnny and Attoa are doing here, then it gives you the opportunity later in the innings to then go a bit harder. There's no point if you're TTP chasing a chaseable total, still a tough total, to go hard from the start and burn brightly but kind of lose your way. So I quite like what TTP are doing here. They just need to kick on. You can see fighters being directed here by... In fact, it's Sandeep Singh, who's out there with Rahul, man in the blue cap, tinkering with their fielders. It's the final over of the power play, so still 2 allowed out of the ring. And the 2 are at long off for the left-hander. And I'm just looking where the other one is. In fact, he's at deep point. Big appeal here, and the finger goes up. Finger of doom has been raised, much to the frustration there of the batter. He's not happy with it. I think he's maybe not happy with his teammate, but the decision has been made and the first wicket will fall. Talking about partnerships, well, it has been broken now, Phil.
It has indeed. I'm just wondering what the conversation could possibly be between the batter and the umpire, apart from... I'm sorry, I didn't hear you the first time. Was that... Yeah, okay, thank you very much, and off you go. There's no point. Once the umpire says that's the decision, that is the decision. Umpire's call is it. So he has to go. But yeah, you're right, Tina. The partnership has been broken. Thought they were doing quite well, these 2. I agree with your sentiments you mentioned before at the start of the over. Look, they were just knuckling down. There was no big hits, not trying to go over the top. We have had no maximos so far in the first 2 overs. So you can see they're playing, looking for the boundaries along the carpet. Nothing too silly. But unfortunately, being trapped in front like that means you are done. Have to depart. As I'm Johnny, wasn't happy to leave. 19 from 11. Nice little start from him. But he has to give way to the next batter coming in. Stroll into the crease. Yep, good breakthrough there for the fighters. TTP, need to sort of reassemble and get back into the groove once again, these 2 batters.
It's Abdul Halim in at number 3 for TTP. It's the right-hander as well, so maybe bringing a bit more normality to the proceedings. I'm allowed to say that as a left-hander. You're
I think
not.
you could say that.
You're
I
not,
think you
Phil.
say that.
A protected characteristic, I think, left-handers.
It's full. It's hit on the full 2. Goes down the ground. There's protection down there at deep mid-wicket, though, as you'd expect. It's going to get through, though. Well, interesting. So, nice to get a ball like that to start with, isn't it? We mentioned before, I think in the previous innings, that the first ball of the innings was lovely, sort of just on the hip and tucked away for 4 runs. Walk out Halim and he gets that ball. Nice to put away on the full. Almost says, where do you want to hit me? You can go straight down the ground, you can go leg side, even push it off if you like. So 28 for 1. Still inside the power play. Yeah, well, swing and a miss. Eyes lit up there, just pushing it a bit wide. Good length in the channel. Halfway through the 3rd over then. Looking where have we got the deep players hunting around the ground. We've got an umbrella set up just off to the side here that sort of cuts out our view of the point boundary. So there could always be someone hiding behind there.
Yeah, there is, in fact. I can see his feet now.
Okay. Both Tina and I are sort of dancing around the hut here trying to figure out where the players are. Struck down the ground. Going to come back for just the 1. The throw's a bit wild, but no, just the 1. No buzzers.
It looks like they do just have the 1 outside the ring, though, given that they're still in the power play, so they can only have the 2. Well, I suppose the long off here is kind of a half. He's a medium off. He's not a mid off and he's not a long off. Somewhere in between. But they are trying to turn the screw here, probably because they've seen that TTP... They've scored 1 or 2 boundaries, but you wouldn't exactly say the boundaries have been flowing. Maybe just trying to cut off those singles as well as... Well, in fact, deep covers comes in, long on goes out.
Yep.
It doesn't matter where you place your fielders if you're going to swing and miss. And, well, That's a brilliant over in the end from the bowler, Sandeep Singh. Just a handful of runs coming off it. Importantly as well, that wicket to break that opening partnership.
It was indeed. Very key to get that wicket at the start of the over, and they've really struggled to recover from there.
In fact, there is one ball left.
Yeah.
Got a bit ahead of ourselves, so he'll hope to get the third dot of this over in this one, or even better, a wicket for the fighters.
The player was just happy to get the cap on, possibly. There we go. Up in the air. Catching opportunity. Bowler wants it. And bowler's taken it. He's very happy as well. Hurls it up in the air, almost as high as what it was when it was hit. So that over is bookended by wickets. One at the first ball and one on the last one, and only 5 runs in the middle. That is a huge over in the context of the game, and that is going to put TTP back on their heels.
I'm sure the batter was cursing his luck, thinking it was the end of the over. He said, "Can we not take that ball back? I thought it was the end of the over." But the right call was made. They did play the ball that needed to be played. And an important one it was for the fighters, and a brilliant over there from Sandeep Singh. 5 runs coming off it, but most importantly, 2 wickets. An important 2 wickets as well, because both openers now back in the shed as Attar. Well, he was part of that decent opening partnership. He himself only contributing 3 or 5. But it's his innings that comes to an end now. 29 for 2 at the end of the third. So at the end of the power play, another batter comes out who looks like he's been told about 3 seconds ago that he'll be batting next, because his gloves are on the floor, his helmet's not strapped up. He's just about getting ready now.
Yeah, I know the umpires. We had a chat with the umpires during the break, and they're onto that. They're very aware of the batters who are coming out and getting dressed as they're walking out, or getting assembled when they're either non-strikers or the strikers end. So it's something that the umpires are aware of, and it's something that they're all over that. Indeed, 2, 3, 4. Now go 14 for over just 14 play as I spoke. Was that get a bit TTP?
It was all about that power play, didn't we? Well, at the end of over 2, it could have gone one of 2 ways, and unfortunately for TTP, it went the way of the fighters with that third over.
Yeah.
With those 2 wickets coming off it, and suddenly it looks like a mammoth task here with that run rate. Still over 100 runs required, 101 needed.
Yeah,
off just those 40 deliveries.
Absolutely critical, that third over, right? Yeah. Oh, straight through him. Good work from the keeper to get a glove on that. Looked like it was going to go the wrong way. Hey, let me ask you, Tina, how much do you love this ticker? The last 10 deliveries. It's such a cool thing, I reckon. I
like it, and it's good for my brain as well. I've got quite a visual brain, so I can see what's going on. Because I don't know about you, Phil, but sometimes a delivery happens and I immediately forget. It's just like wiped from my memory. So it's good to, which is probably I shouldn't admit as a commentator, but you see a lot of cricket. And it's nice to be able to know what happened in the previous over, just to see kind of the momentum of the game, how things are going. And certainly the momentum is massively with the fighters now, isn't it? If you just take a look at those last 7, 8 deliveries.
Yeah.
Just since they scored that boundary, they've scored just the 2 runs and they've lost the wicket, and significantly as well, 5 dot balls.
Yeah, 5 dot balls out of the last 10 deliveries. That speaks volumes. As this one's been muscled out towards steep square leg, just going to be the one. So fighters really getting on top here, keeping it to singles or dots or wickets. There's only just that 1-4 that occurred during the last over. So, and before that, there were 4 boundaries in the first 2 overs. But since those wickets have fallen, things are starting to get really difficult. And the middle order is going to get exposed if they're not careful. Oh, the slow beamer. That was that was quite well executed in the end. Slow, back of the hand, and smacks into the stumps. I think the batter, Halim, was a little bit surprised by that one. Hence, he missed it. Stumps akimbo. And that's the end of the 4th over. 31 for 3. And fighters are getting all over this like flies. No, I can't say that one. Like a cheap suit. I'll settle for that one.
I was going to say like flies in the commentary box.
We've got a few in here, haven't we? It's ridiculous.
That was a great slower ball, by the way. It deceived me as I saw it come out of his hand, and it kind of looped upwards before dipping. I think the batter's eyes, Halim, they lit up thinking this was going to be a nice full bunger, but in the end it dropped, pitched, and then hit the stumps. So a great way to end the 4th over for the fighters. In fact, it's 2 overs running now that they've got a wicket on that final ball. And it's all going a bit wrong here for TTP in their first game of the tournament. Let's not forget. So a long way to go for them.
Yeah. Conversely, talk about, say, fighters, and this is the last appearance of fighters today before we see them on finals Sunday. Swing and a miss. Yeah, fighters have played. They played 2 games on the first day. They played 3 games yesterday, 3 games today, and that is their 8 games allotted for the group stages. They'll take tomorrow, Friday off. They'll take Saturday off, and they have already definitely booked themselves in for Sunday finals action. We just don't know where they'll fit into the equation on Sunday yet. Swings hard at this one, and that has gone all the way over the top of the rope and almost into the dugout over there. Big 6. So that's needed, and then some is needed on top of that. So if they can keep motoring along like that, maybe get things back into some sort of order. But you need to be going at 17s. Just drops down to 16.4 with that shot as well. There's a lot of work for them to do here.
First maximo of the innings, if I'm not mistaken, Phil.
You are correct, yes.
You can see the struggles there that TTP have had with finding the rope. That was a lovely hit. Can he go twice? Not quite. There is a fielder out there who should do the mopping up. He's actually keen for a 2 there, is Mohammed Rassel. He was clearly still got the adrenaline pumping from that big 6, but he's sent back by Mia, who will be facing up then his first delivery, having come in at the end of the previous over with that wicket falling.
Indeed, Raju Mia facing his first delivery. Lalit Kumar with the pill. He's taking a few extra moments just to survey the ground. He asks himself, where can I put this one? He swings at this one, and it's just going to go down to long on, all the way along the deck. And just a single. So yeah, fighters proving their class here. They look like they're just a little bit of a step above TTP at the moment. And I know you said, Tina, that TTP is their first appearance here. They're getting used to the ground, getting used to conditions. It's their first game here in this Challenger division as well. So they could settle into a good routine. So it's hit to almost exactly the same place, the same fielder, and the same result, just a single.
You get the impression here, Phil, that fighters haven't really got out of second gear. We've seen a few gears from them over the last few days, but this, they've probably put on maybe 20, 30 short of what they could have done. Yeah. And here they've been, they've bowled well, but they haven't really been challenged that much by TTP. Good slower ball there again on that occasion from Kumar. He doesn't pick up a wicket. In fact, he goes for 4 runs there, and that's kind of what I was saying, Phil. That should have no way gone for 4 runs. And the fighters, fielders, maybe they're thinking of battles to come because they're just sitting on their heels. Maybe a bit of complacency slipping in because they know this game is more or less won at the halfway stage. TTP 44 for 3. Yeah, you just got to say you've got to stay on top of your game because it's easy to keep that complacency in once you start just taking things a bit too easy. Once you have to find that 3rd, 4th, 5th gear, it's difficult if you've just been cruising along for a few days.
That's very true. It's also possible that most of these players for fighters, they've played in all 5 games before this. I know there's a number of players out there who have been here for the last 2 days. This is their 3rd day on the trot. Maybe there's something creeping into a few of the players now. Nanglu, this is the first time we've seen him for fighters today, so he's new, fresh into the squad. But people like Pamidajit, Lalit Kumar, Mandeep Singh, of course, Balwinder Singh, they've all played the last 5 games, and maybe there's just a little bit of fatigue coming into that. I mean, it's a big ask to play five games in 2 days and then front up for 3 more games on that 3rd day. So we just see the complexion of the team in the next couple of games that they'll play today.
It's up in the air. It's going to go safe, isn't it? We're trying to find out where that one went, but it went pretty much nowhere, but into safety as well. Yeah, just on the fighters, I was just going to say, you get yourself into that position by winning games, don't you? They have the opportunity here to maybe just take their foot off the gas because they've won all of those games so far. As that one gets big on the batter, and it goes big, and it's a Baximo. Not sure how much he knew about that one, the striker. But it will be 6 runs to his name.
Swung very hard at that one and connected beautifully with that hook shot. But yeah, it was a proper Baximo, that. Really good strike. Johnny here in the chat just says a message from Ian Smullen saying hello to myself and Tina. Thank you for that. And Johnny, please say hello to Ian for us.
Yep.
Over there in Malta, enjoying the seniors competition with Rico Full giving the descriptions. Well bowled. Good comeback there from that previous big 6 that was hit there. Balwinder Singh this is.
I'm hoping they've got good weather over in Malta. I mean, we're very fortunate here. I know it rained in Malta. Was it yesterday or the day before?
Yeah, just a couple of days before they started,
Yeah.
I think, wasn't it? Yeah.
Yesterday. Looks like it's going to be as well. Shining on the fighters here. Although that one does go over the head of the man down there. Kind of a very wide third. Much to the disgust of the bowler there. You can see exactly what Singh thinks about that one. Wasn't a bad delivery, but again, it's that punishing downhill boundary behind the keeper. It just flies away. As the double teapot comes out there from Balwinder Singh.
Well, they've lifted the run rate here. Last 10 deliveries have put on 26 runs, so things are picking up a little bit, including 4 boundaries, 3 maximos and 1 along the carpet. So the inclusion then of Mia coming into the middle order, this is helping things out a bit for TTP. Scampering through. Always going to be a quick single there. Well run. Good call. Good quick call.
Yeah, Adian on Malta weather watch. Saying great weather, but it did rain for about 10 minutes 2 nights ago. Yeah. Well, that ground at Malta, it kind of holds the water and then it just evaporates, doesn't it?
Yeah,
so,
yeah.
Well, hopefully we don't have too much rain to worry about here. The forecast does look beautiful. It's warm, getting warmer next week.
Yeah, the forecast here looks completely devoid of any kind of precipitation whatsoever. And as you say, during the Premier Division, the temperature is going to lift up a couple extra degrees as we finish the 6 over, 58 for 3 after 6. And that still means there's 72 required at 18 runs required per over. Well, it's still getting steep, despite the fact that there was a couple of maximos hitting that over. They still need to go with a few more than that. It's tough. It's going to be tough.
Hi to Terry in the chat saying he apologises for his lateness. It was bowls night. Well, I hope you won, Terry. We'll forgive your lateness if you won.
Yeah, tell us the result, Terry. We can excuse you. Be good to see you there. All right, 4 overs to go. TTP, I mean, they've still got 7 wickets left in the shed, so it's really up to that man, Mia, who's done pretty well so far. He's taken on his shoulders to try to belt a few out of the ground, which he's done. He's a tall lad as well. Long levers. A crisp sounding shot that was. Sounded very, very nice. And that does go indeed all the way. So ask and they shall receive. He's popped that one out of the ground. Races up now to 24 from only 7 deliveries faced. Definitely, without stating the obvious, Tina, he's the key.
He is. And if he can keep going at the rate he's going, they've got an outside shot. The run rate did go up to 18. Just with a couple of big blows, it's gone back down towards 17, but it needs to keep on trending downwards if they have a shot. That one should be cut off on the boundary, and it will be for 1. Yeah, Adian saying rightly so. And it flashed a memory in my mind last year of the floods in Malta.
Oh,
He says if it rains for less than 2 hours, Malta is dry again immediately. If it rains for more than 2 hours, we've got floods. And I recall it was me, Vinny, and Joe from the Blue Crew. I think we went to play paddle, and we just about got it in. There was a storm coming.
Oh, okay.
So we're like, okay, the storm's coming at 9.
Yeah.
Let's play till 9 and leave. There's that one. Well, it's not been left. It's been pumped for, I think it's 6 runs all the way. So still in with a shot here, TTP. They're holding on for dear life as the fighter goes to have a fight with a bush. And we were in Malta. We just about escaped. We got the game in, and on the way back, it started torrentially raining. We went for some dinner, and then by the time we came out, the roads were rivers. And one of the side roads up towards the hotel, because it was on the main strip,
I remember that.
On the seafront, just became a river.
Unreal.
That one's cracked away. Will be 4 runs as the boundaries continue to flow here. That's 3 boundaries in the last 4 deliveries. And there was it sounds like a kind of fairy tale. There was a stranded child and mother.
No.
And on the one side of the street, I mean, the street was only about 3 meters wide.
Yeah.
But they were just fully clothed, and it was literally a river. And they were like, how are we supposed to get across? So Vinny, being ever the heroic gentleman,
did he?
He got his shoes and socks off, and he started being the water transport. So he gave the child a piggyback, came back for the mum, then gave the mum a piggyback, and then gave me a piggyback. So the increments of difficulty went up and up as that one goes away for another 6 runs, and suddenly Less talk about Malta's flooding, more talk about TTP on the warpath here.
Yeah, they have woken up, haven't they? That is, Mohammad Rasul is getting after the bowling here. Have a look at that. So this over has already gone for 23. It's already gone magical. We've got still one more ball to come. And poor old Varundeep Singh has kind of skewed what's happened previously by delivering a magical over into the hands of TTP. His counterparts in the fighters are asking, that wasn't part of the plan. We had a game plan to defend this. See if you can finish with a nice tight delivery here. Swings hard at this one. That is out of here again. Wow, what an over for TTP. This puts them straight back in contention here. And that over has gone for 29. What a big over that is.
That's exactly the kind of over they needed. And that run rate now down below 15. And if they keep going as they're going, well, they might make mincemeat of this. Brilliant partnership developing between Mia and Rasul. Between them, they've scored 57 runs off the bat off just 19 deliveries. And, well, the required rate is 43 off 18. So and it's a big if they keep going, this could be an upset here, Phil.
It could be. And now it's the fighters having a little conversation mid-pitch about what's to be done. Well, we've seen that in the previous innings when the Team Tigers Portugal had to have a few conversations at the start when a couple of boundaries got hit. But now it's the fighters who are having a bit of a brains trust coming together and talking about what's to be done, because they cannot afford to have another over like that. That run rate's now dropped down to 14.3. 87 for 3. 3 overs to go. 43 required. This over, well, all the overs are critical, as you say, but this over could be really critical here. They have another big over. Suddenly, you only need 20-odd in the last two. It's proper game on.
I'm just showing Phil. I mean, this is not
Oh,
really
wow, yeah, okay.
I'll put it maybe into the Spanner squad chat of Vinny saving a damsel in distress in Malta. Good memories from last year.
Shites at the bowler's end. And that is given. Or is it given? No, indicators buys. Sorry, I've got the Venetian blinds in front of me and the umpire held up his hand. I couldn't tell whether that was an out signal or a buy signal.
And it was indeed a buy. He was just saying, hi, Phil.
Oh, that's very nice, the umpire, just to suddenly in the middle of a game turn around and say, hi, Phil. How's it going? Hi, Tina. So that was just a buy, 88 for 3. Cross bat, swiped out towards deep mid-wicket. Going to be just the one. Always just going to be the one. Good quick throw back to the bowler who takes it cleanly.
It's right on a knife's edge now, isn't it, this game? It's all important, this over. I know we say it happens in the 9th, but first 2 balls of this 8th have gone for 2. And they need a few boundaries here, TTP, to stay within touching distance. So that's another swing. Should be stopped on the rope, and it is. So again, fighters, well, they've suddenly woken up, haven't they? The fielders in the first 5 overs, well, they could have been reading a newspaper, doing their hair, and suddenly, now the game's on the line, they've sprung to life, and balls that they were kind of strolling towards in the first 5 overs, they are now scampering over. They know they're in a game now.
Yeah, Varundeep Singh's over has really shaken the cobwebs from those players, as you say, yeah. Punch the offside. There is protection out there. We're craning our necks to see if the fielder out there has got to it. He has indeed. Oh, it's going to go through for an overthrow. Just the one overthrow, though. Happy to take that too. But this is a good tight over. Very good tight over, this one from Sandeep. Good figures there. He's got, 2 for 9 now. 2 more balls to come in his over. He's put the brakes on. So whatever happened in the 7th over, they're saying, no. 8th over, we'll sort this out. Bit of a charge that, or not quite a charge, just a little sort of couple of steps down. But again, just doing it in singles, and singles aren't going to be good enough.
They're just losing their shape, the 2 batters. You can see the ones on his haunches. They've put in a brilliant effort so far, but maybe just a touch of tiredness creeping in. And it means the balls that were going for boundaries in the last few overs suddenly just being miscued, misfired, and they're just picking up scraps of singles here and there. Outstanding over, though, from Singh so far. Look at those figures. 2 for 10. 1 ball left of his spell. And it will be a dot ball to finish. What an excellent over for the fighters. And for Sandeep Singh in particular, who then does finish with those figures of 2 for 10. And you could almost, not quite Phil, but almost say that he's won his team the game with that all-important 8th over. Just what was that in the end? 6 runs coming off it. And no boundaries, most importantly, given the carnage of the previous overs.
Yeah.
Suddenly, that required rate back towards 19.
Yeah, because you just felt in that previous over with the 29 off it, the momentum had shifted quite appreciably with Russell and Mia finding the boundary pretty easily. So that is such an important over from Sandeep. Really bowled well. So whatever the conversation was at the start of that over between the captains, senior players and Sandeep, it worked. And that means, 37 now off 2 overs. It makes it very, very tough for TTP. Unless they can find another big 29 run over, they need a magical over here. At least one of these overs has to go magical in order for them to get close. Need a big, big over here. Who's got the responsibility of bowling? Just have a look and see who that is. Oh, that looks like... Is that Pardeep Nanglu who's got the ball? Is that Nanglu?
I think it is.
I've seen him keep wicket. I've seen him belt the ball out of the park. I don't think I've seen him bowl before.
Pardeep of all trades coming up.
Whoa. Well, there's the out of the park aspect of what I just said, but it wasn't Nangler hitting it out of the park. He pitches one up and it gets sent downtown. Big 6. What a great way to start the 9th.
Yeah, interesting call here, isn't it? From the fighters and their captain Mandeep Singh.
Yeah.
They've said to Pardeep, well, you did the business with the bat. Win the game now for us with the ball. And, well, not the best of starts for him. He scampers back to the top of his mark. He wants to maybe make amends for that first delivery. Great hit, though, from Russell.
Yeah, he stretched for that one. Just gets along the deck to long on. Just the single. Maybe... In Mandeep's mind was, I can't have Varundeep Singh bowl another over. He just went for 29.
Yep.
I can't have him bowl again because they could go after him one more time. So I need to change it up. So maybe Nangler was just like a break glass in case of emergency. As that one's been swung away with everything behind it. Wow. Big hit. I mean, the batter put the kitchen sink into that one and absolutely wellied it across the boundary line. Way behind square. Big 6.
I think we're going to have to call that area the farmyard. I think there is some kind of farm life.
There is something there.
So
there is definitely farm life.
farm life.
That thing with 4 legs.
So that is now the farmyard. Henceforth be known as. And that's a outrageous helicopter shot. Just kind of stabs up at it. Does the batter. And that's back-to-back Maximos. And, well, this Nanglu gamble doesn't seem to have paid off. I understand not going back to the bowler that got hit almost for, 30 runs in the end, 29.
Yeah.
But Nanglu, he's been hit for 19 and 4. And suddenly that required rate, 18 off 8. Is there a tingle here, Phil? I said. I did say, didn't I? First game.
You did.
Could it be?
You called it.
Oh, and that's misfielded on the boundary as well. Much to the disgust of the fighters' fielders. And that should have been a single. And in fact, there's going to be a 4.
Wow.
And suddenly, momentum swings wildly back to TTP.
23 off the over, plus 1 more ball to come. There's 14 required from 7. That pendulum, as you see in T10 cricket here on the European Cricket Network, it has swung again appreciably in the other direction. This is a massive delivery, this. Where does it go? Oh, gets away with a dot. But has the damage already been done with that massive over of 23 runs? Well, we're going to find out because it's 14 required off the last over. TTP have muscled their way up to 116 for 3 after 9. 14 needed off the last. And I said if they can get a magical over here, they needed at least one of these overs to be magical. They've got that. And now it's up to these two who have played so well. This partnership is, well, it must be up and worth about 70-something by now. This has been a terrific partnership. Is it going to be match winning? We'll know in about 3 minutes' time.
Well, they're both racing their way to the half century, aren't they? And if both of them get there, then they've almost certainly won the game with 14 required. Russell on 43 off 16, Mia 42 off 15, almost neck and neck. And they've wrestled their team back into this game from, well, at the halfway stage, it looked dead and buried, didn't it? And suddenly they're on the cusp of their first win of the tournament. Just looking here, Phil, who's going to bowl? It looked like it was going to be Mandeep Singh, the captain.
Yeah.
But in fact, he's now given the responsibility to someone else, and we're just seeing who it is, and it looks like it's Lalit Kumar who has the ball at the top of the mark. He's just pointing the fielders exactly where he wants them, but this is a big over here.
I was surprised because I saw Mandeep walk up and I thought, okay, skipper, he's going to take the responsibility. He's going to sort of stand up for his team. He doesn't. Turns to Kumar. Here we go. 14 needed off the last. Oh, we start with a wide. Ooh. Mandeep's thinking, if I could have that moment all over again, I might have bowled it. But it's just one wide. No reason for any panic there on either side. Just gives to be rebowled. 13 from 6. Oh, Tina's already mentioned the tingle. Prophesized that one's gone a long way back as well, just along the deck for 4 runs. So there's 4 of them. 9 off 5. TTP have got themselves in a winning position here. Fighters have got to find a way to get some dots. Lalit Kumar, it's all on you.
Crushed Master in the chat saying Jeet should have bowled. At the moment, it's a case of shoulda, woulda, coulda for the fighters. The bowlers who have stepped up, they've had a bit of trouble. Apart from Sandeep Singh finishing with those incredible figures, 2 for 10. Everyone else has kind of come in for a bit of punishment. Now, just 9 needed.
Swings hard. This one, just over the top of the slip fielder. Looking to go leg side. Got a little bit extra on that one. Went right around the corner. And it's gone for a boundary, a valuable boundary. There's a few players down on the haunches. There's one player sitting down right in front of us at long off. I think he's decided the game's gone. Oh, the fighters are going down in flames here as TTP are standing tall. It's only 5 required from 4. That's it. 5 from 4. We started with a wide. 2 boundaries there. Oh boy, what a boil over here. The fighters could be staring at their first defeat in this competition.
Oh, it's not quite the knockout punch yet from TTP, but they certainly have the fighters on the ropes. And they're seeing stars. Their heads are wobbling because one big blow now will finish it for TTP. And Russell, in all of that excitement, he gets himself to a half century as well. 51 off 18 deliveries. Can he finish it off here for his side?
Swings. And he does indeed. Tina calls it. It goes down the ground, bounces near Ricardo, our roving cameraman. He doesn't flinch because he probably didn't see it come straight towards him. He's looking down the lens. Big Maximo. What a big win for Team Tigers Portugal. Congratulations to TTP. Fighters get knocked down on their moneymakers for the first time in this competition. They have lost their first match, and that is quite an inspired run chase. These two, though, Russell and Mia, have done an excellent job. Congratulations, TTP.
Well, I've clearly been out of this for too long, Phil, because we called it halfway. It's pretty much game over, didn't we? We said fighters, they've pretty much knocked TTP out here. But what a comeback. TTP, Russell 57 off 19. He finishes not out. And Mia 42 off 15. And that's what we were saying. We said at the start of the innings, TTP, it's all about partnerships. What we didn't know is that there'd be this partnership towards the end, which is an absolute game changer and a game winner. It's
so true. And for the fighters, well, they need to bounce back here, having suffered their first loss of this competition. Not sure what happened with the fighters. We kind of said right from the start, even with the batting as well, they just seemed a bit out of sorts. And I really felt that run shy of where I would have thought they'd end up, because we've seen them play so well over the last couple of days. Interesting, they didn't open with Parminder Jeet, and he didn't come in at first drop either. This is the first time I've seen him bat way down the order. I wonder if they'll continue to do that. We'll find out, obviously, when they come back later on. Next match coming your way at 1:30, and so we'll see you very shortly for that. But in the meantime, look, well done to TTP. Get their first win on the board with their first match as well. Well done to them, and we'll see you back here. So thanks for tuning in for that first game. Myself, Phil G, alongside Tina Goff, we are G-Force, and we will see you back here very shortly for match number 10 coming your way very shortly. Don't go too far.
See you in a moment.
European cricket event is proudly brought to you by our official timing partner, Rado, and our official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
Good. I was going to say good afternoon. It's not quite afternoon yet, is it? It's still morning. It's still morning. Maybe it's not in the morning where you are. Phil G here for the European Cricket Network alongside Tina G as we present G-Force. And, of course, we're here to present the next match number 10 coming your way. It's Team Tigers Portugal bouncing back after that wonderful victory they just had in the previous game. And they are taking on the team from the Panthers, who we haven't seen since day one. Panthers versus Tigers, and the news from the toss presented to you by Rado was that Team Tigers have won the toss, going to have a bat first. I think that's a pretty good move from Team Tigers. Tina, what do you reckon?
It's an interesting one, isn't it? Because they've just put in a brilliant run chase. They've won their first game of the tournament, having kind of upset the apple cart against the fighters, the favoured fighters.
Yes.
Hard thing to say.
The favourite fighters.
Favoured fighters, exactly, yes. On this funky Thursday. But they've decided to put some runs on the board here. So we'll see how that goes for them with the first ball already coming up. It's a bit of a full bung up. It's been swiped away and it has been called as a no ball on the field. So it's a bonus ball time, very first up here for TTP as well. It didn't quite come out the hand perfectly there for the Panthers bowler. As you said, they haven't played since day one, so maybe just a bit of rust there in the arms of Mohamed Umar, who bowled that first one, and it gets dispatched admirably there by the left-handed opener. As of course Johnny there with Halim with him at the other end. So dream start here for TTP, who must be riding a bit high on that win from just a few moments ago. Oh,
they're sure they are. You couldn't wipe the smile from their face during the break there. Definitely a good morale boosting win for them. Turn up on day 3, play your first game, knock off the team that's top of the table. Yeah, that is a big smile on their face. But hey, free hit coming.
And the length is missed again, but the result is exactly the same, and that one rolls away into the farmyard, Phil, as it's pushed away this time on the offside. It's a dream start here for TTP, whereas the Panthers, well, looks like they're still in their slumber, haven't quite woken up on this Thursday morning, as that was the first legal delivery. And so far, 13 runs on the board for TTP, which is actually a much quicker start than in their previous game. But of course, they ended up on top in that game, in that run chase.
Someone quickly take a picture of that graphic. The run rate is 78 runs and over. You don't see that very often.
Well, it's only going to keep going as well. If that one comes off the bat, signal there by the umpire, and it's another 4 runs, and the Panthers here, well, the run rate up at 78. The expected score is a Nelson. I think the
computer's blown up.
The computer is just like, what has gone on here? There's been a no ball 6, a 6, and a 4. And I think Azam Johnny can't believe his luck, how this innings has started for him. Meanwhile, Mohamed Umar needs to just settle down here, get one on that pitch. Exactly what he does, and he gets rewarded for it, first dot ball.
So he goes around the wicket. I was surprised the umpire just reminds him about running in front of him there. Just maybe give him one chance to not do that again. But yeah, at least he's changed things up against the left-hander, and he doesn't get put away to the boundaries. So Panthers just needs to settle them a little bit now.
And that one hit the pitch, and it almost hits the hands of cover, but it burst through him. I think he's complaining that he didn't know whether he was coming or going. In the end, it was the ball that whistled straight past him. It's another 4 as the runs keep flowing here. We were saying, actually, for TTP, in that previous game, which ended up being that successful run chase,
yeah,
I don't think they hit a maximo until about the 5th, 6th over.
Yeah,
here,
it was late, yeah.
Here they've hit 2 in 1 ball.
Yeah, they have taken that momentum, though, as you said to before, Tina. They've really just said, I mean, when they won that toss, I'm sure there was no problem. They would have all nodded and said, well, look at how good we did. We continue to bat. Let's get a score on the board. It's
a better delivery there from Mohamed Umar. It's a much-needed dot ball. This over, though, has already gone magical. 21 runs coming off it. Still 1 ball left. And this is exactly the start TTP would have wanted. As you said, it's almost like the second half of their innings from the previous game, if they can just keep that momentum going forward. And that one's hit nicely down the ground, and, well, not nice is what that fielding effort was. Again, it was a little bit of a bounce. Maybe be generous that it was a tough one for him to stop there at long off or mid off, but certainly one that should have been stopped by Diamond. That was more rough than Diamond, and in the end, 25 runs coming off that first over for TTP all of them off the bat of Azam Johnny, apart from that no ball.
It's pretty impressive stuff, isn't it, that start there? Diamond in the rough there as he does not get the body behind the ball. There's something for the kids to take note of. That ball comes to you, try to get the body behind it. Obviously use your hands to stop it, but if they can't, maybe the body can stop it, get to the boundary line. That was a little bit harsh there on the bowler. But wow, look at that. Yeah, most of those runs, as you say, Tina, off the bat, except for just that no ball. But well, I almost started the innings by saying, Mohamed Umar opened the bowling. He had a pretty good day with the ball yesterday. I'm going to not even get close to saying that again. I'm not going to think about that because that is not a great start for the Panthers. TTP, on the other hand, they'd be loving this.
Yes, the Tigers against the Panthers. I'm not sure who would win that in the animal kingdom or in the farmyard. As we go into the second over, and it's a nice bit of lift there from Jawad Shah, who's bowling this second over here. Started certainly better than Mohamed Umar. Remember his first ball of the over, first ball of the innings, going for a no ball 6, followed by a 6. So he went for 13 off the first ball, which broke our supercomputer. Looks like it's back in business now, though. Run rate, look at that, 21 and some change. But a welcome dot ball to start the second over here for the Panthers. And again, good length. I saw earlier in the chat there was, I think, some talk from Monty about how there is something in this pitch for the bowlers. There's a bit of grip, and I suppose for the batters, there's been a few, and that's what Monty was saying, down the ground in particular. They've just miscued, and they've just kind of fallen either into the hands of long on or long off, or just dropped shy of them. So if you can just get that slightly backward of a good length, just hit the splice of the bat, there is something in it for the bowlers in what is otherwise quite a unforgiving field with the slopes in all directions. As the left-handed Halim swings and misses at that one. Left-hand, right-hand opening partnership for TTP. The right-handed Johnny dealing most of the damage so far.
Jawad Shah on the first day, on Tuesday, had a pretty good day out. Got scored runs, came in at the top order for all the games for Panthers, picked up wickets as well, really proved himself as a bit of a shining star for the Panthers, although they only did pick up just that one win on the first day. So they're going to be wanting a fair bit out of him, will the Panthers, for their 2 matches today.
Lovely angle on that one. It's another misfield by the Panthers, and it's going to be a costly one. It's misfielded once, it's misfielded twice. It's 4 runs that really shouldn't have been 4 runs. Team Tigers Portugal will certainly take it. The Panthers, and in particular Jawad Shah, fuming with that one. Double hands on hips. There you see him. As it was another great delivery, just swinging in lovely shape on the ball to the left-hander. Should have been probably a single at best. Ends up being a 4.
Yeah, Tabish running around from deep cover. He should have done better than that. He's a good quick fielder. Just didn't bother putting the hand down.
It's always the way, isn't it? Then the bowler, maybe just thinking back on that previous delivery and what could have been, and tries to overcook that one. He's getting a lovely bit of movement into the left hander on that occasion, just a bit too much as it swings down the leg side. So we'll have to re-bowl that one. TTP already racing away to 31 off just 10 deliveries. That's a lovely classic shot into the covers. It's a great pickup and a direct hit, and he would have been struggling as it is, though. It will be buzzers. That's unfortunate there for Panthers because it was an excellent piece of fielding from the captain, Mohamed Farouk. Picks it up, takes a shot at the stumps. Could have easily been a direct hit, and it would have been a wicket as it was. Flashes over the pitch into the other side of the field, and they do manage to scamper through for 2. So Panthers may be a bit unlucky here. Jawad Shah in particular, who's bowled well. Much better over than the first over, which went for so many runs from Mohamed Umar. He's pulled it back here and can count himself a little unlucky that he has gone for that 4 and the 2 there as well. Just having a little discussion there with his captain. I think they're just adjusting the field, and yeah, maybe that's a sensible move when he's swinging it into the left-hander to have protection on the leg side, so that now they have deep square and deep cow out. That one played on the posh side, and this time it's fielded by Mohamed Farouk, who decides to not let go of it. And it's a tidy over there from Jawad Shah, which comes to an end. Just a handful of runs coming off it. I think that 8 in the end. Certainly better than the first over. And TTP at the end of 2 runs on the board for the loss of no wicket.
It was a good over, wasn't it? Brought a bit of sanity back to the scorecard for the Panthers, who were looking looking a little bit funny after that first over. What on earth happened just then? Expected score was blossoming. It's still blossoming. It's still sitting on 17 runs per over, which means 170 possibly expected score. Kind of think that may calm down a bit as the Panthers get into their rhythm and their routine. Have a look at the Maximos there. 9 matches have been played. So Maximos per 10 overs. The Werewolves dominating that. They have dominated since the very first match. Unfortunately, their bowlers haven't backed it up. So that's why the Werewolves are currently sitting with 5 games done, but only 1 win on the board. And the Fighters, Falcoish and Panthers, all pretty much neck and neck thereabouts. And TTP, well, this is only their second outing, but expect them to increase as well.
Diamond will bowl this third over for the Panthers. We're hoping it's his moment to shine, but that one just down leg side. Has been called one for the over as well, so it was a wide for line. It would have been a wide for height as well. You'll have to re-bowl it. Just the left-hand, right-hand combination. Again, causing a bit of havoc. An ambitious appeal there, given that he smacked the leather off it.
Doesn't hurt asking the question, as they always will. If you don't ask, you don't get. I guess that's the attitude. But yeah, you're absolutely right. Just thumped that one. Still 35 for no loss. Inside the power play still.
And look at that. Johnny has faced 12 of the 14 deliveries so far. And he's faced a couple of wides as well. There's a huge appeal there. I can't see I heard or saw anything there. I think it's just the swing of the ball that took it down the leg side. Certainly a wide there called from the umpire, Azim, so he didn't hear anything. Don't think we did either.
It's funny, I saw the umpire show the wide call. I saw the batter also show a wide call. Then the umpire turned into the scorers and showed the wide call. There seems to be a chorus of wide calls there. As that Diamond Purvey's just trying to work the radar here. Just switch it off and back on again, Sunshine. I think you might be okay.
That's a better line.
Yeah.
No appeals this time, but it was quite close to the outside edge. But that's the line you want to play against the left-handed Johnny. You want the ball angling across him. If you get a bit of latent nibble inwards, even better. But if you start that ball on middle stump, by the time it swings and moves around, it's going down leg side. So we need to consciously push it here as the right-hander. That one's been pushed high up in the air. It's 2 fielders converging underneath it. And they say, it's yours. No, it's mine. No, it's yours. And in the end, the ball falls safe. And they do just scamper through for one. Probably a half chance more than anything, because the ball did almost bisect them perfectly.
It's quite funny that Muhammad Umar turned around and ran back, looked up, kept his eye on the ball, stopped about 3 metres shy, and then turned to Muhammad Tabish and said, "That's yours."
Great piece of delegation there.
Good, well done. Not sure Tabish would be happy about that.
And again, that's not the line you want to bowl, as Johnny gobbles that one up, says thank you very much, and whips that one away to the vacant deep square leg. Another 4 runs, and it's not been the worst over in the world from Diamond Purvey's. He's sneaked in a couple of dots, a couple of the wides. He's been unlucky down the leg side, but they do start adding up, don't they, Phil? And suddenly this over has already gone for 8 runs, and there's still 2 balls left. It's not the worst over. But TTP rattling along nicely here. And again, it's a decent opening partnership from these two. They managed, I think, almost 30 in the first game they played this morning. And their partnership's currently worth 42 with 1 ball left of the power play.
Yeah, it needs to keep it outside the off stump. You can see the field placing. They've got third, and then they've got another fielder called a backward point, but they're both inside the circle. So keep it outside off. They're looking for any play that goes behind the wicket there on the offside, but not bowling to your field is a bit of a crime, really.
There he does bowl to his field.
There you go.
A better one. They should listen to you more often, Phil. That's one of my mantras. Listen to Phil G.
I said this yesterday. Phil G coaching clinic is open, and this week only 2 for 1 deal. Wow. I will be here to help you out.
2 for 1 on what?
My advice, my tips.
So you get 2 tips for the price of 1.
That's it, exactly. It's a bargain. Our operators are standing by.
That's the end of the power play. 43 runs coming off it. Question in the chat from from Daniel, I think, asking about when the Premier Series starts and if it's on the same pitch. It will indeed be on the same pitch starting on Monday.
Indeed.
I think I'll be hanging on till Monday just
You
to
will.
see the start of the premiere, but then I have to fly back home.
Yes.
And it's going to be an exciting one next week as well. The weather's going to get hotter. I think the cricket's going to get hotter.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Looking forward to it.
Yeah, we'll see pass scores increasing. We'll see temperatures rising on the pitch and off the pitch. I'm looking forward to the Premier. The Challenger has got its own little sort of thing going on here, but the Premier division is also something else as well. And of course, Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maxwell, will join me for finals day on Saturday.
The man himself, Jawad Shah, comes back into bowl here, and this one is actually very nicely played by Johnny. He just cuts his hands down on it, and it's a 4 to start the 4th over. 47 runs on the board here for TTP. See by those scoring areas as well, they're not shy to kind of use all 4 corners of the ground. They quite like playing it straight, but if there's any width on offer, like on that delivery, they just use the pace of the ball and just roll it down that hill.
Azam Johnny's playing a pretty good innings here at the top, 42 from 18. Liking what he's doing here, getting his opportunity right at the top for TTP.
And again, just another wide down the leg side, and I think, Phil, I'm right in saying that every wide faced in this innings has been faced by the left-handed Azam Johnny, which suggests, again, they're just not quite adapting to that left-hand, right-hand combination. I mean, Halim's only faced 2 balls in total, whereas
Exactly.
Johnny has faced 18 of them, and he must have faced 6 or 7 wides by now, and every single one has gone down that leg side.
That run rate graph looks like an umpire giving out.
A 4-fingered umpire, though. I suppose the thumb is tucked around, isn't it?
Yeah. So if this over actually gets over, 8, then it's going to be devil horns.
Well, it's certainly on course to be over 8 so far with that 4 in the wide. And again, just all of the Panthers bowlers being a little guilty of not quite finding their lines. Jawad Shah is the main culprit here in the 4th. Better though. And I think, Phil, you're far better keeping it wide outside off stump. It was one of your tips. If you keep it outside off stump and you pack that offside field, and then if he hoiks you over leg side, you say, fine, okay, if you're going to play a risky shot, we can't really legislate for that. But
True.
at the moment, they've been giving them far too many easy wides, far too many half trackers, which Azam Johnny is just going to say thank you very much. On this occasion, though, he can only squeeze it through for a single, which brings Halim back on strike for what will be only his 3rd delivery of the innings so far. A few adjustments being made in the field for the right-hander.
I reckon Halim has just suddenly realised, oh, that's right, I get to have a bat. Here we go. What can he do?
Well, what he can do is say thank you very much. They've just bowled the perfect line to the left-hander before Halim says, well, actually, I'm right-handed, so I'm just going to pivot that one off my hips for an extra 4 runs. And this over again, it's looking like it's going TTP's way. Partnership is now well past 50 with those 2 boundaries and those couple of wides as well. 54 on the board for TTP, and they're picking up exactly where they left off in that previous game where they upset the Fighters in that championship bout. And that's a better delivery. At least the line cramps up the right-handed Halim, and he's only able to knock it away for a single.
Interesting watching Abdul Halim. He's liking just a couple of steps out of his crease as the bowler's on his delivery stride. Very interesting to see. Monty with a zinger. Oh, I tell you what, Monty's keeping me. Well, he will keep us both very well entertained with some of his zingers. Classic one there from Monty. Looking forward to the recording of Tina mumbling the MCC fixtures. Oh dear, that's a nice shot.
That's carved away for another 4. Pretty much the same place that the previous 4 went from the right-hander, this time from the left-handed Johnny. Yeah, I have to admit, and maybe we have to explain to new viewers in a moment, but I did dream of commentating yesterday. So last season on ECN, previously on ECN, I have always done strange things in my sleep, as we do have the rock-on sign from the Manhattans there. The score is 59 with just the final ball left of the 4th. Get back to my sleeping patterns in a moment.
Yeah.
Full bunger, club down the ground. There's a fielder chasing after it, and he shins it, and I'm glad he'll be bruised from that one because it's no less than he deserves from that fielding effort. It's Mohamed Amar as Johnny. Well, he gets to his half century in not the most explosive of fashions as he clubs it down the ground and he gets a helping shin on the way. But he does get to his milestone in just 21 deliveries. A great knock from him as TTP go to 63 for no loss after 4. So yes, I've always done strange things in my sleep, usually talking, having full-blown conversations, and in the midst of my commentary stints last year, of which there were quite a few, I started commentating in my sleep.
Yep.
And I don't mean just a few mumbles here or there. And I think Vinny played it on one of the broadcasts last year. I mean, full-blown commentating, as if you shut your eyes, as my eyes were shut because I was sleeping, you wouldn't tell that I wasn't completely conscious.
Oh yeah. It was I'm not kidding. I heard the tape several times. It was a fully blown, really perfectly executed bit of commentary by you, Tina. And it wasn't as though it was just, hit the ball for 4. It was nothing like that. It was a good 90 seconds, even 2 minutes of just blow by blow, accurate commentary of everything that was going on the field. Even sort of things, they're just moving the field around now. Things like that. It was an absolute classic. We'll try and find it. Maybe give the viewers something to remember.
Yeah, I've been trying to get in contact with Elon Musk to see if he can, channel my subconscious brain. Because if I could monetize sleep commentary, I would literally not have to leave my bed and earn money. So watch this space. Maybe I'm asleep now. Who knows? This could all be a figment of my imagination.
We're going to start going into a Matrix conversation pretty soon, aren't we? Yes, it gives the idea of working from home, new material. Wow, swings hard, high. That has gone a long way back. Look out in the dugout area. I think it's gone over the dugout area, actually. That is a huge hit.
That's a big one, isn't it? As the Panthers really roaring now. In fact, it's not the Panthers, it's the Tigers. The Panthers are being roared at as TTP move into the 70s. And look at that, 4 boundaries in a row, 5 boundaries in the previous 6 deliveries.
Wow.
And it's Shafiq who's come on to bowl here. As the Panthers just can't find the right combination with the ball, can they? They've had a few good balls, not even good overs. I think maybe one good over. But other than that, that's Bucci going into the farmyard. We're in his backyard, so he knows exactly where to find the ball.
Farmer Bucci there.
Doing everything. He's the groundsman. He's head of ops. He's chief farmyard wrangler. Does it all, does our Bucci. As this one goes up in the air, but that's going to go... Is it going to go all the way? It's certainly gone to the rope. It's just dropped short of the rope, so it'll be 4 runs behind the keeper and just no stopping this runaway TTP train at the moment.
No way at all. This is real carnage here. TTP have come to the ground with a real game plan, a real good attitude, positive attitude, and they're executing it so well. So halfway through the 5th, 77 for no loss on the board. Those last 5 deliveries have all found the boundary one way or another, either across the top of the rope on the full or hitting the rope.
That's a much better line. And that's exactly what we were saying earlier. There's something in this for the bowlers. If they can bowl the right line as well. There was almost an overthrow there with the keeper. I think he was basically just bowling the ball back to the bowler. But they almost sneaked a quick single. But if you just get it in that line, 4th, 5th stump, slightly full of a length, if they carve you over covers, then you just say, okay, fair play.
Yeah.
But we haven't seen that shot too often today. What we have seen is a lot of that, which is ranked deliveries down the leg side. It's just bonus runs. TTP have enough off the bat as it is. And Panthers must have given them 10, 12 runs in wides already this innings.
Easily, yeah. You see this sort of delivery, and straight away, I think there's a bowler trying to hurry up. And he doesn't need to hurry up. Just take an extra couple of seconds, set yourself, and put it in a good spot. There you go. Just miss hit down into the covers. They scurry through for 1. And that is not quite the end. They have still a 1 to come because of that wide. They've been re-bowled again, obviously. But, we've gone a few deliveries without a boundary. So maybe Shafiq just needs to just slow it down, not in a rush. Now bowling to the left hand. Azam Johnny's on 51 from 21, playing a great innings here as the field... Well, it doesn't quite reset. There's a few people sort of maybe looking to the captain saying, do I stay here? What did we agree? Doesn't matter. Shafiq's going to come in and bowl anyway.
He bowls not a bad delivery. It's kind of a dipping low full toss. And again, it's one of those where it's just chipped down the ground. We haven't seen too many, Phil. I'm not sure what it was like the last couple of days that have been really, truly middled down the ground where we're almost in danger in our commentary spot.
Oh, yeah.
There's been a few that have just dropped over the rope, but otherwise we've seen a few catches there as well. So it's a place that the bowlers can really target. If they can keep it straight, force the batters to play straight, because it's a slightly longer boundary as well than those short boundaries that really race down the hill. The halfway stage then, TTP putting on a formidable total so far, 80 for no loss, with Azam Johnny dealing most of the initial damage, 52 off 22, but Halim has played his part as well, a supporting role for him, 21 off 9, and they're perfectly positioned to go big in these final 5 overs.
Yeah, you got to wonder, Panthers, what are they thinking? Where's the wicket going to come from? Who's going to provide us with the wicket? Muhammad Umar, I'm looking at him. He's fielding in the long on area for the left-hander, and he bowled that very first over that went magical. And obviously they're not going to look to him for a wicket. He was the one who kicked the ball over the line and gave Azam Johnny his 50. So Panthers are probably starting to wonder, well, we haven't got a wicket yet. They've 80 runs on the board. We are right up against it here. TTP, on the other hand, they'll be thinking complete opposite. They'll be thinking, hey, break out the cold drinks over in the dugout. Our 2 openers here, Johnny and Halim, have an absolute field day. We're going to slow things down, though. Looks like it's going to be Siraj Butt.
And that's exactly the pace that I was crying out for in that previous game as well. Because we had a few bowlers in that previous game who were allegedly bowling spin, but they were just digging it in so quickly. I think it was Abdul Matin for TTP. So we might see him later, but just float it up, tease those batters and give them almost time to think and then overthink their shot, rather than just digging it in and then they just swing and swing hard, and even a misfire we can see on this ground can go for a 4. Just be brave, float it up. There's nothing braver than a spin bowler that says, okay, I'm going to bowl slow, and my variation is going to be even slower. Yeah,
I like a bowler who saves that dart for when the batter's not expecting it.
Yeah. And that's exactly the right kind of ball as it goes up in the air. Ooh. And, well, is it caught in the end? I think it is. There's 2 tumbling fielders. It was the shapes there of Diamond Pervez and Mohammed Farouk, the captain. We saw both of them tumble, lost sight of the Grizzly, but between the 2 of them, they managed to keep it up off the ground. It is the first wicket to fall. Maybe it's just the turning point here for the Panthers as they get their first wicket. And it's Halim who has to depart for a well-executed 21 before he goes. And TTP at the start of the 6th over find themselves 81 for 1.
Yeah, first wicket. So they do have the discussion about where's the wicket going to come from, and it is from the arm of Siraj Butt. So well done to you, and good catch as well, albeit that I cringed for a moment and I thought this could be a collision and might end up having 2 players becoming one very quickly.
It's a Spice Girls song, isn't it?
I think it is. I wouldn't know. But they get the breakthrough, the all-important breakthrough, and that's a really big deal. So change of pace does bring a wicket, and it was the skipper who I think held on to that catch as well, despite close attention from Diamond Pervez.
Good catch. Feared the worst when it went up in the air. And it's 2 and 2 as that one goes straight through the defences of the new batter. And, well, it's not only a duck, it's a diamond. A diamond duck is not a diamond duck. He's golden, Tina. It's a golden duck. Derek runs off the screen, tears in his eyes.
Covered 2 and 2 lava.
I mean, let's see him again. Just
there he is
one more for good luck.
One more. There he goes. There you go. There's the escort.
Same colour as well.
Come with me. Yeah, it is. It's bang on correct. Wow. Oh, no. the gentleman walking would want to see that helping him on his way. But, well, wow, that's massive. 2 and 2. That's changed things up a bit. So Siraj Butt has a double strike. And suddenly, wow, TTP just suddenly not going their way after astonishing 80 runs in the first 5 overs. And Panthers do bite back. The Tigers not having it all their own way.
And Siraj Butt suddenly finds himself on a hat-trick. That was Shazad who came and went on that golden duck. That was a brilliant delivery. It's a dug-in Yorker. Bit of a quicker one. Now he's on hat-trick ball. And it's admirably defended there by the new batter who said, nope, you're not having me as your hat-trick.
Premeditated. I'm just going to watch it, and if it comes off the bat and we can take a run, we will. Otherwise, I'm standing still. It's all good. Yep. Manages to keep the hat-trick away. That's Mia, who had a pretty good innings in the previous match, was responsible for that very good run chase, partly responsible. 2 runs off the over only and 2 wickets.
Brilliant over so far from Butt. This is the exact type of bowling that we've been crying out for from the Panthers.
Yeah.
In the first 5 overs. It's almost a shame for them that Butt has waited this long to bowl, because when his opportunity has come, he's taken it with both hands. 3 runs coming off his over so far, 2 wickets. He's just making slight tinkers to the field here as he tries to get out of this 6th over without conceding a boundary. There's shouts of catch it, but he will concede the boundary. It won't be a 3rd wicket for him, as that one is slapped away, kind of flat batted there from Mia. Still, though, an excellent over from Butt, certainly one he would have taken at the start, as he goes for 9 runs, but more significantly picks up 2 wickets. So at the end of the 6th, TTP 89 for 2.
Yeah, he just couldn't put that last delivery in the right spot to finish the over strong, and he does get taken over the boundary. But yeah, 2 very important wickets back to back there. That run rate's still at 14.8, so expected score is still looking quite formidable there for the Panthers to be chasing down in about half an hour or 40 minutes time. But there's still plenty to go. Still 4 overs to go. Still a chance to build a very good score here. And Azam Johnny, he has been away from the strike quite a bit in the last couple of overs. So when he gets back on strike, interested to see how he approaches these last 4 overs. Monty. I wish I could bottle some of his comments. I'd sell them down at the marketplace and make a fortune. Love your work, Montalus.
Oh dear.
Sometimes he's a bit cheeky.
I don't know why that one made me laugh so much.
That one's definitely a bit cheeky, right?
Yeah.
But
anyway, going into the 7th, and it's Harinder Singh who's bowling this one. So they've really rolled the dice, shuffled the pack, any other analogy you can think of with their bowlers here, seeing what combination works. So you can see that. There's the scoreboard and all of its glory with that umbrella. Maybe they need to put that umbrella up just to block our vision of the field a bit more, because that's exactly the kind of umbrella
it is, isn't it?
right in our way. We'll allow it because it's, of course, protecting our roving reporter out there.
Yeah, Ricardo doesn't want to get too sunburnt. He brought his own sunscreen in today.
That one's just been knocked away for should just be a single. Yeah, the sun is really starting to beat down here. When we arrived at the ground this morning, there was a bit of dew, so it was still, for the first hour or two, the outfield just slow and a bit sluggish, but as soon as that sun comes, it gets quick and even quicker. Certainly as we go into games 3 and 4, there should be no excuses for the batting side. That one's chipped into the leg side, and it perfectly bisects the 2 fielders. There is a long off and a deep mid-wicket out there. Had there been a cow, it would have been the exact right position, but it goes straight through the 2 who are out there. Good boundary there, needed one, as Azam Johnny continues to lead from the front here. He's 59 off 26.
He's constructing a very good innings here, isn't he? Very good innings. Nice and solid. Not getting too carried away, but going over the top. I was wondering how he was going to approach the 7th over when he was on strike. And he paddled away just a single at the top there, and then just played that one beautifully, as you say, Tina, right in between the gap. So he's being very mature about this. There he goes again. See, works it away. Hopefully he was aware there was a fielder there for exactly that kind of working the ball off the pads, but he's managed to get to the side of him, and that's a lovely shot again.
He doesn't try to overhit it, does he? Of all the batters, some of them are guilty of coming out and trying to hit it into Spain.
Yeah.
But Azam Johnny, I think he just knows this pitch. He knows the outfield, if you beat the ring, is 4 runs. It doesn't matter if you hit it 100 miles an hour or 10 miles an hour. It's still going to go to the rope, and he's recognised that as he brings up his team's 100 with that little nurdle into the offside. So 100 for 2 TTP, 1 ball left of the 7th. Johnny and Mia, both very dangerous batters, aren't they? And they're well positioned here to kick on and get a really big score for TTP. Expected score is this side of 150, but I wouldn't be surprised if they're eyeing up possibly even 150 plus if they go big from here.
Yeah, I totally agree. I mean, if we get a couple of loose overs, we've already seen a big over right at the top of this innings. Anything could happen. That ball doesn't quite get up as much as some of the previous. Just took pace off. Just, batter swings over the top of that one. Just noted also that a couple of these quick singles between these two, they're happening when the ball's being hit directly to a fielder. It just shows how quickly they're calling and how quickly they're responding to each other. Really good running there. As we finish the 7th over, it is the even 100 for the loss of 2 wickets. As I'm joining you, that's 64 from 28, as Tina are describing. It's a really good innings, a nicely constructed, patient innings as well. And yeah, Tina, he's not, as you say and as you see so often, just trying to hurry up and get the 6 in a hurry and get the next 6 and things like that. He's being very methodic in his approach, and it's working.
He seems like he just has so much time at the crease, doesn't he? Whereas others just swing as soon as basically the ball has been delivered. Asam Johnny just plays every ball on its merits. If we had his wagon wheel, it'd probably be all the way around 360, because he just sees the ball and plays it exactly where he wants it to go.
Yeah.
That's a brilliant delivery, though, to start the 8th over. As it's Siraj, but back in for his 2nd over. In a hurry as well. Just, I suppose they've bowled quite a few wides. They need to get these innings wrapped up, as that one comes down with a bit of dip on it. It should be cut off on the boundary. It's underarm bowled back in. So a good start here for Butt going into his 2nd over. He's probably the only bowler so far that has come away with any credit from this innings. He went 2 for 9 off his 1st over. Picked up, in fact, the only 2 wickets of the innings so far. And has just given away a single in his first 2 deliveries here.
In the air. Chance of a catch. And not taken. Never looked comfortable. Always looked like he was going to be short. Just there was that stuttering in the last moment before the ball came down. He stuttered twice, and you could see he was going to be completely out of position in the end. He had to lean forward a lot further than that. Probably needed 2 more steps to take it comfortably. Misjudged completely, and unfortunately it's been grass. So Siraj misses out on his 3rd wicket.
I think he would have deserved that 3rd wicket for the way he's almost kept his team in this so far. Big appeal here, as there was a shuffle across the stumps there from Mia. I think it was still trailing down the leg side. No interest whatsoever from umpire Andy.
I like that appeal because he leapt in the air. He was very, very keen on that one. I thought maybe the ball was coming at him, which is why he leapt, but no, it was just part of his appeal process. I think Andy would have been impressed as well. Umpire Andy doing a terrific job too, by the way.
They always do. Both of the umpires out there, Andy and Azim, in the heat, in their hot pink jackets. That's a decent delivery again. It's not, as long as you hit it at the body, if you cramp the batter up for room, it's okay. It's just when it's short, anything short of the body is going to be dispatched. If you just get it slightly fuller, at least try and force them to manipulate it down the leg side. They do have someone on the 45 waiting to gobble anything up there. Again, good delivery. Just be knocked down the ground, and it's cut off in front of us here by Mohamed Umar, who I suspect we might not see bowl again, but he bowls it in to the fielder who misses it, so will be overthrow. So again, just a bit sloppy by the Panthers here. They've done excellently well to actually kind of wrestle their way back into this game, as that over goes for just the 5 runs, thanks to Butt, who finishes with excellent figures of 2 for 14. But what the Panthers can't afford to do now in the last 2 overs is allow sloppiness and just a bit of complacency to let the TTP get up to, maybe 130, 140 if they go big from here.
Yeah, the expected score has been tumbling every time I look at it, just every over just coming down bit by bit. So, yeah, you're right. Panthers just chipping away at that. Thanks in pretty much to Siraj Butt, who's done so well, as you say. I'll jump on that bandwagon and agree 100% with that. And we're going to see what we're going to do. They really need Harinder Singh to bowl a nice tight 9th over here. Then who they're going to get to bowl the 10th, well, we'll find out very shortly. You can see even just with that graphic shows the big overs have dropped off quite appreciably there.
Yeah, the last 3 overs have certainly gone the way of the Panthers. I think if you told them now you're going to have to chase 130 against a team that chased down 140 this morning, they'd probably say, yeah, okay. So they're still very much in this. They're taking their time here to adjust the field. I think also the 2 umpires just making sure they're being heard and listened to.
Yeah, I
through
think
their headsets.
That's a comms related moment there, I believe. I think it's all gold. As in the background, the air conditioner just went up a gear. I distinctly heard that tone just change.
Yeah, well, we're getting the midday sun now here in Portugal. As this one goes up in the air, there's a chance for cover, and he drops it, and it shouldn't have been dropped. It was a relatively easy catch there for Mohamed Tabish. Again, just maybe a bit too lackadaisical going to that one. It just skewed up in the air, and in the end he misjudged it. The last minute he had to almost tumble forward, and he sees the ball fall to the ground.
Just needed half a step forward, that's all. He watched it all the way in the air, and then, last minute, just grasped it.
Frustration there for the bowler. As it's Harinder Singh bowling this all-important ninth. Luckily, they only concede the one off that ball. Should have been a wicket, really. As is always the case. There's a dropped catch, and then it's double punishment as it gets Asam Johnny back on strike with that single. And he says, thank you very much. Moves into the 70s, 73 for him off 33 deliveries. It could end up being quite a costly catch in the end because Mia, he's only really struggling along 12 off 7. He should have really been out on 11 off 6 or 11 off 7. As it is, though, he got another life, but more significantly, it got Asam Johnny back on strike, and he's immediately obliged with a Maximo. This time he knocks it away. Well, say knock. He powers it through the leg side, and you can see by the reaction there of the bowler that that's gone all the way, raced along the floor for 4 runs. So that catch is now worth an extra 10 runs, all off the bat of Asam Johnny.
Yeah, it's not good at all, is it? Not good at all. Panthers just, as you said, Tina, at the start, they can't afford to take their foot off the gas after that very good bowling display by Siraj Bhatt. And unfortunately, it looks like they've done that 11 off the over so far.
And this time he just waits on it. There was a bit of a slower delivery there from Singh, and Asam Johnny saw him coming a mile off, and he just pummels that one. 6 runs, Maximo, and he moves into the 80s. Maybe got a little bit of a century tingle here. He's 83 off 35.
Ooh,
There's
possible
8 balls left in the innings. If I were him, I'd maybe be looking for a single in one of the next 2 deliveries to get himself on strike for the final over.
The thing is, Tina, I have to say, I've been warned by a lot of players around Europe to never ever put them on century watch, considering what happened last year. Bilal from Austria still doesn't talk to me.
Oh well.
It featured on a did I tell you on a clip show?
Oh, did it?
Yeah, there was a South African mob who follow cricket. They put together cricket's worst commentary curses, and 1 minute 6 seconds in, yours truly.
Love that.
Yeah, it was the one that I got all the heat from Rico and Vinny as well. Fair enough too. It was valid.
What did he get out on in the end?
I think he was somewhere in the high 60s.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so 65 or 68 around that sort of mark.
That's
And Danny Hudacek was not very supportive at all when he got out. His laughter was so loud. Oh dear.
I feel like it's not a true curse unless he's out in the 90s.
Yeah,
60s
I agree
is
with
very
that.
early.
I think because of the timing, because I said I'm going to go out on a limb here, put him on century watch, and he got stumped next ball like immediately.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, so I think that was also part of the whole curse thing. Anyway, 9 overs gone, 124 for 2. We'll talk a bit more about commentary curses. Hopefully we won't have to talk about it too much though. 18 off that over as well. Probably a few too many for Panthers' liking. But we turn now to the last. Who's going to get the duty by the last? There's that lovely scoreboard agreeing with our scorecard as well. 124 for 2 after 9.
It looks like it will be Diamond to take the final over. He has bowled 1 over in this game so far. No one has really escaped punishment. And it will be his responsibility here to see his team through. 124 for 2 on the board. Again, these final overs are always so important. It could be the difference between chasing something in the 130s and, well, if things go wrong, something towards 150. How will he go here with the supremely impressive Asam Johnny on strike? And that's a beautiful shot. It's probably one of the shots of the day so far. He hits it on the up, slaps it through the covers. That vacant region, no one on the boundary back there. Pretty much everyone is protecting the leg side boundary. We've got a deep backward square leg, deep mid-wicket, long on, long off. They have now put someone back in the covers, which means they've now got 5 outside the ring, as far as I can see.
Yeah, they brought up fine leg.
Oh, they did indeed bring
Yep.
a fine leg.
But
just about in time.
Just in time.
Just in
yeah.
time. They do
Ooh.
scamper through for 2. And that's exactly, well, we said at the end of the previous over, Azam Johnny would want to take the strike. That's exactly what he does.
Yep.
Follows it up with a 4 and a 2, so he retains the strike here.
I'd say he's very aware of what score he's on.
Absolutely. 90 is what he's on with 4 balls left. And again, this time miscues it. He's furious with himself there. Slams his glove into his thigh. It was a good delivery, though. That time by Diamond doesn't give Johnny any kind of room. We've seen in this innings, room either side, and Johnny will punish you either through the covers or through mid-wicket. And that's exactly what he's given there. It's lifted away. It's half chance for a catch, and it's neither caught nor stopped, so it will be 4 runs. That gets Azam Johnny 1 strike away. In fact, they're just checking whether it was 4 or 6.
Fielder's saying 4. Of course
Shock.
they are.
To the shock of nobody, the fielders say 4. And it will be a 4. The trouble is for the umpires there,
Yeah.
the cameras fall off and the eyesight, your eye line falls over the hill. So you
Yeah.
can't actually see where that ball has landed apart from downstairs somewhere.
Yeah, the umpires have also said that from their standard position in that part of the ground and also over on the other side over there, they do lose the rope.
It will be a 4 though, so Azam Johnny 6 away. And that time, well, it's going towards the boundary, and this time it is a big 6, so that is the 100 up for Azam Johnny. He gets there in style, 100 not out off 42 deliveries. Not sure if he actually knows that he's hit that milestone,
I don't think
but
he
one of the
does.
things it has been for the left-handed opener for TTP. Congratulations to him, and that's the first century of this ECS Challenger division.
It is indeed. That goes in the good book. Congratulations, Azam Johnny. A really well played ton there. He's 100 not out. Plus this.
Oh, he goes for the red inker there. And in fact, he goes for 1. He's going to come back for 2 with the fielder. The bowler takes about 5 bites of the cherry to pick the ball up. Manages it, throws it in, misses the stump. So Azam Johnny is able to scamper through for 2. 2 more runs to his total. He finishes on 102 not out of 43 deliveries. And more significantly, his side, TTP, he belatedly raises the bat there. He's clearly been told from the boundary that he's got to his milestone. So his side, TTP, finish on an impressive 142 for 2. But Azam Johnny, really the star of the show there. As we
indeed.
join us back in the commentary box. And what a knock that was, Phil. 1 for the ages, 1 for the G-Force as well, into the G-Force annals.
I mean, how about that? We haven't had 100 yet in the series. Tina turns up and Azam Johnny says, "Oh, Tina's here. Watch this. Hold my beer, people." He gets a ton. That was a masterful ton. It was really a pleasure to watch too. Of 43 deliveries, and we talked about it just when he was in his 60s and 70s, that how well he was playing. He was calm, he was patient, he was methodic, and he barely gave any chances whatsoever. There was that one chance that he gave, I think, just that one. So congratulations, Azam Johnny. Put your team in a good position there with a 142. Definitely an above par score here at this ground.
Absolutely. So 142 on the board for TTP. They're looking to go 2 for 2. Of course, this is their first day in the tournament. As for the Panthers, well, they've already played 3 games. They won 1. They lost 2. They certainly don't want to go down to a third defeat here. They've got to put in a big chase here. 143 is what is needed. The chase is just a few moments away here in sunny Santarem, so don't go anywhere, as the G-Force will be back to take you through that, as the Panthers need 143 in this ECS Challenger division here in Portugal.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by our official timing partner, Rado, and our official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
And welcome back to the lovely sunny Santarem Cricket Ground. Phil G alongside TNG. We are G-Force and you're watching the European Cricket Series Portugal Challenger Division here on the European Cricket Network. And a quick shout out to all of our Bangladeshi viewers. Happy Independence Day from us. Hope you're having a wonderful day celebrating your independence, and that is a great milestone for you and your country. Enjoy the cricket here. And Team Tigers Portugal, they're flying the flag high. Predominantly Bangladeshi players in that team, along with Falcoish, who aren't here today. They'll be here tomorrow. Predominantly Bangladeshi players. I'm sure they're enjoying the day off as well. And Tina, we're enjoying the cricket here because posting that score 142 for 2 with a sensational century from Azam Johnny. This is set up to be a mouth-watering run chase for Panthers. It's going to be testing though.
It definitely is. And well, talking of celebrations, what better way to celebrate Independence Day than
Right.
Azam Johnny? 102 not out of 43. He sneaked over the line with 2 balls left, got there in style with a big 6, and then made sure to keep his average as well. Got 2 off the final ball to keep himself 102 not out. But the run chase is on here, as the first one is clubbed away into the leg side, should be stopped in the deep, and will just be a single to get this chase up and running for the Panthers. Well, we're going to have to hear them roar if they want to get to that 143 needed for the win. And of course, the bonus point, we haven't spoken too much about the bonus point, but the bonus point is in play. So if TTP want to take all 4 points from this game, they need to keep the Panthers to 99 runs or fewer. So easy to remember. Well, there's 4 of them, as that one flashes off the blade of Diamond Pervez, and it will be the first boundary of this run chase. So 99 is the magic number for TTP. And of course, if the Panthers go a bit nuts and they get the total in 7 overs, then it will be 4 points to them. But mostly so far, all of these games have been relatively evenly matched, so we haven't actually seen a 4-0 win yet.
That's right. Yeah, and I must apologise to Monty and a couple of other guys in the chat yesterday, where I was pretty sure there was no bonus points. I was looking at the table and there was no BP column, and I felt, okay, there's no BP. Sorry, folks, I didn't get the memo, but there are indeed, as Tina says, bonus points in play, and the equation's just been given. So you never know. We could see a 4 and zip allocation of points at some stage on one of these big targets.
Well, that's not an action replay. That's the exact same shot as the delivery there from Khan gets flashed away. Pervez swings hard, hits if not the middle, and it will be a long old trot down to the nets there for Yusuf Mir doing the fielding. Of course, we saw him batting. He was not quite his destructive self, but I suppose he didn't have to be with that incredible century posted by Azam Johnny. Most of his teammates were just able to stand and admire from the non-striker's end.
I was more giggling at Halim, who opened with Azam Johnny. I think he'd balls in the power play of the 18 balls that were bowled. He faced only 2 of them, and then he faced, I think, the start of the 4th, and yeah, so there you go. That's what you're there for.
Just not quite timing it as Pervez, but he still managed to get a bit of bat on that, and it will get his opening partner, Jay Shah. Not DJ Shah, the BCCA, but DJ. Of course, Jawad Shah.
He could be a DJ, you never know. Funny, Monty in the chat just apologising because I made the comment there was no bonus points. He was handing them out. So now he's asked for everybody to please hand them back, those bonus points, as they will maybe needed. So Monty, again, apologies. I have misled you there. I didn't get the memo. Got it now. So yes, I'll hand back that bonus point that you handed out to me as well.
Big swing and a miss there. Good delivery, good line and length there from Mamadou Khan, who's bowled a tiny little over here to start off with. Yes, he's gone for those 2 4s, but neither of them really were much more than a thick edge. So good start here for TTP, who are looking, of course, to get their second win in as many games. This is their opening day of the tournament. They were just watching from the sidelines for the previous couple of days. That one is, again, not quite timed, but enough to race away for a 4. So it will be 14 coming off the first over. A solid start, given that the required rate here for the Panthers is, well, 14, 15. And that's exactly what they've got from that first over. So delicately poised here. Certainly one, though, where you feel like the Panthers have to keep their foot, their paw on the gas if they want to chase down this total.
I love the way he changed to paw there. That was a very, very nice little bit of work there, Tina. Well done. That's what G-Force is known for, the small details. Yeah, 14 off the first over. Not so bad in the run chase. Pretty much where they want to be, just in that first over. Power play, all important. They'd want to be within not touching distance of the score. The run rate required. So what do you reckon? 40-something in the power play to feel good about themselves, to not leave too much in those middle overs. Shah's had a pretty good tournament so far. I expect to see good from him. Diamond Purveyors hasn't really shown himself to be sort of at that same level. Chance here for him now, though.
It's one of those devilish low full tosses to start the second over, and he's not able to get that one off the square. So dot ball to start the second over. And again, that power play is going to be so important, isn't it? As you said, Phil, if they can get off to a good start, get 40-50, losing, well, Didi's no wickets, but 1 or 2 at most, then they'll be well in this. The second over here being bowled by Amir Shahzad. And a tidy start from him as the 2 Panthers trot through for a single. Players that are currently outside the circle for the power play. I can see there is a third. I think he's outside the circle. I think he is. And I'm just trying to find the other one. He's down the hill. As that one is pumped down the ground. It's a beautiful shot, actually. Not too much footwork, but he just slams his hands at it. And it goes straight and true. 4 runs for Shah. I think a year ago, that would have probably come into the igloo almost. It would have. Because we were about there, weren't we? We were, yeah. Was it in Portugal where you lost a laptop? To a cup of coffee. Yes, that was just before you arrived on that stormy Saturday morning where we lost the first game to that storm and lost my laptop to a cup of coffee. That's a vicious bouncer. It's actually a well-directed one. And the batter immediately signalling to the umpire that he wants something. I'm assuming he wants one for the over. It is, of course, one for the over. I think the umpire, the batter was more hoping it was a wide or something. I think he was asking for a no ball. Yeah. I think that's what but no, that's not going to happen. He wanted a free hit. That's what it was all about. Wishful thinking there from Sharp. Jawad not getting that decision, and rightly so. He decides, okay, I'm just going to clobber it over the boundary. And I thought it did go all the way, but in fact 4 is signalled. There's a good view there in front of the dugouts. There's that one just slightly back of a length, just sat up nicely there for Jawad Shah to hit away for a much needed boundary. They're kind of just dealing in 4s and 1s and dots at the moment, are the Panthers. Decent enough start, but that run rate, every time they don't get about 14, 15, that run rate is just going to keep ticking up. And that one has eluded the wicketkeeper, but they do have, pretty much a backstop in place, which I suppose is not the worst position on this pitch because a lot does go down that hill past the keeper. He manages to cut off the boundary there, so it will just be a single. So at the end of the second over, 24 for no loss. So not quite as many runs, 10 coming off that. They're averaging 12s. They need to go at basically 15s, and that's the difficulty of this, isn't it, Phil? That they have to keep up the run rate the whole time, and we almost got a bonus 7th ball there before umpire Andy intervened. And Shahzad, so keen he was to bowl, was almost going to throw down a 7th ball before we said, nope, it's 6 and only 6 for you. We're not changing the laws of cricket just for you. He was, let me at him. One more, please. Just give me one more. This is the wicket. I feel this is the wicket. No. And he steps in, as you say, Tina says, I'll have that peel back. Thank you very much. Yeah, 24 for no loss. Look, they haven't lost the wicket, going at 12s at the moment. 119 required of 48. So that run rate's just below 15. Need to start trying to pedal the bike harder, try to get ahead of that run rate a little bit, not to leave themselves with 30 runs in the last 2 overs, or possibly even 40 runs in the last 2 overs, because it's going to be a tricky run chase. This 100 is quite a formidable score to chase down, and the Panthers, they've only got 1 win from all the games they've played. They would love to notch up something else here. And it's Abdul Halim, who was the spectator in that first innings for the majority of the power play, who now gets the chance with the ball in the final over of the power play here. It starts with a bumper. Again, perfectly decent one, nothing wrong with that. It will be 1 for the over, I'm sure. So he's played his hand early here, has Halim. But it darts through to the keeper. That run rate now creeping above 15. Slower ball, but it's picked up nicely by Jawad Shah, who deposits that one into the farmyard. It's a big Maximo, and it's a much needed one for the Panthers. They've had a few fours here or there, but they haven't cleared the ropes on too many occasions, but that one goes the distance.
It does indeed. Now, the Panthers on day number 1, the first match of this Challenger division, they successfully chased down a modest score. I think it was 112, 113 runs they chased down. Yeah, 113 for the win. And that man Shah was responsible for only 20 of those, but he's not going to be responsible for anything now. He's got another even 20 as he has to depart. So that's his stay is done at the crease. And it comes at a time when, they really wanted to capitalise after that Maximo as well, because it's got up to 30. And that wicket has fallen at a very critical time for the Panthers.
Yeah, it's the partnership breaker there. Halim, he says, you can smack me for a 6, but I'll get you on the next one. And that's exactly what he does. As Jawad Shah has to depart. That opening partnership is broken. Diamond still, maybe not quite shining, but a slight glisten at the non-strikers. He's 10 off 5 as he has a new batter joining him in the form of Siraj Butt. And they do really need a big partnership here, do the Panthers. You win these run chases in one of two ways, don't you? You either have individual brilliance, like we had in that first innings with the century from Azam Johnny, or you have a big partnership, which is exactly, in fact, what the Tigers did in the previous run chase.
Yes.
To chase down that total when two of their batters, or one went past 50, one stayed in their 40s, and that's how they chased down the total. So that's kind of the blueprint that the Panthers need to follow here. So that one's flicked away nicely, and it's through the grasp there of the fielder at mid-wicket. It was more than a chance. I think it was pretty much a gettable chance there, but it burst through the hands of the fielder, and that's a let-off there for the new batter.
Yeah, Halim, the bowler, hands on his head there, then couldn't believe it, felt that should have been taken. I think Siraj might have just negotiated himself out of trouble there. He was also responsible for that run chase in that first match, piled on 31 runs in quick time towards the end of that innings to see the Panthers over the Werewolves in that match number 1. See if he can replicate a bit of that glory here in this run chase. They've got a few more to get, though, than 113. They've got to get another 30 runs on top of that. So that run rate, look at it, that run rate required, it's now pushed up over 15. I'm hoping that Diamond Pervez has got a really good cut shot in his repertoire, because I'm just waiting to talk about the diamond cut. That's his shot, something like that. There's so many euphemisms and things we can come out with here.
Well, you might have to keep it for another day, because the diamond's stay has been cut rather than him doing the cutting, because that one just got a bit big on him, and it was a brilliant delivery actually from Abdul Halim. Gambled a bit with that bouncer, directed kind of almost towards the leg side, but Diamond Pervez, trying to lift it around the corner, only manages to lift it up in the air, and it's the grateful hands of the wicketkeeper Foyez Uddin, who takes a regulation catch, and it's the second wicket in this over, and Abdul Halim, he gets his second brilliant over, going for 7 runs, and the Panthers now 31 for 2 at the end of the power play.
Yeah, that's a nice double punch there to the body from the Team Tiger Portugal team against Panthers with, as you say, the 1-2 hit, knocking out 2 of the top batters here. And they have managed to dismiss the openers in quick succession. And suddenly, with 2 wickets down, power play done, only 31 on the board. TTP well and truly driving seat. They need to be going at 16s to the Panthers. You have to try and find a way to claw themselves back into this contest. With Siraj at the crease, only been there for 1 delivery. New batter to the crease as well. I think that might be the tall figure, Mohamed Umar, who's no slouch. He had a pretty good innings on Tuesday, where he quick fire 42. And let's see if he can replicate something like that. It was a very, very quick innings, like scoring at about 200.
That's punched down the ground and punched nicely past the tumbling figure there at long off. It's a much needed boundary for the Panthers at the start of the 4th over, as it is Yusuf Mia bowling this one. His first bowl of the game, and his first ball goes for 4 runs straight down the pitch.
It's interesting to note the maximum rate graphic here. It's put TTP in 2nd place already. They've only played 1.5 matches. It just shows what happened in that previous match and also the innings in this match. They really got after the bowling.
That's clubbed away. It's hit hard. There was a figure there at mid-wicket who leapt up, put his hand in the way. I think he's grateful that actually he didn't get anything on it, because that was hit at quite some speed. Crunched away. Back-to-back boundaries here for Butt. And he really needs to keep on this rate if his team have any chance of staying in this one. Remember, 99 is the total, just to get a solitary point on the board for them, with the target, of course, up at 143. But a good start here from Siraj Butt. 2 of the 3 balls he's faced so far have gone to the rope. And he goes big again, but this one goes more high than away. But he's fortunate there that the tumbling figure of Yusuf Mir, the bowler, chases after it. Gets a high five from his teammates. It was an outstanding effort, but in reality, the Grizzly was always going to drop safely to the turf there.
Yeah, regulation mid-wicket would have not had to move a muscle apart from just stretch out the fingers and accept that catch. Bowler, like you say, made a Herculean effort to get to that. Had to go a long way. Survives. Umar faces his first delivery now.
Into the leg side, calls of catch it, and it is a regulation catch taken out there in the deep by Amir Shahzad, who takes it on the run, cool as you like, and it's the 3rd wicket to fall. And it is a golden duck in the end. He's taken a while to face his first delivery, but there you go, Mohamed Amar. He comes and he goes. And Derek, the crying, melting, golden Derek, accompanies him off the pitch as the Panthers lose their 3rd wicket. They're now 40 for 3 with 2 left of the 4th.
I'd love to get some feedback from the players, how they feel about Wiki there, escorting them off the field. Either lava melting Wiki with that little bit of red tinge, or regulation blue Wiki. I always thought about that, you know, with the Derek Wiki, whoever you want to call it, escorting the player off the field. I'm sure the players won't mind. A little bit of animation doesn't hurt. 41 for the loss of 3 wickets here in the 4th. It's tough going now for the Panthers. The top order has been shaken, rattled and rolled, and they still need to be going at 16 and a half. There it is on the board for you as Arshad joins the fun. So between Siraj and Arshad, they need to get motoring. And motoring is maybe what they're going to do. Well, there's someone there down on his haunches. I'm not sure what's the story there. Oh, he's okay. He's up again. Just Siraj, but when he got to the last strikes, he went down on his knees and looked like he was sucking in the deep breaths. Hope he's okay. It's 4 overs gone, 42 for 3 on the board. And as I said, need to be going at just under 17 per over to try to pick up the win here. The Panthers got it all to do in front of them.
Good over there again from Yusuf Mir. Picks up that wicket. He goes for 2 fours at the first 2 balls, but comes back brilliantly. His final 4 deliveries going then for just the 3 runs and picking up the wicket to keep his side, TTP, well on top here. The Panthers still needing over 100. 101 is what they need off the remaining 36 deliveries. So that run rate, the required rate, up towards 17. And you do think they need a couple of magical overs here, even to just keep themselves in the game, let alone even think about winning it.
Yeah, need to get after Halim. Need to get a magical over away from this bowler, which is going to be easier said than done because he bowled a pretty good first over. Let's see how they go now. But on strike.
So that low full toss again, which often provides a wicket or a chance, and it was a half chance here for the bowler. I think he lost his orientation there, wasn't quite sure where the ball was going. I couldn't see if it was going to end up in our commentary box or if it was going to end up just in front of us. In the end, it just falls about 5 metres in front of the batter.
I was going off the bowler's reaction there. I lost it as well.
Again, good delivery here, and they have to console themselves with just a single. So it's good here from Halim. Of course, he picked up 2 wickets in his first over, went for just 7 runs. So as you say, Phil, they have to go after someone. But Halim has proven himself to be a tricky customer here. The trouble is, for the Panthers, they're running out of overs to play with. They need to go after someone here. Otherwise, they'll be going down to a loss, which will be their 3rd of the tournament, as that one is clubbed away. Well, that will do them some good, as it's punished into the farmyard, or there or thereabouts. 4 runs, a welcome for Butt, Siraj Butt, putting up some resistance. He's 16 off 7. Arshad at the other end, just a runnable 2.
while this game hangs in the balance, just a reminder that the match after this one, the third match today, match 11, will be the Fighters taking on the Panthers. So no matter what happens here, the Panthers have to pick themselves up and they need to take on the Fighters, who suffered their first defeat in this competition in the match prior to this one. And the Team Tigers Portugal will take a well-earned break over lunch. They're going to bounce back later in the day to take on the Fighters yet again in the fourth match of the day, coming up later on the network. But for now, this run chase is, well, it's definitely in favour of TTP. If we used to have the percentage, maybe we used to have the percentages, I'm pretty sure the scales will be tipped in favour of TTP right now. But let's not write the Panthers off just yet. Not even halfway through the innings.
That one's hit away, and there was a lovely crack of the bat. Mind out in the tents, because that one's coming your way. Big six that takes the Panthers past the half century. 54 on the board for them. And well, it was about this time in the previous game, wasn't it, Phil, where we were writing off TTP, saying, well,
yeah,
it's going to be a step too far, this run chase, and we all know what happened after that.
Yeah.
So don't want to speak too soon. That run rate just below 17, but a couple of big overs. We've been here long enough to know that anything can happen on the European Cricket Network. But the Panthers, they need it to happen soon. And that one's high up in the air. There's a fielder settling underneath it. And, well, again, he's just deceived by the slope. It's a tough one as the ball's falling from the sky and it's falling down. And he does manage to get a palm on it, but only palms it towards the boundary. And it rolls over the rope for 4 runs. Again, an opportunity goes a-begging for TTP.
Oh, Harleen was giving him the stare, that dreaded stare, hands on hips, the stare, saying, well, not only did you not take the catch, you didn't protect the boundary. Big time. Siraj Butt, he's pretty helpful, pretty handy when it comes to bat and ball. He's a very good all-rounder for the Panthers. If he can still be there in about 3 or 4 overs' time, they're every chance the Panthers, but that's a big if and a large, well, I was going to say a large but. He's not large at all. That was just my grammar. Nothing to do with the player. He's 26 from 10 deliveries faced as he just negotiates that short ball there. 58 for 3 after 5. Hey, shout out to the chat to Ray Tipping. Thanks for joining us, Ray. And thank you to Monty, who's still in there as well. And obviously I saw Paolo Campini as well. And everyone else in the chat, thank you very much for joining us.
So at the half. At the halfway stage then, 58 for 3 as... Yeah, there we have the scoreboard check. You can see there's a bit of a wind picking up here. It's still a beautiful day. Absolutely no complaints. No coffee cups or laptops under threat today.
Yeah, exactly.
PTSD.
It's a shame we can't get a side of this unit open just to let that breeze come through. I'm sure it's very refreshing.
We're using every possible moment we have free to stand outside like sunflowers to get some of that. Neither of us live in particularly sunny climates, I must say. So
very true.
Just buys on that one. They scamper through. They need to take everything they can get at the moment, the Panthers. Decent previous over that went for 16. But you can see even that's below what they need at the moment. That one, though, will race away to the boundary. Slapped away. Tennis style there from Siraj. But as he moves to 30. So he's going along nicely. 30 off 11. Trying to take the driver's seat here and guide his Panthers side towards something like the target, which of course is 143. Nikhil
Singh in the chat asking if Tabish is playing. He is certainly playing. We saw him in the field patrolling the cover boundary for the right-hander or the deep mid-wicket for the left-hander. So he's definitely playing. Might even come in next if required.
This time they do have someone patrolling the offside boundary, so the slap again comes out, but it's stopped on the rope for just a single.
We've just had a little bit of a pause in our vision. We're just looking to get that rectified. There we go. Ask and they shall receive. And looks like we just probably need to just give our camera number 1 a bit of a rejig. So we'll be looking at Ricardo, who's going to be taking care of the vision.
Having a little lunchtime switch in camera angles.
Yeah,
variety is the spice of life and all that, as that one flashes away past backward square, or backward point I should say. And yeah, as is always the case, as soon as it disappears over that horizon, you just know it's going to be 4 runs. So that's 4 more to the collection.
Sounds like a giant upstairs, doesn't it? That's give a shout out to Lucky too, everybody. He's been doing a great job here, keeping the buttons pushed at the right time and keeping the momentum going here on the coverage. Loving his work. Sitting next to me here, looking after Tina and myself and everybody out there in cricket land. Good work, Lucky. Well done. That's Lakshan Wirakaroon. You may know him from previous events here. Played in the night series, has played in the day series for a few teams. Irish, Coimbra Knights. That is our man, Lucky. It's good to have a bit of luck with you.
Yeah, we've got luck over our head, I think, at the moment, as he's making sure the camera gets back. I mean, I quite like this split screen view, to be honest, as that one is a wide.
Yeah, it's all right, isn't it? It's all right. He's doing a good job. Is Ricardo. I'm liking Ricardo's work there. Standing there strong in the breeze. As I'm Johnny, looking to finish off his over here. Has to reach for that one. Bit of a slog. Heads out, turning for two. No, they're not going to try the arm there. And fair enough as well. So a few wides, but otherwise, yeah, tightish. It's below the run rate required, so I guess that you tick that one as a win for TTP. Still 72 required off 24 at an even 18 runs required per over.
TTP haven't exactly put the Panthers to the sword here, but you'd say they're still the happier of the two teams with 4 overs left with that run rate required now, exactly 18. And I don't think we've seen too many overs of these 6 go for 18. So if the Panthers are to win this one, they need to accelerate, and they need to accelerate right about now. Farhad Ashad in particular, he's going just over a run a ball, so really it's Siraj Butt who's been doing most of the heavy lifting so far, but he really needs his teammate out there in the middle to help him here. Otherwise, I feel like this chase will just tail away and they'll end up short. But still 4 overs to go as Yusuf Mia comes on to bowl the 7th here. Starts with one that's just knocked into the offside for a single.
Well, I agree with you on that sentiment too, Tina. Yeah, Arshad needs to share the responsibility here. Can't just rely on Siraj to belt all the runs off his blade. And on that note, Arshad does get the single to turn the stroke over, so maybe that's the battle plan. I'm not sure, but I think he has to share the load.
Clubbed into the leg side, and it goes all the way for a Maximo as the ball is retrieved there by one of the players in front of the dugout. So I suppose if you're going to hit the 6 anywhere, hit it to the guys who can throw it straight back to you. Saves the fielders in this hot Portuguese sun. That's exactly what they need. And again, it's that man, Siraj Butt, who's causing the damage. And this time into the offside. That one's going to race away as well. There is a fielder out there. In fact, he is going to cut it off as it just plugged in the outfield. But they do scamper through for 2. And Siraj Butt here, he basically has to replicate what Azam Johnny did in the first innings, doesn't he? He has to be the man to take his side anywhere close. He's 39 off 14 for now, but unless he gets, I'd say 60, 70, 80, they're going to end up short.
I agree. 100% agree. It's that's how the maths are working out. Siraj is doing well. 39 from 14, needs the assistance, and we'll see what happens with 3 wickets down. A lot of people in the chat asking about Muhammad Tabish. Is he in the squad? He's definitely in the squad. He hasn't been required to come out and bat yet, so we may see him if a wicket falls. So don't jump to any conclusions just yet. Or maybe save himself for the next match. I'm not too sure, because the Panthers have to bounce back against the Fighters in the match after this one. And a big shout out to Trip Denny, who's joined us in the chat. Hello there, Trip. I think you've been lurking all morning. I haven't even seen you, but I'm now saying hello from myself and Tina.
Yeah, big hello to everyone joining in the chat and enjoying this cricket in the sun here in Portugal. We've had a great game this morning, a brilliant run chase. This one, well, it needs a bit of brilliance here for the Panthers if it's going to be a successful chase this morning. As that one's a low full toss, attempted slower ball, and in fact it wasn't quite middled by Arshad, but he won't mind whatsoever because it's about time that he gets in on the boundary action. And this is shaping up to be quite a nice over here for the Panthers. There's already been 14 runs coming off it, still 2 balls to play. So if they go back-to-back boundaries here, suddenly they have a magical over, and maybe that's the momentum they need going into the final 3 overs.
Yeah, unfortunately they couldn't capitalise on the free hit. Only got a single from it. Let's see what happens now.
Again, slower ball. It's brave there from Yusuf Mia to, again, go back to the slower ball after the previous one went to the boundary, but this time miscued by Arshad. It's just a single. And you'd say here, actually, for TTP. It's the final ball of the 7th. You just don't want Butt to get a single. Give him even a 4, give him a 6, just keep him off strike. Going into the final ball, well, don't give him 3 runs. That'll be a wide.
You don't give him that either, right?
That's not one of my options. So that wasn't what I wanted to offer them, but it will be a wide. I think the worst thing here is to give away a single because it gives Butt the strike.
Yes.
He's the main man. It's almost worth just giving him that boundary and say, fine, but you're now at the other end. And, well, he duly obliges because that one is clobbered down the ground for a Maximo. So Butt moves to 46, but he is off strike at the end of the 7th. So the Panthers move to 94. So a bonus point surely is theirs. That magic number is 99 for the Panthers. In fact, 100 is what they would require. So 6 away from that. More significantly, that for them, 49 needed off 18, which was actually, Phil, around about what it was in the previous run chase, and we all know what happened then.
That was indeed. Yeah, you're absolutely right. So anything can happen. Panthers, they've got informed batter there in Siraj, but we haven't seen Arshad really cut loose yet, just as that one boundary, Tina, that 4 in that over. But if he can cut loose as well, Siraj, I'd be worried if it's all in his shoulders. If he has to get, say, 40 runs of those 49, that's a big ask. And, you don't want to put that sort of pressure on just one batter. We need to share that workload around. Arshad, though, we'll see how he goes. He's facing. Does he just push for a single, or will he maybe try to get after the bowler here? See what happens.
Surely the 2 batters had a bit of a conference just now, saying what the plan was. And, well, he does just knock it down the ground, and looks like they're more than happy to take the 1. No thought in their mind at all about going for the 2. So that's
interesting.
Exactly what they wanted in terms of getting Butt back on strike, and he's 4 away from his half century.
Yeah, interesting stuff. Yep. Okay, so Butt's back on strike. Yeah, I was kind of hoping Arshad might try to be a bit of a stroke maker here in this over.
That one is down the ground, and that's exactly why they wanted to get Butt back on strike, because he goes to his half century in absolute style with a straight Maximo. 52 not out for Siraj Butt off 17 deliveries. Thing is, though, Phil, he basically has to double down from here to get his side over the line. That required run rate still towards 16. 42 off 16 is the equation. And Butt here, you'd think, holds the key. And this time, he misses out. A rare miss there for Butt, and you can see the frustration on his face. He leans on his bat in anguish, knowing that he missed out there. It was there to be hit. It was a brave delivery from Khan there, saying, okay, well, I'm just going to tease it outside off stump. Go after me if you dare. Mamadou Khan here. Didn't get a wicket in his first over. But that's a brilliant delivery. That's one of the best deliveries we've seen today. It just squares, but up. You can see that he's trying to hit it to that leg side, but it just tails away from him at the last moment. And precious dot balls here for TTP.
Hey, how about that, eh? A couple of dot balls right at the right time, just what the doctor ordered. That run rate jumps straight back up to 18 required again.
Three's a charm, and not only is it a dot ball, it's a wicket, and it's a big wicket here. Siraj Butt, the pressure told in the end. Dot wicket. That's outstanding bowling there from Mamadou Khan, who picks up his first wicket of the game, and what an important one it is as the Panthers lose their main man. 101 for 4 now, with still 42 runs needed.
Oh, how important was that for TTP? Look at that get around. Everybody got across there and say, yep, well done. So that is huge. They know that once you get rid of Siraj, then there's every chance here to knock this game out of the park, because they're going to have to bring in a new batter. New batter's got to start straight away. I'm interested to see who it's going to be. Is it going to be Mohammad Tabish? Just trying to see who that is under the lid there. Doesn't matter who it is. There's going to be pressure right from the get-go. They've got so much to do. We're going to see what happens. But yeah, a lot of pressure there.
And hats off to Mamadou Khan as well, who comes in a pressure moment against the batter in form. He stands up to it and gets that important wicket, the left armour. And the new batter in here, it looks like the skipper. It's Mohamed Farouk, who says, okay, well, I'm going to stand up and be counted. If we get ourselves over the line here, improbably, then I'll be the one to do it. But at the moment, it looks like things are going the TTP's way, thanks to that brilliant over from Mamadou Khan. Just the 7 runs off it, and those were in the first 2 deliveries. And after that, he went dot, wicket, all-important wicket of Siraj Butt, and then follows that up with a dot as well. And that swung the game back in the favour of Team Tigers Portugal, with the equation now 42 needed off the final 2 overs.
Kind of feel that the Panthers have left themselves too much to get in these final 12 deliveries, 42 off 12. And TTP celebrating Bangladeshi Independence Day in style if they can get a win here. Here we go. We start the 9th.
That's a brilliant Yorker. Right on the toes. And in fact, it's going to be a run out as the throw comes in. And you can see there by the celebrations exactly what the outcome was. So disaster for the Panthers at the start of the 9th. To be honest, they had to go for it, didn't they? But it is the TTP who are smiling as they pick up their 5th wicket. And it's 2 wickets in the previous 3 deliveries. The runs have well and truly dried up here for the Panthers. They've picked up the bonus point, but it looks like, Phil, that'll be all they're picking up from this game.
Yeah, I think that's all they're going to take away from this match, and they're going to have to, well, go away after this match, lick their wounds, and consider what's what, because they got the fighters up after this match in the lunchtime game, and that is a big, tough test for any team against the form side in this competition. So we're going to see what's going to happen. Still going to play this one out. Mathematically, it's still possible. You kind of feel now that the Panthers' middle order is well and truly exposed. I think TTP are firmly on top here and looking to be marching on their way to their 2nd win from their 2nd match.
That one goes pretty much nowhere. I think in the end it was a golden duck as well for the skipper, Mohamed Farouk. We missed the bow on that one. Derek, the crying, golden, melting Derek, I'm sure was quacking in the wings.
He's in the shed somewhere thumping on the door saying, "You got to let me out, guys. You got to let me out."
Animal cruelty.
Finally, Mohammad Tabish comes to the crease. Let's see if he can shower himself in glory in his team by belting a required 42 off the next 10 deliveries. That's a big ask. And he's definitely not going to do that.
Yeah, it's getting almost impossible here for the Panthers to take home the points. TTP, they'll be celebrating another victory today on what is a day of celebration, of course, over in Bangladesh.
Absolutely, yeah. And we saw a few people in our chat just recognise that. Big Shaq, we're looking at you. It's our pleasure to acknowledge Bangladesh's Independence Day. Obviously, big cricket competitors are the Bangladeshi, as much as they contribute so much to this wonderful place that we call planet Earth. And yeah, big love from the commentary box back to you. And thanks for tuning in today. Thanks to all of our Bangladeshi listeners tuning in today. Get behind Team Portugal, Team Tigers Portugal, obviously mostly Bangladeshi players. And of course, tomorrow, when Falcoish are back, they're also predominantly Bangladeshi players. So yeah, happy Independence Day to all of our Bangladeshi viewers tuning in right now. And there'll be big smiles on their faces as Team Tigers Portugal marching on their way. That run rate getting absolutely blown out of proportion now, Tina. It's pretty much almost mathematically out of touch.
Yeah, it's pretty much a formality here for TTP, but they still want to finish strong, don't they? They've got another game coming up later today, and in fact, it's a replay of that first game this morning. TTP against Fighters again. So the Fighters, having lost this morning, will certainly have a point to prove against both of these sides. The next game will be Fighters against Panthers. Panthers, of course, don't want to make it 2 losses out of 2 today, whereas the Fighters also want to get a win on the board. And then the final game of the day, game 4 of 4, will be the Fighters against TTP, which is sure to be another mouth-watering matchup with the Fighters, with a point to prove against TTP, who I think they probably thought they let slip out of their grasp this morning.
Yeah, I totally agree. 100%. That is going to be the end of the 9th now. So 103 for 5. They're 40 runs astray. This is going to be a very good win to TTP to make it 2 out of 2. And to just remind the competition that, okay, they're the last team to come up front and centre here in this competition, but they're certainly not the worst. They look a different side to the one I remember from last year. And it's good to see. Really good to see.
Good to see as well, Paolo putting in the hard yards, getting his steps in for the day, doing everything here to make sure that we run smoothly, and also doing the score as we go into the final over. That one will run away for 4. So a good start to the final over here for the Panthers, but at this stage it's more just about putting a bit of a shine on that score. 107 is what they climb up to now with 5 balls to go. So unless we have a no ball or some kind of intervention from the powers that be, this will be a win for TTP, with it mathematically now 36 off 5. That one's a nice shot, clubbed, but also brilliant pickup there. Swooping in was Amir Shahzad to do the fielding. It's remarkable how one win suddenly boosts the confidence of the fielders, and they field with a bit of a spring in their step.
Yeah.
After they were quite flat this morning with the fighters on top in those early stages, but suddenly TTP, they're the ones with the sun shining down on them, as that will just be a single knocked away. So 3 balls left here in this game, with the Panthers requiring too many for this total.
100%. Azam Johnny's going to bowl those last 3 deliveries as well, as that one has been put away for a big 6 over cow corner. So nice shot there. Just consolation runs here to as well. And I just mentioned before about Team Tiger Portugal. We saw them in the series last year where Tina and I were commentating. After 10 matches, they were 4 and 6. They'd failed to qualify for the finals. And on form we've seen so far of these 2 matches, looking a different team, looking a bit sharper. We'll see. Still a long way to go before we can talk about who made the finals and who doesn't.
Well, it's already shaping up to be quite an interesting contest, isn't it? We saw fighters, they came into today completely unbeaten. We thought, okay, no one's stopping them, and suddenly TTP rock up and they get that first win on the board for them, or at least the first loss for the fighters. Panthers here certainly haven't disgraced themselves. They're going to end up well short. It'll be 116 that they finish on. But certainly they've shown glimpses of what they can do, and I think they do have a bit more in the tank, but it will be TTP that take the win, and it's a comfortable win for them. 3 points out of 4, so they don't quite snatch the bonus point, but for Panthers it'll be a case of getting a win on the board for them hopefully later today.
Yeah, indeed. Yep. So 116 for 5 is the final score from the Panthers. Welcome you back into the hut here, myself and Tina Goff. And we are taking you through today's action. G-Force on station to bring you all the action here. As we finish that second match today, match 10 done and dusted. Congratulations to TTP, 2 from 2 as we said. Well done. And just another quick shout out to all of our Bangladeshi viewers who are still out there. Happy Independence Day. Hope you're having a great day wherever watching from around the world, at home or abroad. Have a great day. But yeah, emphatic victory there. In the end, look, that 28 run victory, 27 run victory, it felt that sort of distance between the 2 teams. I never really felt that the Panthers really had the right partnerships and the right momentum going. Siraj there, look, he did so well for his 40 odd end up making as well, but a lone hand in that run chase, they needed more than that.
Yeah, and speaking of lone hands, Azam Johnny, shout out to him for the century.
Yeah.
It was 142 they got on the board, and he got 102 of them. So 40 were the only ones not to his name. So congratulations to him, congratulations to TTP. And of course the Panthers, they've got a bit of time to lick their wounds, but not too much time, because they're coming back in just about 20 minutes time.
20 minutes time, taking on the Fighters. So top of the table versus, I don't like to use the phrase the bottom of the table, but versus the bottom of the table. It's all for them to play for. They need to stand up against the Fighters. The Fighters are coming off a loss as well in that first match today. So, you know what? Maybe if the champion's just a bit rocking, maybe you get another punch in. You never know. Stick with us, and we're going to have that game for you starting in, as Tina says, 20 minutes time. Don't go too far. Phil G, Tina G, with the G-Force. This is the European Cricket Network, and this is ECS Portugal Challenge Division. We'll see you back here shortly.
European cricket event is proudly brought to you by our official timing partner, Rado, and our official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
And welcome back to the sunny Santarem Cricket Ground. Phil G here for the European Cricket Network to take you through the the start of match number 11 coming your way very shortly. This is what we call the lunchtime match. So Tina is having a bit of a break, having her lunch, and then at the innings break, we'll switch over. I'll disappear, and Tina will take over the run chase coming your way very shortly. Now, it's going to be the Fighters. That's right, the return of the Fighters Cricket Club, and they're going to be taking on the Panthers, fresh from that defeat they've just suffered at the hands of TTP. Good game that for TTP. They get their second win on the board. For Panthers, they need to find something here. They need to work pretty hard to try to notch up another win for their team. They're currently languishing slightly on the bottom side of the standings. Need to arrest that situation pretty quickly indeed. For the Fighters, they had that loss this morning. They need to bounce back pretty hard to try to get back into the winner's circle against this Panthers side. You've got a situation of two teams that have lost against the same opposition just in those matches today. So who's going to come out on top? I'm not too sure. Fighters, or is it going to be the Panthers? There's a fair bit to do here. And currently, TTP, just quickly while I'm mentioning them, Team Portugal. Team Tigers Portugal sitting middle of the table after just 2 matches. That's how quickly things can change. So a fair bit going on here. I'm seeing the umpires just heading out to the centre, watching the teams from the sidelines. They're about ready to go out as well, and that means we're almost ready to start this match number 11. I think it might be running about a minute late, possibly. I think lunchtime, just digesting a few of the players, if you know what I mean. And there we go. So big shout out to everyone in the chat. Thank you for joining us for today's action. This is day 3 of this European Cricket Series Portugal Challenger Division. We've got more action tomorrow and on Saturday of the group stages. Finals day on Sunday is fast approaching as well. Now, with 5 teams playing in this group stage, you know that when it comes to finals, only 4 teams are going to feature there. So 1 team will drop off. We'll know on Saturday which team that will be. Who knows who it's going to be. And then the top 4 teams in the standings will play in the finals. We start off with an eliminator on Sunday, and that's the teams that finish 3rd and 4th. And then 1st and 2nd play in qualifier 1. The winner, straight into the final. The loser will play the winner of the eliminator, and that's how our final system works. But that's still a few days away. Got a lot of cricket to get through here still. Every team will play 8 group games. This is the middle day of the group stages, so at the end of today, we've still got 8 more games to play. I can see the players all getting assembled now. Actually, after this, we're exactly halfway through the group stages now before we start this match number 11. So there you go. It's gone quick. I think it's gone really quick. It's been great being back here in Portugal too, by the way. I want to thank the Mini Blue crew. Lucky, who's next to me here pushing the buttons. Plus Ricardo, our roving cameraman. And of course, Paolo, who's doing a fantastic job as PM. And to James Candor as well. Shout out to you, James, for the great work you did in the lead up to this and for day number 1 as well. And thank you very much to everyone in the chat for joining us. And happy Bangladeshi Independence Day. If you're Bangladeshi out there watching, happy Independence Day to you. I hope you're having a great day wherever you're celebrating anywhere around the world. And the Team Tigers Portugal are having a great day celebrating their Independence Day too, because most of that team are all from Bangladesh. That's where they hail from. Looks like the players are getting ready. I can just see over the top of my camera that the players are out there in the centre. Let's go and see the action up close and see how this game unfolds. A bit of a must-win for the Panthers. For the Fighters, they've already booked themselves in the Sunday action, but you feel Panthers need a win here before they go home. This is their last match for today, and then the Fighters will play the last game against Team Tigers Portugal in the return match of that first game we had today. So that's the schedule for today. Match number 3, or the match number 3 coming your way shortly, which is actually match number 11, but the 3rd match of the day coming your way right now, and then the 4th match after this one, and that's it. 4 games for the day. We're almost set to go. Umpires just giving the guard to the opening batter. Bowler's got the new pill. That's always a good sign when the bowler has the new ball. I think we're almost ready to go. So let's have a look and see what happens here. And also news from the toss. Thanks to Rado for bringing us the toss. Is it the Fighters won the toss and they elected to bat first? And that's why they're out in the centre. Here we go. Match number 11 now starts. And square driven away very nicely through the infield and across the rope for 4 runs. That for the team from the Fighters. Good work. Put themselves into bat. And that delivery has landed right on the spot from Jawad Shah. And Nangalu has obliged by punching that out through the vacant point region there. So deep fielders, let's have a look at the deep fielders. We have a long on, I'm trying to find where is the other deep fielder gone. Nanglu, he's a pretty hard hitter of the ball, is he? Remember him from last year's series. He was very dominant with the bat, and also he kept wicket for a little while. So I was quite surprised to see him bowl in the earlier match. Didn't have a good time of it. Was quite expensive of his over. Was a bit unsure what to do there. Was Sandeep Singh facing his first delivery. It does go for 4, but it was a bit of a hang the bat out and see what happens kind of moment. Could have literally gone anywhere. Have a look at the maximo rate after 10 matches played. You can see Werewolf sitting very high on top there. They were hitting a lot of maximos. Skipper Shafat Ahmed was responsible for most of those. Gurpreet Guri, who's probably the pick of the batters so far in this tournament, probably scored the most amount of runs. He also is getting after the maximos wherever he could. That's why the Werewolves sitting top on that graphic. Back in action here though. Ooh. Away. Good line from the bowler. Gets that ball to do a little bit of singing and dancing. Unlucky not to pick up something there. In case you missed, select to put and turn over to the Panthers, who did not chase successfully in the last match. Mind you, they had a big 140 odd to chase. Another swing and a miss. Sandeep Singh, after getting a 4 of his first delivery face, just dotting up here a little bit. And give a shout out to our host federation. That's of course Cricket Portugal. Visit them at cricketportugal.com. We thank them for their continued support and obviously working with them to bring this series plus the Premier Division coming next week to you as well. Well, it goes to flick this leg side, and somehow that has gone completely the other way behind the wicket for 4 runs yet again. A bit of a lucky moment there for Sandeep. Definitely didn't go where he wanted it to. First over gone, 13 on the board. No loss of a wicket thus yet. Once again, thanks to everyone in the chat for your continued support as well. It's wonderful to have your company. The men in blue, they're our moderators. They're there to look after the chat. You look after them, they will look after you. I can see Ray Tipping and Paolo Campini in there at the moment. The men in blue, they got that shield for a reason. They're there to help you out and also to make sure the chat is nice and clean. But we thank you for your continued support. Everybody who's fronted up in the chat this morning and also this afternoon. Important match this for the Panthers. They want to make sure fighters don't get away from them too early. Unfortunately, it just goes leg side. Shah started the first over there, got 13 runs taken from him. A little bit of luck there going the way of the fighters' batters. Muhammad Umar bowling the second over. Starts us off with the leg side wide. Finds himself on the pads yet again. There's 2 fielders backward of, or behind the wicket on the side. There's a very fine leg and what I would call a regulation fine leg. So they've got 2 fine legs. Obviously they're thinking Nanglu likes to give that little flick around the corner and they're trying to protect that area. There he goes. This time he beats the fielder who's fine. The fielder who's not fine takes a moment to get out of the blocks and he has to go and retrieve the ball from the other side of the boundary line. Nice shot for 4 there. It's interesting that field placement to have 2 fielders there. And if they're going to home in on Nanglu's pads, I'm not sure how they're thinking they're going to dismiss him or contain him. It's not really a trap because he can play along the ground, he can play over those fielders. Interesting approach from the Panthers. Interesting approach. Let's see if it pays off. There you go. We have our percentages back. That's a great little addition there. Thanks to the organisers for getting that one up and running. James, I'm looking at you. 67% on the bat side and 33% on the ball side. It's a nice little addition. Bit of extra information there for you. And towards the bottom part in the middle of your screen, there's a lot of numbers and stats that come across the screen. We'll talk you through it. We'll let you know what you're looking at, what you're seeing there. And there's the ECN team rating, the Fighters versus the Panthers. The Fighters rating at 73. I kind of feel they can bump it up a little bit possibly. But that's the ECN team rating based on a number of statistics. Our number crunchers have put all this together. Done a great job too, by the way. It's yet another boundary. Score goes to 22 for no loss. Still 2 balls to come in this over. Manavraj 07 asking, where is Balwinder Singh? Well, he's in the squad. He just isn't opening, that's all. He may come in should a wicket fall in the next few overs. We might see Balwinder, but Balwinder is listed in the squad. For all the lineups, please check the ECN website, ecn.com. You can find all the team lineups and you can get that to your heart's content. Just keep getting that refreshing to see who's in the next lineup. But Balwinder Singh, he is in the squad. He's named in the squad. Do not worry about that. You may see him should a wicket fall. I'll make sure I announce him clearly and loudly if he comes to the crease. Driven nicely out through the square leg position. That goes all the way for 4 runs. Nice shot that. So Muhammad Umar not having a lot of success with the ball today. He struggled a little bit and already, what's that? He's gone for 3 boundaries and a handful of wides. Score now up to 28. Still 1 more to come in the second. Good power play being built here by the Fighters. As Sandeep Singh helped himself to a couple of boundaries, or to 1 boundary there. Nanglu 13 from 6, Sandeep 12 from 5. Last ball of the second coming. Better, much better. Good length, just a good pace as well, and true bounce through to the keeper. It's a dot to finish with, so that is going to be the scoreline after 2. 28 for no loss after 2. Nice little addition that. The percentages you see there, the bat in blue with, well, the bat is in white, but then underneath it's 71% written in blue. And then the ball, the other side of the Rado logo, 29%. So clearly that's how the supercomputer sees this match at the moment. That'll change as the match continues. A lot of deliveries on the stumps there. You can see that graphic on the right-hand side of the screen detailing where the ball's been pitching. Halfway point, obviously at the bottom of the screen. So you can see a few full deliveries there, but also pitching on a pretty good line. And more often than not, it's been on the stumps. So, going to turn to Mohammad Tabish now. Had a quick chat to Mohammad Tabish during the break. He said he's had a little bit of a twinge in his hamstring in the last couple of days, so he's not moving as quickly as he'd like to. Hence, he's going to come off a bit of a short run here. Just roll the arm over. Oh, that's a bit of a shocker. Gives a bit of a beamer here. I think that's going to be called Noe. Let's have a look. It is indeed called Noe. So not an auspicious start to Tabish's over here. The third over starts with a no ball +1. Lofts, and that is going to go possibly all the way. Just looking to see where it bounced. It does bounce on the other side of the rope. That's a big 6 down the ground. So Tabish just struggling a little bit here with his line and length, and also just struggling with this little twinge in the muscle on his right hamstring. He indicated to me during the break earlier. That's better, much better. Has to drop the bat on that pretty quickly, does Sandeep, and he manages to keep that out. Considering an overthrow, never going to be on. So keep your eye on Mohammad Tabish. He seems to be moving okay at the moment, but I don't think you'll see him doing any sprints. Broder would also explain why in the previous match he didn't come out to bat until the middle order was pretty much exposed for the Panthers and the game was almost gone. Didn't want to exacerbate any situation that he's got there. We continue. Bangs it in short and gets the treatment that it's deserved. And that is... Let's see what the umpire's call is here. Umpire has turned to square. Looking, just asking, do you think that was... No, height was fine. Just for a second there, the two umpires gave each other a look and said, no, that's okay, continue. It was a good dot in the end. Leg side wide. Again, just that radar causing a few issues. Hello to Dragon Warrior in the chat, who's helping us out with some of the comments. I appreciate that, Dragon. Thank you very much for that. Talking a bit about the lineup of the fighters, and I think that's a pretty fair commentary that you've put there in there, so thank you for that. ECN always appreciates good support in the chat and a good following as well, as that is a big 6 bashed over the leg side boundary. Just puts in the right place. And Tabish just not having a great David at the moment with the bat or the ball. Gone for 16 off 4 deliveries. Test the character here. Now as Skipper walks across, gives a little encouraging word. Muhammad Umar also comes across to join in the conversation. Akil Kumar, that is completely incorrect. Our umpires are very experienced. Probably the most experienced umpires in the country. Don't think that comment's necessary. Hooked around the corner with absolute disdain and aggression. Might have bounced just inside the rope waiting for the call from the umpire. It has. It's just bounced inside the circle, as indicated by the fielder running back to get the pill and try to find that one. This score is marching along. The run rate is increasing every time I look up at it. It's getting a little scary there for the Panthers. The fighters are really looking quite dominant here in these early overs. This over has now gone magical as well. Nangaloo facing up. They like to concentrate on the pads to Nangaloo. I'm not sure that's the right attack. Maybe they're a bit fearful of putting it outside off because he does have very strong drive either through the covers or straight over the top of the bowler. Tabish comes out around the wicket, trying a different angle. Well, it's just another wide again. Not sure it's necessary to change angles there. This over is really blowing things out of proportion. And yeah, I just saw a comment in the chat there from James Peel, and you have to admit, James, you kind of feel that the fighters now with the 50 up inside the power play, that the Panthers just haven't quite got it right here today. Bowler in again. Again, it was banged in a little bit short. Just hit down the ground straight to the player at mid-on. No run. So at least they finish with a dot, and that will be how the power play finishes. With 50 on the board for loss of no wicket. Nangaloo on 24 from 11 deliveries faced, and Sandeep Singh 19 from 8 deliveries faced. There's a whole lot of wides and extras in there as well. So Panthers maybe still a bit rattled from the Team Tigers Portugal defeat that they just had. Not sure. Not going to speak to that effect. Not too sure. Good power play there for the fighters. They put themselves in a good position already. That run rate at 16 and a bit, just a smidge under 17. Keep going like that, there will be a big score on the board. Keep their wickets intact as well. Fighters looking good. The fighters have still got people like Parminderjeet, Balwinder Singh, Rahul. These guys, Lalit Kumar. These are players who can come in and make quick fire runs if they need to. The fighters have got a very strong batting lineup. They do bat pretty deep. They have a very strong middle order as well. That's already been proved in this tournament. So it takes a very smart bowling attack to upset the fighters. Well, if there's someone going to upset the fighters, Siraj Bhatt is probably one player who can upset the batters. Been so impressed with his game in this tournament so far with both bat and ball. He's been impressive. Pelicampini reminding us that 56 is the highest power play so far. Indeed it was. That was from yesterday, I think, wasn't it, Paolo? Flicks this away to the leg side. There was a moment's hesitation as a couple of fielders weren't sure who was going to go and retrieve that. In the end, square leg has to run back and get that one. There he is in the middle of your screen there. Sammy Voice says Nanglu is a good hitter. He is indeed. Which prompts the question of where do you bowl to Nanglu? How do you get him out? Do you try to buy a wicket by offering up something, tantalising for him to hit down the ground? Or do you try to outsmart him? How do you bowl at Nanglu? It was on the stumps, but he's punched that, taken it from literally middle stump, and he's punched that nicely into the covers. Didn't put a lot of welly behind that one, so it slowly rolled out there. May not have even made the boundary line, to be honest, before it was picked up. And they get back for a couple. .57 for no loss, halfway through the fourth. Score building nicely. Run rate still at 16 and a bit. Nanglu not interested in getting after that one. 2 to come. Once again, thank you very much to everyone who's joined us in the chat. Swings at that one, misses. Keeper just has a bit of a juggle. Threatens to break the stumps in case Nanglu fell over. He doesn't fall over. Another dot ball. A couple of dots in a row there. Yeah, thanks to everyone for joining us in the chat. And if there's any Bangladeshis out there in the chat, happy Independence Day to you. I hope you're having a great day wherever you're watching. And thank you very much for joining us. One more to come in the fourth. And he gets a hold of this one. Has that got enough to get across the line? It doesn't. It's been picked up by the deep cover fielder. And rifles in a throw. Just the single. Nanglu retains the strike for the start of the fifth. Score goes to 58 for no loss. Nanglu races up to 31 from 16. Had to endure a couple of dots in that over. And Sandeep Singh at the non-striker's end. He's got 20 from 9. He's going along nicely as well. He didn't get a lot of the strike in that. After he turned the strike over at the first ball of that fourth over, didn't see him back again on strike. Quick reminder to the chat, just watch out for those emojis. We do have a 5 emoji limit in place in people in the chat. So if you put more than 5 in, the moderators will jump on top of that, which can ruin a good comment. So don't ruin it with too many emojis. We want to hear what you have to say, but yeah, not too many emojis. 5 is the limit. Nice shot. Along the ground, another 4 runs. These 4s are really ramping up here. Not looking to go over the top of the fighters. Being very, very calm about their approach here in this innings. Not looking to go over the top with anything too aggressive. But 4s, constant 4s along the ground. It's getting the scoreboard ticking up. That run rate now is just under 15. So it has dropped slightly from that previous over where only, 8 runs were scored. It was a good over, actually. Now, Rahman is trying to maintain the pressure. See what he can do here for the Panthers. Short ball, that rises up a little bit. Nice little bit of bounce off the deck there. Bent the back, and that went past around about probably about throat level, actually, but it was quite wide. No danger for the batter there to negotiate. Strays onto the thigh pad, and that is attempted to be taken around the corner, and he misses that one. Came off of something though. I think umpire just indicated tapping his thigh there. That came off the thigh pad. There was no appeal. 62 for no loss halfway through the fifth. This one's punched down backward square. Got a hustle. And hustle is exactly what they do. Sandeep was on had a bit of a problem there if he couldn't get into gear, but he gets into gear very quickly. He's quite quick between the stumps, and he responded to the call nicely. Gets his chance now. He's got 20 from 9 deliveries faced. He gets a chance now to get amongst some runs, possibly. 2 to come in the over. Plays this one out towards the extra cover region. And that's going to go all the way across the boundary. Nicely hit there. There was a player at deep cover and there was a deep point, and he's managed to bisect those two deep fielders, get it straight through the gap for 4 runs. Nice shot that. Has been a pretty good bowling display in the last couple of overs. Give credit to the bowlers for the Panthers in the last 2 overs. After Mohamed Tabish's over, things have sort of calmed down a bit, and they've been a bit cleverer with their deliveries. The fighters have not had their own way. The fighters had a blistering start, getting 50 in the power play, and things have slowed up a little bit. Hit down the ground. Miss hit. Would not even make it to the boundary line here. Tabish screams across in front of his counterpart to field that. Underarms it in. So that's going to be just the 1 run, I believe. 68 for no loss. So only 18 runs off the last 2 overs. Things have slowed up a little bit here. Good bowling from the Panthers to try to find a way to put the brakes on. And they have done that indeed. Still, Panthers are struggling to find a way to break this opening partnership, and that was the problem that the Panthers had in the last game as well. It took them a long time to try to break the partnership of the Team Tigers Portugal, and we've got the same situation here now. Siraj has got the ball. He's going to bowl the 6th. I think that if someone's going to break the partnership, it will probably be Siraj. Not sure if Tabish will get another over. We'll see. Trip Denny asking, what are the dinner plans? Well, to be honest, I'm not sure if there's any plans already in the pipeworks. We're actually staying in different locations overnight. Just FYI. Myself and Lucky, we've got the villa in the Vale of Santarem, which is about 18 minute drive from here. And Tina is staying in the house that you can sometimes see in the background, because that is owned by the family who owns the entire land in which you can see around here. That's been elevated over cow corner for a big 6 towards the dugout area there, and heading towards the farm area. Nice shot, that one. Breaks the shackles of this very tight Panthers bowling we've had in the last 2 overs with a big 6. So, yeah, not too sure what it will be. I'll check with Tina when she comes back. Tina's off having a lunch. When she comes back for the run chase, I'll often have my lunch, but we'll have a chat and we'll present you with a combined plan maybe at the start of match number 4 about what the plan is for this evening. I'm sure we'll probably try to grab a drink together and have a good catch up. Haven't seen Tina for almost a year. So it's wonderful to finally get together face to face and have a yak, have a drink, have a chat. Obviously the plans, we did have some plans at the second half of the year last year for Tina and myself to get G-Force back together on the European Cricket Network, potentially in Khartoum, potentially maybe even in Rome as well. As a few destinations we talked about, but all that came to a thudding halt when we had to pause there in August. Struck down the ground. Good work from the fielder, gets everything behind that one. I think that's is that Diamond Pervez who's out there under that that floppy black hat. Stops it getting past. It is indeed. Siraj desperate to search for a wicket here for his team. Bangs it in short. Well, Nangle is going to see that pretty quickly, and he's going to put that one away. Oh, he hasn't managed to put it away, is he? They've suddenly trotted through, so he hasn't even made the distance. Miss hit then. So 80 up, 2 more to come in the 6th. Pushed square in the air and taken. And the breakthrough comes. So I mentioned before, if anyone was going to get a breakthrough, I felt that Siraj is the man to get the breakthrough. He's a quality act. He's a great all-rounder. He's a good batter and a terrific bowler as well. And he does bring the rash strike from Sandeep Singh, who holds out at 36 from 15 deliveries face. He has to go. And that is timely for the Panthers to finally get a breakthrough here. And the fighters lose their first wicket. It does mean, though, just looking to see who's going to come to the crease next. It may be the tall figure of Parminder Jeep, which, of course, spells trouble wherever you see it. There he is, strolling to the crease. He's had a very good series so far, has Paminda. Being told by the umpire to hurry up, get your gear together, come on, get to the centre. The umpires are all over this. Any players who dawdle to get out to the centre, there could be penalty runs. So players, if you can hear my voice, do not hesitate to get out there into the centre when it's your turn. So, first wicket falls. Let's see how we go. Trip Jenny asking about any updates on the ground at Miranda de Covo. I don't have any updates on that, unfortunately. I am in contact with Barry, who is the curator caretaker of the ground at Miranda de Covo. I'll try to get some information there. Actually, I'll try to have a chat with Lucky during the break as well, find out what he knows, being the local resident expert, get some information for you. But that is the end of the 6th over. It's 80 for 1 after 6. Parminder Jeet has just joined Nanglu out there in the centre. And that is quite a powerhouse combination for the fighters in these last 4 overs to really put the foot down and accelerate here away from the Panthers. If they can, we'll see. One thing I can say to you, Trip, is that there is no night series scheduled at Miranda de Covo that I'm aware of. Because believe me, if there was a series scheduled there, a night series in Miranda de Covo, I think that I'd like to think, let me rephrase that, I'd like to think that maybe I might have got the memo on that one, because obviously I've been lucky enough to be the commentator for the night series 2 years in a row. Smashed in the air, just over the fingertips of a very, very desperate stretching Diamond Pavese there, gets over his head, bounces just underneath the table of Ricardo, our roving cameraman. He nonchalantly just glances to the side and says, oh yeah, that was what that sound was. Nice hit, big hit. We continue. Misses out on a big sweep there. Just looking to really get down on one knee and strike that one out of the ground, does Nanglu. He's up to 43 from 22 deliveries. He's putting together another good innings here. A good, solid innings here for his team. Parminder Jeet has only faced that one delivery. He hasn't really had much to do. Believe me, his watch is still to go. Wouldn't be surprised if he gets on strike. We see a little bit of fireworks. Goes downtown, up and away. That's going to go over the boundary line by a good 5 or 6 metres over the head of Mohammed Tabish, who can only just trot after it. So, 6.6. And the foot is being put to the floor here in the 7th over, 92 for 1. Nanglu races up to 49 from 24. No worries, Trip. Always here to help out you, my friend. No worries about that at all. I would try to get some answers, though, because I'd like to know what's happening up there at Miranda de Covo. They talked last year about doing completely relaying the surface and the pitch as well. Shot the stumps, misses. Batter had given up. Completely and utterly given up. Said basically, look, if you hit, I'll go. So Nanglu, he manages to complete his half century there with that single. He will tick up to 50 from 25 deliveries. So he's hitting it 200 strike rate. Well done. Congratulations to him for notching up another ECN half century. Parminder Jeet, your turn. Oh, ball keeps a little bit low. Nanglu wants the single. Byes indicated there, just gets away from the keeper. Kept a bit low for everybody there. So Nanglu back on strike. Jeet yet to get off the mark with that bye. And the last ball, well, we're looking for the last ball of the 7th. Maybe this is it. Bowler in now. Whipped away from just outside off, and that is another big 6. Nanglu putting his stamp of authority on this game, moves to 56 from 26 deliveries. Have a look at that. The run rate from over number 4 is picking up equally all the way through. 5, 6, and now 7 is right up there, and that is a massive over. 20 runs from that over. It does go magical. And the 100 up as well with that strike. So on 100, loss of 1 wicket. What a springboard for the last 3 overs the fighters have given themselves here. Big score coming. Panthers already starting to think, oh boy, this run chase is going to be tough. Really tough. They still got a bit to do though. Mohamed Umar with the ball. He's going to bowl the 8th. Hasn't had the best time with the ball today. Let's see what he can do in this over. And it's been pushed out towards point. The race is on. And the ball wins that race. As Tina and I described earlier today with the shape of this field, it is a lovely curved field which really does assist with the drainage. But also when that ball runs away across the deck, and it is lightning fast here, once it gets about, well, just outside the inner circle, and it heads towards the boundary line, it's very hard to overtake the ball. It actually picks up, it gets faster and faster. Just one of those things. This one hit down the ground. Diamond Phase gets behind that one, and just the one at the long off position. Jeet moves to 5 from 4. Nanglu, he's the man of the moment. Striking the ball beautifully, carrying his bat all the way through. Square driven. It just goes to a man who's just backward a square. No run. That run rate is at 14 exactly now. So expected score is 140. This over is pretty good so far from Umar. Well, I should have just waited a moment before saying that, because that's then been put out of the and and as an opener in a T10, I think he's absolutely right for the job. He's doing very well indeed. That's a great shot. A few people in the chat asking for a 6 to be hit. Well, he's obliged. Follows up with a faster delivery to Zuma and gets past the swinging blade. Good comeback. The score is 111 Lord Nelson for the loss of 1 wicket. If you're wondering why I like to say 111 Lord Nelson, maybe just maybe Google that and you'll learn all about that man, Lord Nelson. Why is the 111 significant? Oh, Nanglu misses a straighter one there. So we finish with a couple of dots after Umar gets taken down the ground for a big 6. A couple of dots to back himself up. So well done. Finished strongly there. 11 off the over. Could have been worse. He does get the very important wicket there as the stumps get absolutely rearranged as he misses the straight one. Of all the deliveries to miss, why did he miss the straight one? Nanglu goes 62 from 30 deliveries faced. I kind of feel that's almost a bit of a consolation, but there's still 2 overs to go, so that's probably not too bad. Just as he was starting to wind up and get motoring then, Umar does get a bit of reward for effort, so well done. Pelican Peony. Okay, thanks for the feedback on the pictures there, Paolo. We appreciate that. Let's see what we can do about that. So we're looking to start the 9th now. Looks like it's Jawad Shah with the ball. He's going to bowl the 9th. Just organising his field. He wants Tabish to be directly behind him. So that is not near the long off nor long on. It's directly behind the bowler in front of the sight screen is Tabish. And then he puts it on middle. And, well, that's the shot that Jeet will play all the time. He lifts it up for 6 to go backwards square leg. It's one thing to place your field in these positions. And even Tabish now, he's looking to his counterparts and saying, why am I here? He literally in front of me, not far from the hut. You can see he's gesturing to a few players saying, I'm not sure why I'm here, when he's going to bowl that delivery. Paminda is very strong. very strong leg side behind the wicket. So if it's on middle, even just slightly on off, he'll go for that shot. Manages to keep out the Yorker. Good delivery. Very good follow-up delivery from Shah. Just a word of advice to the people in the chat. Be careful putting in repeat comments over and over and over again. You will have those messages removed. Even if it's a nice message, it will be removed. We don't like the spam here on the European Cricket Network, and our moderators are all over that. Good work, Paolo Campini. And good work from Paminda Jeet, who goes downtown over the covers for a big Maximo, big 6 there. You may have got rid of Nanglu, but Jeet's still there. Yes, thank you, Paolo. We do frown on the spamming. It's not necessary in our chat. We hear you once, we hear you twice, we will not hear you a third time. Just one of those things we don't like to have. It also makes it less enjoyable for others as well. Well, that's going to be enjoyable for the Panthers. They've managed to get Jeet to play a rash shot, and it's been picked up very nicely indeed. So, breakthrough. After a couple of sixes hitting that over, Shah does pick up the very vital wicket of Paminda Jeet, a dangerous batter at the best of times. And at the worst of times, he is absolutely unstoppable. So they've managed to remove that player. So just these little moments of wickets falling means a new player comes in, has to restart the clock all over again. Just can make it a little bit tough. Also, a few people in the chat were asking about Balwinder Singh. He's at the non-striker's end right now. So there you go. Balwinder is in the team, and he is out there now. And he's now just been joined by his counterpart. Just looking to see who that is. That might be, I don't want to say it's Raul, but it could be. I'll know in just a moment. As Shah's getting ready to deliver the next 2 deliveries. Hit in the air. This could be almost 2 in 2. It's not. It's going to fall in no man's land. And it lands probably at a regulation mid-off position. Lucky. Sometimes things just go your way. It is indeed Raul. I was right the first time. Back yourself, Phil. Back yourself. Hit down the ground nicely. All the way for a big 6. Balwinder. Whoever it was in the chat who asked where Balwinder is, there he is. He's right there. He's just hit that down so far. Hello to Dr. De Soto, who's joined from Adelaide. Good to see you, Dr. De Soto, the band. How's Adelaide? I've not been to Adelaide for so long. Lovely part of Australia. I don't care what anyone says. 9 overs done. 130 on the board for loss of 3 wickets. That over went for 19 runs despite the fact that Paminda Jeet lost his wicket. It's like the trend has continued, so still runs aplenty. So, final over coming up. How many runs are going to be scored by the fighters? What's going to be the target? It could be pretty tough here. Looks like, who's got the ball there? Is that Fahad Arshad with the ball? I think it is. Let's see if he can get a chance to shine here for his team and bowl a nice tight over for the Panthers. They're already on their ways to try to have to chase down a pretty big score. Hit down the ground. Nutmegs the non-striker. Bowler in again. Just one off the first ball of the 10th. That's going to be wide, leg side. Not sure why the bowler would feel the need to change, or try not change sides, but bowling from that side to the right-handers. But I'm sure he's got a battle plan in mind, and that's the important thing. We're obviously not privy to the battle plan here. So just after that wide, just the 1 run down the ground. Swings hard at this one. In the air, chance of a catch. Put down, only just put down though. There was a real red-hot chance there for Diamond Face to try to pick that one up. Unfortunately, he puts it down. Doesn't protect the boundary line either. Probably at this stage of the game, protecting the boundary is probably more important than getting the wicket. But unfortunately, he's let that get through. Might have scuffed his elbow quite badly there too. He's giving it a bit of a look just there in front of me. 137 for 3. 3 balls to come. Swings hard at this one. Just going to be the one. $138 for 3. Barwinder now. What can he do with his last 2 deliveries? Wind up. Maybe make a little bit of an impact here. Ooh, a puff of dust as both ball and bat hit at the same time right on the carpet. Just the one, but manages to keep the Yorker length of delivery out. It's a good ball. 139 for 3. Been not a bad over this one so far. Been pretty good. What's that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 9 off the over so far. Plus this. Last ball of the innings coming up. After this one, as that goes down leg side for a wide. Well, technically I'm still correct saying the last ball's coming up. It's coming up. Maybe not straight away. Here we go. Let's try again. Arshad. Manages to get something on this. And it squirts away just for the one. So the score will finish on 141 for 3 after 10. That is the fighters' total. It's a good total. It's a very good total. And it really throws the gauntlet down to the Panthers and says, what have you got? What can you do? I'm not too sure. As we bring you back here into the hut. Thank you for joining us. Phil G here to take you just through a little bit of commentary before we take a quick break here for the innings and say thank you very much for watching. And how about that? Fighters 141 for 3 and a couple of good innings there. You have to admit, Nangler's innings absolutely sensational. Very good indeed. The Panthers though, what's going on with the Panthers? They seemed a stronger side on Tuesday when they were here for their couple of games. And so far today, they just seem to be a little bit struggling. The flies aren't struggling. They're bothering me. I've got to get that fly swatter. If Rico was watching, he'd be messing me right now saying, Phil, where's the fly swatter? I don't know if you remember the one I had in Belgium. That was absolutely cracking. Anyway, it's all to happen here then. So the Panthers need 142 in the run chase. That's taking place here in about 13, 14 minutes time. Do not go too far. We're going back here with that. Tina will take you through that run chase. I'm off to grab a bite to eat, and I'll see you back here for match number 4 a little bit later on, but don't go too far. Tina's on her way back in right now. This is European Cricket Network, Challenger Division. I'm Phil G. You're watching the European Cricket Series here in Portugal, Challenger Division. Back shortly.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by our official timing partner, Rado, and our official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
Welcome back to sunny Santarem, where it's Tina Goff here, part of G-Force, taking you through this run chase. Of course, the Fighters against the Panthers, and the Fighters, well, they certainly put up a fight, didn't they? Putting on 141, thanks to some big hitting from Pardeep Nanglu. He top scored with 62, and he was ably supported as well, with Sandeep Singh scoring 36. A brilliant opening partnership, in all honesty, between those two. The Panthers didn't really hear their roar. It was a bit of an abject performance from them. 142 certainly seems like a tough task for them here in sunny Santarem. But we've already seen one impressive run chase this morning. In fact, it was the Fighters who were on the wrong end of that run chase when TTP this morning chased down actually quite a similar total. It was 131 on that occasion. 142 is what is needed here. And well, we're starting, if you're of a Panthers persuasion, in perfect fashion, as that one races past the bat, through the keeper's gloves, and all the way for 4 runs. So 4 byes to start this run chase. The Panthers, you'd imagine, needing to get off to a big start here. 3 overs in the power play, and they certainly wouldn't want to lose more than 2 wickets. If they can get, I'd say, maybe 50 runs in that power play, then they've certainly given themselves a chance in this run chase. Remember, Fighters, they're sitting pretty at the top of the table going into today. They did suffer their first loss this morning in that run chase I just mentioned against Team Tigers Portugal, so they'll be hoping it won't be a double mauling from the Tigers, followed by the Panthers, as this one goes high up in the air. There is a man on the rope, tumbling backwards, falling on his backside as the ball clears the rope, and it's a Maximo. So a brilliant start here for the Panthers. 10 runs coming off the first 2 deliveries. Panthers, meanwhile, haven't had the best of tournaments so far. Coming into today, they'd lost 2-1-1, and of course they lost that one this morning as well, this previous game. So they'll have a point to prove, with both teams, of course, vying for position going into finals day on Sunday. A reminder that it's 5 teams in this Challenger division. The top 4 will go through to finals day, so we'll have to say goodbye to one before then. Certainly the Fighters, barring something very strange happening, we will be seeing them on finals day. It'll just be a case of where they finish. Of course, there is the advantage of finishing top and getting that fast track through to the latter stages. As for Panthers, I think they're happy to be there. Will be scrapping it out for that 4th spot, as that one flashes past the wicketkeeper, straight into the hands of Slip and straight back out again. An early opportunity there for Singh to pick up an early wicket. It's Mandeep Singh with the ball, and well, he's maybe a better person than I, because he gives his fielder there a little clap saying unlucky. Next one, you can see there he's reliving that moment from just a few seconds ago. He saw it all the way, and it went straight into his hands and then straight onto the turf. So unfortunate there for Fighters that don't pick up an early wicket. Big swing there from Shafiq, opening batters here for the Panthers. It's Noman Shafiq who just hits that one into the leg side for a single, which brings Jawad Shah to the crease for his first in this game. It was quite impressive in the previous game with both batters. But you'd certainly think that the Panthers need one of their players to stand up here and be counted if they do want to pick up that second win of the tournament. That one's wide, going even wider. Tumbles past the figure of Pardeep Nanglu, who has the gloves. But luckily, he has the backup there in the form of his slip fielder, who's already been involved in the action in these first 5 deliveries. It was just a dot ball on that occasion. It's a tidy first over in the end from Singh, having gone for 10 runs off the first 2. Of course, the byes not counted against his name, but still, every single run is valuable here. After that, good comeback, giving away just a couple of runs in the ensuing 4 deliveries. So 13 coming off the first over. Decent from the Panthers. If you look there at the bottom of your screens, the required rate just over 14. If they can keep that below 15, 16, they'll certainly feel like they're in with a shout in this game. And well, just above that on your screens as well, you'll see that the win predictor has made a very welcome return. Certainly welcome if you're a Fighters fan, because it currently has the Fighters up at almost 80%, 78% percentage chance of the Fighters taking this one home. Panthers down at 23, probably 22, unless we're bending time and maths here at the European Cricket Network. Even my maths is good enough to know that adds up to 101. Let's call it a rounding issue. But certainly the Fighters are on top here as they go into the second over. The Fighters have turned here. Well, they've kept with a bit of pace. I have liked how a few teams have used spin so far this morning, but for now it's Balwinder Singh with ball in hand, throwing down some rockets. That one certainly rocketed up the surface. Zips through to the figure there of Nanglu, who was very impressive, wasn't he, in the first half of this match, scoring 62 before he was eventually bowled by Umar. And it was that excellent opening partnership that he formed with Sandeep Singh that really set the tone for the Fighters' innings. And Panthers just looked a bit flat, maybe still digesting their lunchtime feast, hadn't quite got up to speed. And they need to get up to speed quickly here if they want to chase down this total. And of course, shout out to Phil G, who excellently steered the ship, the great ship of ECN, in the first half of the innings, and he's taking a well-deserved break. I'm sure he's going to enjoy it as well, because we are very well looked after here. Another one that goes through, bursts through the hands of Pardeep Nanglu. Most significantly though, no bat on it. Yeah, I have to say Zoe here at the Santarem Cricket Ground always treats us to the most amazing lunches. I wonder if Phil will ever actually return. Maybe he'll just have his lunch and then have a well-deserved little nap, especially in this Portugal sun. There's still work to be done here, both for the Fighters and the Panthers. No time for a lunch break for them, as that one is flashed at the stumps. They scamper through for a single. So after that early explosion, those first 2 boundaries, the Panthers have failed to find the rope in the subsequent 10 deliveries, actually just feeding off scraps. Singles there, a wide as well, but just the 5 runs coming off the next 10 balls, and those dot balls are oh so significant. They've already faced more than an over's worth of dot balls, and something you just cannot afford to do when you're chasing down a big total like the Panthers are. So it's the end of the second, 15 runs on the board. And well, I certainly don't want to call it too soon, because I was guilty of that in the first game when it looked like the Fighters were home and hosed before that brilliant comeback from Team Tigers Portugal. But Panthers certainly behind the 8 ball here. 15% the win predictor has them at. And I'd say even that possibly optimistic, but maybe I'm doing them a disservice. Again, anything is possible on the European Cricket Network, isn't it? We've already had a century today. We've had some great catches. We've had some even greater drops. Now that one is only going to be caught by anyone lurking behind the boundary. It was a brilliant effort in the end by Mohammed Bilal, who was patrolling that deep mid-wicket cordon. It goes over his head, and a much-needed Maximo there for the Panthers. Off the bat of Noman Shafiq, who's farming most of the strike here. He's faced 10 of the 13 deliveries so far. He'll be facing up his 11th here. And again, precious dot ball. Every time the Fighters get one through, zipping to the keeper, it's just another tick in the box for them. And the Panthers, unfortunately, they can't just wait for that one delivery that they feel like they've got to hit to the rope. They've got to be scoring runs off pretty much every ball here. Look at that run rate. It's almost up towards 16 already. And remember the bonus point is in play here as well. And it could be with a big win that the Fighters take all 4 points from this contest. In order to do that, they'd have to restrict the Panthers to, if my maths is correct, 98 runs would keep all 4 points in the Fighters' corner. So that one goes away past backward square leg for 4 runs, much needed for there. But you can see that graphic on the side of your screen. Look at those dots adding up. Again, in these past 10 deliveries, 6 of them haven't been scoring deliveries, and that's just the story of the game so far for the Panthers. 2 balls left in the power play. I suppose for them, they've at least not lost a wicket, but in some ways they trade 1 or 2 wickets to double that score. 50 plus power play always puts you in prime position, but they're some way off here, the Panthers. Lets that one go through though, does Shafiq, and that one will have to be re-bowled by Singh, who's already bowling his first 2 overs straight up here for the Fighters, top loading their bowling. Mandeep Singh, the skipper of the Fighters, leading from the front here with the ball, as that one is hit straight towards long on, and it's a comfortable catch in the end, taken in the deep, and it will be the first wicket in the power play. So not only do they struggle the runs to the Panthers, they also lose one of their opening batters still in this power play. It was comfortably taken by Rahul on the rope, able to watch it the whole way. I suppose that is the advantage if you're fielding it long on and long off. You have slightly less of a slope, so you are able to track the trajectory of the ball a bit better. Anything behind the keeper, you're getting into Lord's slope territory. It's difficult to take any of those catches, but that was comfortably enough taken by Rahul, and the Panthers, they have had their claws clipped here. 26 for 1, still 1 ball left of the power play. On a trip in the comments, he's already going out on a limb to say start the car, start your engines. Well, 16%, so if we played this game 100 times, the Panthers would pull out a win 16 of those, or something like that. I'm not a mathematician, but the way it's going, I don't think this is one of those 16. Good delivery there to finish the power play from Singh, and it's a power play that certainly the Fighters won on points. 26 for 1 at the end of the third. Mohammad Tabish has joined Joed Shah out there in the middle, and Tabish, of course, he's a well-known character on the network, and can be a very destructive batter. Now, Mohammad would be exactly the right time to show the viewers, because this game needs a hero. If you're a Panthers fan, need someone to step up with that run rate creeping up and up. It's up at 16.6. Mohammad Tabish needs to go, and go quickly, if the Panthers are going to get back into this one. Of course, the G-Force are back together. We're separated only by lunch, and, well, I can tell you now, nothing gets in the way of Phil G and his lunch, nor in the way of Tina G and her lunch. So we're splitting duties for this game 3, but we will be both back for game 4, which promises to be another very intriguing one, actually. It will be a replay of the game we had this morning between the Fighters and TTP, and I think TTP will be looking to make it 2 for 2 against the Fighters, as that one is pumped straight down the ground. That's a brilliant shot. It clatters into the sight screen in front of us. Straight and true there from the batter. And it's a big Maximo at the start of the 4th over. Well, maybe that's a sign of things to come. If you take a look at the Manhattans on the right-hand side, it was that 2nd over that was a measly couple of runs off it for the Panthers, and that's really meant that this run chase hasn't quite got going yet. You can see the fighters, just 3 big overs going magical. If the Panthers can replicate that, do something similar, get 1 over that goes magical, 1 over that even goes supersonic, and suddenly that can shift the momentum of a whole run chase. But now is the time to do that for the Panthers. Good start there from Shah, and well, he smartly dances out of the way of that one. Knows that anything down leg side will be given a wide. Takes the bonus ball. That is actually the first time that the ball has strayed down the wide side. You can see by the graphic on your right hand side there. Bowling well, the fighters. Pretty much on the stumps. Nothing too short, which I think is the right way to go on this pitch. The pitch is very true, but it can just climb a little. Anything too short will be dispatched right on cue. Thank you very much to Jawad Shah for perfect. Touch too short, and he just swings on it and it's the boundary. So this is already looking like a promising over for Panthers with that wide. Just 11 runs coming off the first 2 legal deliveries, and that's exactly what they need with that run rate at 16. Well, now with that 6, it's dropped down closer to 15. So they still need over 100 here, do the Panthers. That target, remember, 142. But for now, the fighters, well, they'll certainly have that run chase that they were on the wrong end of this morning in the back of their minds. Almost identical blueprint that time from Team Tigers Portugal. We wrote them off. Clearly, I have not learnt from my mistakes. It's that one, well, it was an attempted slower ball, went all wrong, not only for the bowler, but also for Pardeep Nanglu with the gloves. Bounces about 3 times before it gets to the keeper, bounces through his legs. It's a wide. They're able to take an extra run as well. And suddenly the fighters, as I was saying, maybe have that defeat this morning in the back of their minds, because it's following a similar trajectory for now. That time they were defending a slightly smaller total. It was 131 that was chased down in the end. 129 the fighters put on, but with that final ball going for a boundary, TTP finished on 131. So the fighters here have 13 more runs or 11 more runs to play with, but they don't want this to fall apart. They need to keep disciplined, bowling those good lines like they have been doing, and forcing the Panthers into a mistake. That one's crunched. There's no mistake about that one. That's going into the farmyard. That's a big 6. And this is turning into a dangerous over for the Panthers. It's the 3rd 6 coming off it, including those wides as well. So there's still 2 balls left in this over, and it's already gone magical. 21 runs coming off it. Chances of it going supersonic the way it's going. I've said before, Mohamed Tabish, he is a dangerous customer if he gets going. Much needed dot ball there for Singh. You can see even just the body language there from the bowler. Slight frustration, maybe a bit of tiredness creeping in for the fighters. Just needs a final push for them, but of course they do have the final game today as well. So it's been a tough shift for them, playing what will be 6 games over 2 days. That one slapped away into the offside. Should just be a single. So a nice little recovery there from Singh, the bowler, having been hit for 3 maximos in the over. It does go magical. It's the end of the 4th. 48 on the board for the Panthers. So the win predictor still has fighters comfortably ahead at 78%. But if we have more of those magical overs, we could be in for another grandstand finish. With those runs required now, 94 off 36 deliveries. But surely, I mean, I know I've been begging for a golden ball, but I can't do a golden ball without golden G-Force buddy. So, I'll take a golden ball whenever it comes. But I think Phil would be mildly devastated if it comes now, taking solace in his yummy lunch. Maybe we can keep the golden ball for one of the, maybe even on finals day. Wouldn't that be good? We've got Peacock Friday tomorrow. That's always prime for a golden ball. And of course, finals day on Sunday, and there's nothing better than a golden ball on the finals day. Of course, Santarem is also quite well known for its golden balls. I think it's Barcelona is still up there at the top. Well, in fact, I'll give you the list in a moment because it is quite an interesting one. Maybe give me your thoughts in the chat. I know we have spoken about it before, but what do you think the grounds are across Europe that have been witness to the most golden balls? I've already mentioned Barcelona might be up there, but let me know what you think. There's 2 grounds that have both seen 11 golden balls. One may be a bit obvious if you think about it, but one an interesting one. So let me know what you think. I'll give you the answers in a couple of overs time. The golden ball hotspots in Europe. I remember my first golden ball like it was yesterday. It was just, I think, pretty much exactly a year ago, if I remember rightly. Phil and I here in Portugal. I remember doing one in Malta as well. We like to share the golden ball love here. Into the 5th over we go then. Rahul will be bowling it. Starts with a dot ball. It's interesting here. Pardeep Nanglu standing up to the stumps. I think it's a nice move. It's a risky one because there is a bit of bounce in the pitch, and certainly the bowler Rahul is not the slowest, but Pardeep showing that he is a bit of an all-rounder. And that one not quite cleanly into the gloves, but Pardeep, the impressive form of Pardeep, gets something in the way, enough in the way to stop that one. We did see him bowl in the previous game in that loss to TTP. Wasn't entirely successful, went for a magical over, so maybe that's why he's retreated to the relative safety of wicketkeeper. That one's launched. That's going all the way over the gazebos, over the team huts for a big 6 runs. And well, again, Mohammad Tabish, he's showing us glimpses of what he's capable of. Every now and then, an explosion off his bat. Not quite enough for his liking, I'm sure, or for the Panthers' likings, but it's taken the Panthers past the half century. 54 for 1. 3 balls left before halfway. Phil G, what are you doing in the chat? Spoiling my game. You should be having your lunch. Shush. But yes, if anyone's seen Phil G's comments, some clues of the golden ball hotspots in Europe. As that one is cracked through the covers, 4 runs. Mohammad Tabish maybe slowly turning on the style here. As well, a bit of a limp from one of the fighters' fielders as well. It has been a big shift from them. Was in this hot Santarem sun as well. That one's carved away through backward point. There's a bit of flair there from Mohammad Tabish, showing us exactly what he can do. Must have dropped just shy of that boundary rope, so it's 4 runs, but that's a sequence of boundaries here for the Panthers and exactly what they needed. 62 on the board for them. Final ball of the 5th coming up. It's 3 boundaries in a row. Having started with the 2 dot balls, he's since gone 6-4-4. And that one to the leg side. Count that as another 6 to the collection. So this over does go magical. 20 runs coming off it. It wasn't the worst over there from Rahul, but he just came up against Mohammad Tabish, who seemed to have turned on the run tap that has been, well, maybe dripping over the last couple of days, but suddenly he's found a hot streak. The Panthers moved to 68 for 1 at the halfway stage. So pretty delicately poised, got to say. Win predictor still in the fighters' camp. But another couple of overs from the bat of Mohammad Tabish, and it might be a different equation altogether. So going back to the golden balls then, if you haven't had it spoiled by Phil in the chat. So the Cartmore Oval, I would have thought it would be way, way out in front, but 11 golden balls at the Cartmore Oval, tied with Malta. So the Master Sports Ground Malta also had 11. Hopefully with more to come, of course. And then Barcelona, Montjuic, 7 golden balls. And then Santarem, Portugal with 6. Hopefully with surely at least one to come between now and next Sunday. Don't forget, of course, it's the final of the Challenger Division on Sunday. But no rest for the wicked as we go straight into the Premier Division with 5 new sides battling it out for that coveted ECN trophy with the finals day. With, I hear, Mr. Maximo himself making a cameo appearance next Sunday. So it's an Easter treat for you all. So plenty of cricket to play between now and then, and surely time for a golden ball. And then Cyprus rounds out the top 5 with 4 golden balls. So don't say we don't share these things around. That one's lifted into the offside. There's 2 fielders herring after it. It's going to land. I think they just run through for the single. This is Sandeep Singh bowling the 6th over for the Fighters. His first over of the game. And a nice little partnership building here now between Jawad Shah and Mohammad Tabish. Shah hasn't had too much of the strike. He's used it well when he's had it though. And he adds another Maximo to the collection. Over towards the farmyard. That takes him into the 20s. He's ticking along nicely. Strike rate of 300. He's 21 off 7. Mohammad Tabish lurking like a cartoon villain at the other end, waiting for his turn. He's 28 off 13. And suddenly the Panthers, we hear their roar again. 76 for 1. 5 boundaries coming off the last 8 deliveries. Great hands there from the wicketkeeper Pardeep Nanglu to avoid any further damage. Just the wide ball called there by the umpire. You can see what what Sandeep Singh was trying to do there, just trying to hide the ball outside off stump, seeing if he could just sneak one through on that wide line. This time he goes straighter, and it is hit to the fielder out at long on the 1 bounce. So just go through for a single. So 1 ball left of the 6th over. Panthers could really do with this final ball going to the rope just to keep that rhythm up of overs that have gone for 15 plus, that required rate just above 15. And that's left and left well by Tabish. That's another wide called by the man in pink. And he goes again, just trying maybe to hide the ball a bit too much here, Sandy, but I can absolutely sympathise with what he's trying to do. He knows if he bowls it any straighter, there's a high likelihood the ball's going to end up in the farmyard. Equally though, he's got to get himself out of this over. 3 wides in the last 4 deliveries now. That is well bowled. It's skewed up in the air. It's a chance for a catch, and it's well taken. It's actually a brilliant catch at backward point, with the hat tumbling, running down the hill, looking, as you can see there, already making the excuse of the sun. And it was in the end a brilliant catch by Varandeep Singh, retreating, knowing that this was an extremely important wicket, and he manages to hold on. And the Fighters land a punch at the perfect time as the Panthers lose their 2nd wicket at the end of the 6th over. It's now 80 for 2. And the danger man, Mohammad Tabish, has to depart. 28 he scores off 14 deliveries. Jawad Shah, he's still there, 22 off 8. You'd imagine now the onus is on him to try to score the majority of these 62 runs required still. That means out of it here, the Panthers, they've staged a decent enough comeback after they got off to a sluggish start. You just have to think with Mohammad Tabish out now, someone needs to step up. Is it Jawad Shah who takes on the responsibility here? Big shout out to Crew in the comments. I know that he's coming over to Portugal. I think we're going to miss each other though, Crew, because I'm leaving on Monday, unfortunately. How I wish I could just spend another week in the sun here in Portugal, but I've got to go back home. So we're going to miss each other, but shout out to you, Crew, and I'm sure everyone will look after you here when you come. Of course, we've got the Premier Division coming up, starting on Monday, taking you all the way through to Easter Sunday. Speaking of celebrations, obviously Easter next Sunday. It's also Independence Day for Bangladesh today. So shout out to all our friends and fans and followers over in Bangladesh. I hope you're celebrating in style by, of course, tuning into the European Cricket Network as we go into the 7th over here in a belated appeal from the bowler. The appeal first started with Pardeep Nanglu, who seemed certain that he heard something. The bowler kind of bluffed his way into the appeal once he saw his keeper go up. Shares a wry smile there with umpire Andy, who says, well, what were you appealing for? Because I didn't hear anything. There will just be a dot ball from Amarjit Singh, who's bowling the 7th over here for the Fighters. Panthers 80 for 2, losing a wicket at the end of that previous over. That one's been slapped away, and well, the fielder out there has to take evasive action. It's Sandeep Singh, who at first lined himself up perfectly with the ball, then realised all he could see was the big thing in the sky that wasn't the ball, but the sun, and he had to take evasive action. As a result, the ball flies over the rope. Important boundary there for the Panthers, as it looks like it will be Jawad Shah to take on this senior role to try and get the runs, as he's joined out there in the middle by Siraj, but slower ball there from Amarjit Singh. Club down the ground, should just be a single. Question from Slippy Stew in the chat asking if there's still an innings time. There's not, but the umpires are very much keeping an eye on the time. That one has been clubbed away. That'll be another boundary. So they're always in conversation with the captain. Are the two umpires making sure that the teams hurry on along. In fact, that one didn't go through a boundary. That was stopped by the fielder hiding behind the umbrella. It was just a single in the end. If you haven't heard already, there's a perfectly positioned umbrella which is blocking our sight of the fielders out there in the rope. Well, there's nothing blocking that one, as that goes long and far, 6 runs over, long on. Again, the Panthers out of this fight. They've been hanging on pretty much from the start. The lowest that win predictor went was about 13%. But since then, they've been hanging around in those high 20s. In fact, just with that one big 6, they've gone to the highest they've been in the whole game so far, 38%. So still the underdogs. But with Jawad Shah going well, 35 off 12, they're still within a shot here. Tries to hit the leather off that one, does Jawad Shah. Only gets himself a single. Probably a decent outcome, though, because it does keep him on strike going into the 8th over. It's the end of the 7th, 95 on the board for the Panthers, with that equation now sitting at 47 runs required off the final 18 deliveries. So that run rate required just a touch below 16. We've certainly seen equations like this in the favour of the batting side in the past. A very similar equation to the one we had this morning between the Fighters and TTP. So the Panthers ready to pounce. Fighters, meanwhile, they want to keep up their dominance at the top of the table. Remember, they came into today undefeated from their first 2 days of action. They did suffer their first defeat this morning at the hands of TTP, which will in fact be the 4th and final game coming your way after this one in just about half an hour's time. So this is game 3 of 4 for today. Before, of course, we have 4 more exciting games coming your way tomorrow. where the Werewolves will be back in action, as will Falkaush. TTP have the big shift tomorrow as well, with 3 games for them. Oh, and he took a tumble there. I hope he's all right. I think he just jarred his leg on the way down. Looks to be okay. The umpire there just gives the pitch a suspicious little shuffle with his foot. Well, maybe the nerves are getting to people here as we go into the 8th over. Rahul is the bowler. This time he does release it. It's a great delivery, big appeal, as Jazwar Shah there steps right across his stumps. But it would have been high and wide, certainly not hitting the stumps as Jawad Shah scampers down the other end. You can see him rubbing his inner thigh there, which tells you all you need to know about how high that one was bouncing. So Siraj Butt, he's got a job on his hands here. He's only faced the 1 delivery as he carves that to long off. Single's probably not a bad result for him here as it gets Jawad Shah back on strike. You do feel that he would have to score the lion's share of this total if they do want to get over the line, the Panthers. But already 2 deliveries without a boundary in this over is danger zone for the Panthers. They need a boundary. They need it quick. Well, there it is. And that will take some finding, because that has been absolutely launched into what we have now dubbed the farmyard area. Well, unless I'm mistaken, there is some kind of farmyard there. Otherwise, it's now a hypothetical farmyard. After we had Area 51 last year at this ground, a patch of land that was cordoned off, but now we've dubbed the deep mid-wicket area as the farmyard. As that one, well, there's nothing agricultural about that. Straight and true, 6 runs, back-to-back maximos here for Jawad Shah, who's finding his voice here as he moves to 48 off 16 deliveries. Again, the Panthers, they're clawing on here, holding on for dear life. They just need to take this game deep. 33 now is required off 14 deliveries. Certainly looks like we have a final over thriller on our hands. And that one has gone again. So it's 6-6-6. It's the devil. Triple Maximo. And what a way to bring up your half century. Jawad Shah, he moves to 54 off just 17 deliveries. What an innings it's been so far from him. But he won't be happy until he gets his Panthers over the line. And look at that. Look at that win predictor now. Bang on 50-50. It's the toss of a coin. It's the first time the Panthers have even been level in this game, let alone ahead. And that's the difference one big over can do. It's already gone magical. That's a great comeback ball, though. It's an appeal in hope rather than expectation. But in fact, it's the perfect result as well for the Panthers, as it keeps Jawad Shah on strike. It gets them that extra run off the leg bye as well. And we've got an absolute grandstand finish in store for you here on the European Cricket Network. 2 overs left. 26 is the equation. And for the first time in this game, the Panthers go ahead on the win predictor, and comfortably so. Tells you just how much this game can swing in the course of just a few moments. I mean, I wasn't the only one who was saying at the start of this run chase that this game was already done and dusted. Fool me once. I mean, I've already been fooled about 10 times because I've already called games as being over. The Panthers here doing a great resurrection job on the cusp of what would be a really morale-boosting, confidence-boosting win for them against a fighter side who have looked pretty dominant so far in this Challenger Series. The Fighters, meanwhile, I wouldn't say they'd be getting nervous because I think they have put themselves in a brilliant position, but certainly will be looking down the table at who's coming up behind them. Good delivery to start the 9th over there from Sandeep Singh. Does his own fielding as well. So just a single taken there. It's a good result for the Fighters as it gets Jawad Shah off strike. $11 balls left, 25 required. That previous over going for 21 runs, going magical. thanks to those 3 sixes. That one's going to be a wide. It's something the fighters have been just a little guilty of, losing their lines, giving free runs to the opposition. If you look back at the wides they've given away, 5, 6, 7 wides, suddenly that equation would look far more favourable to them, as it is 24 off 11. Low full toss, smashed into the leg side. Despite 2 fielders being out there, neither of them can stop it. And it's another boundary to the collection as Siraj Butt gets in on the action, gets his first boundary of this run chase. I'm just wondering if they've got the field right here. They've got a long off and a deep covers, and you can see that Siraj Butt is just trying to hit everything to the leg side. If I were then, I'd put more protection out there. Doesn't matter how many people you put out there though, if you get launched over the ropes, and suddenly the Panthers look like they might be winning this at a canter. 14 now required off 9 deliveries, and it's gone very flat out there for the fighters. Hands on hips, not too much talking, as they know for the second time today they might be on the wrong end of a remarkable run chase, a run chase really that came from nowhere. This time it does go offside, and well, again, there's 4 fighters fielders pretty much in the V, and none of them can stop it. It's another 4 runs to the Panthers, and suddenly this game is absolutely theirs for the taking. A runner ball required, 8 off 8, and it's almost an action replay from this morning, isn't it? That game between the fighters and Team Tigers Portugal, exactly the same happened there. Fighters got runs on the board, TTP got off to a slow start in the run chase, and suddenly from nowhere they came alive, and that's exactly what the Panthers have done here, with now just a few runs required to see them over the line. 10 off 8 in fact is the equation. Well, there's 6 of them as that goes all the way for a Maximo, and Siraj Butt, he's come out here to support Jawad Shah, and he's done exactly what he needs to do. Hit a quick fire few runs. He's moved to 22 off just the 6 deliveries. That's 4 boundaries in a row. This over's gone magical, and things have gone all wrong here for the fighters, as the knockout blow from the Panthers could be just moments away here. 1 shot will win it. 4 needed. Final ball of the night. Can they finish it before the final over? Well, not quite, as they scamper through for 1. Well cut off there by the fielder at point. So we will go to the final over. And this isn't what I expected some 20 minutes ago, where I thought we'd be going into the final over just to allow the Panthers some batting practice. But in fact, now they are more than in the driving seat. They're pretty much already parked back up in the garage, and the keys are coming out the ignition. 3 required off the final 6 deliveries. And just look at that win predictor. It was as low as, I think it was 13% for the Panthers early on in the run chase. Now the fighters barely have a punching chance, 2%. The Panthers just 1 hit away here. And look at that acceleration in the Manhattans on the bottom right as well. So those last 3 overs have gone big, big, bigger, and even biggest, which is now 3 to win. So that's clubbed away to deep mid wicket. There is a man out there. Panthers happy to just take the single, knowing now that they don't want to do anything stupid, just want to get the win on the board, and it'll be such a needed win for the Panthers as well, with just the 1 win out of 4 for them in the tournament. This will take them up to 2 wins in the Challenger Series. And there it is. It finishes in absolute style, and it's Jawad Shah, deservedly so, who hits the final blow. He finishes on 61 not out off 20 deliveries as the Panthers roar home against the odds. A target of 142. They win it in the end with 4 balls to spare, thanks to an outstanding final partnership between Jawad Shah and Siraj Butt. He put his own contribution in as well, 24 off 8 deliveries for him. So in the end, the Panthers take the win against the fighters who, well, at the halfway stage when Phil G left, we were thinking the Panthers, they don't really have a chance here. They looked pretty flat in the field. Looked like they were still digesting their lunch, and then suddenly, out of absolutely nowhere, the Panthers came in and they have claimed victory here. And what a win it was. Meanwhile, for the Fighters, they will have to lick their wounds. They'll have to go back into their team's corner and see what they can do, because of course they've got the final game coming up as well against TTP. So it's a rehash of the first game we had this morning, and the Fighters now have played 2 games today. Both of them they've lost on the run chase, and it's been pretty much a carbon copy of both games. So it'll be very interesting to see what happens in that final game. The Fighters came in today being top of the pile, and suddenly they faced 2 defeats. Meanwhile, TTP, they want to finish their day in style as well. So the Panthers take this one in impressive style, 4 balls to go, and we will look forward to the next game, which is coming your way in just over 15 minutes time. It's the final game of today, and it will be the Fighters against Team Tigers Portugal. So join us here in a few moments time for the final game of this ECS Challenger Series here in Santarem.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by our official timing partner, Rado, and our official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls of all ages, to Santarem, Phil G and T10. We're, of course, at G4. Bringing you the action here today on day number 3, and 4 matches have been, well, almost about to be played. 3 matches have been played. The last match of the day is coming your way very, very shortly indeed. It's going to be the Fighters, who have to bounce back from that loss that they've just suffered at the hands of the Panthers. They're taking on Team Tigers Portugal, and they've got the heat on at the moment because they've got 2 from 2. They just had the break at lunchtime, and they're coming back to take on the top of the table Fighters again for the second time today. And based on form, with the Fighters losing a couple of matches, Tina, Team Tigers Portugal picking up a match, there's a lot to play for in this game.
I think this is anyone's game. We saw in that first matchup this morning between these two sides that it swung this way, it swung that. We thought the Fighters were pretty much home and hosed, and then TTP came with the knockout punch. And the Fighters now have come on the back of 2 games where they've had 2 run chases, and they've thought, we're fine here, we're controlling this, and suddenly bang, and it's got away from them. So they'll have a few nerves, I'm sure. This time, of course, they will be the ones making the runs or making the chase. Maybe that has played into the kind of mindset of how they're going to approach this as well.
That's a really good point, actually. The fact that they are going to be chasing, that could possibly help them. But Team Tigers, just in case you missed it right from our friends at Rado, that is the news from the toss. They won the toss and batting first, and we'll start with a wide as well. So by choosing the bat first, then they're putting in the Fighters to bat second, and maybe the Fighters will appreciate that. That means they won't have to be in the field and watch those runs getting chased down. We'll see what happens. There's a lot to play for, as I feel here. Fighters, look, I feel they've already got themselves into the finals. I'm not sure what sort of natural phenomenon has to take place for them to not be in the finals on Sunday, but you never know. Still got to get there. Still need to play out these games.
It's an interesting one, actually, isn't it? At the toss, having won in the chase in this exact game just a few hours ago, they've decided to flip the script, and they want to get runs on the board. And as you said, give the Fighters actually a chance to do what they had done to them earlier today. So they have the opportunity to chase down any runs that TTP put on the board. But I think it's a good move from the captain, Asaf Attar. Remains to be seen whether it was the right choice.
Maybe TTP players are still digesting their very yummy lunch they had. You never know. And therefore giving them a bit of extra respite there in the dugout. I'm not sure. Hit down the ground straight to the player, who does fumble and allows that to get through for a quick single. Speaking of lunches, I know you made mention of it while I was in there chewing on my lunch. That was a delicious lunch. I know Zoe's already left the ground, but our compliments to the chef, looking after us once again. That's one thing about coming to Santarem, isn't it? You get looked after. We get looked after. So a big thanks to everybody at the ground here for taking care of it. That was a delicious lunch.
It absolutely was. I was on commentary while you were having your lunch, and there was that golden ball tingle in the air. And I was thinking, would Phil rather have a really, really good lunch or a golden ball?
Okay, so full disclosure, halfway through the 9th over, I put the jacket on. And I thanked them for the lunch. I quickly downed my drink. I got to the doorway, and then a good thing is that the footage inside the clubhouse is only one delivery behind live, so I could see it all unfold. But I was on my blocks. I was ready. Cautious start here for both teams. The Fighters looking to put the brakes on nice and early, and TTP looking to sort of try to bust out a little bit here, but I see a couple of singles and a dot here in this first over. And I do love the return of our percentages as well. So well done to the guys back in the office who've managed to arrange that for us, enjoying their work. They're doing a great job. And hopefully you'll enjoy it too out there in cricket land. Wondering what on earth those big percentages there about. Well, that's the win-loss percentages. I think you did a great job explaining that, Tina, in the previous innings. That's what it's all about. And there is some boffin somewhere locked in a room deep in an underground bunker, and that's his job. He simply has to weigh up the odds, use his little abacus to slide the little things over to figure out who is looking better than the other.
I imagine he has a big whiteboard behind him, and he's furiously scribbling at the same time as moving the abacus with the other hand. The previous game was the perfect example. It swung this way and that. And until, I think, probably about the 8th over of the run chase, the Panthers, the highest they'd got was about 23%. And
That's
suddenly one magical over and they rocketed up and there was no stopping them then.
I think it was that 8th over, and yeah, boom, it went to 65% in their favour, and that's where I sort of set up and had the last little bit of rice and yummy chicken in my mouth and thought, all right, Phil, got to go. Or it sounded more sort of like, oh, all right, got to go. So yeah, but that's fine. We didn't get the GB. Okay, that's okay. We'll lock that away for another time. We've got plenty of opportunities, Tina. Need to make sure we get one before you leave, even though they've only just arrived.
I'll take them any which way. I mean, we've been relatively close.
Yeah.
In the 2 of the 3 games, I'd say, so far today.
We've had some close finishes in the first 2 days here. We've had about 3 or maybe 4 games out of the first 8 games that finished on the last delivery.
Yeah.
Were decided on that very last ball of the innings. So it's actually been a really close fought contest. We haven't had any blowouts, which also says something about this whole Challenger Premier Division split. The fact that we've got teams who are quite evenly matched up against each other. First over completed, by the way, in case you missed it. 7 on the board, haven't lost the wicket. TTP looking to move things along. That was a good, tough first over to negotiate there from Mandeep Singh, but well bowled for him.
It's the sign of a good series, isn't it, when everyone can beat everyone. We've seen the fighters look like they would almost be unbeaten at the start of today, and suddenly they've been beaten twice. We've had the Panthers, who we thought were dead and buried. They come out roaring, and suddenly it's all still to play for, which is really promising signs looking ahead to finals day, where anything can happen.
Agree. Yeah. And don't forget, tomorrow we've got a big Friday coming your way. Friday action. Peacock Friday tomorrow as well. And then more group action on Saturday before we turn to the finals on Sunday. And I know, Tin, you explained this as well in the previous match about 4 teams get through. One poor solitary team from the group stages unfortunately won't be there on Sunday. That's the way the cookie crumbles. So just a reminder that tomorrow the Werewolves are back for 3 games. The Tigers are back for 3 games. And Falcoish are back for 2 games.
It's lifted up and away. And an immediate stretch there from Azam Johnny. It's the lesser spotted 6 and stretch. As well, he's put in a shift today, hasn't he, Johnny? Just looks like he's maybe cramping a bit in his calf. We'll allow him that one after his antics earlier today.
I think so too. After picking up 102 not out, carrying his bat, and being the sole lone centurion of this series so far, and played that centurion style as well. Real highlight of today's action. Yeah, he'd be forgiven for maybe just feeling like he needs to sort of have a bit of lie down to stretch and get a bit more fluids into the body. Although TTP did just have the lunchtime break. Oh, he swung at this one, puts everything behind that, and it goes quite fine towards that backward square leg. Almost, well, pretty much just a wide third man area. Across the boundary, big 6 runs there. This over, suddenly it's gotten expensive. It's worth 18 right now. And we've still got 3 deliveries to go. We're only halfway there. 25 on the board, halfway through the second.
Yeah, the first over there from TTP, not a single boundary scored. They've made up for it in this second over so far. 3 legal deliveries, all of which have gone to the rope, plus those extra 2 wides. Discussion here between the men in pink and the players.
Amarjit Singh with a bit on his mind now. How does he bowl? How does he bowl to Azam Johnny, who appears to be in absolutely scintillating form today? Needs to try something different. Here he goes, coming around the wicket. Well, he's manufactured a dot there, so that's good. That's a good win for the bowler.
We were saying earlier today, weren't we, that Azam Johnny just seems to have twice as much time at the crease than any other batter. He just doesn't ever rush himself. He doesn't try to overhit the ball. He's very balanced there, the left-hander. You can see slightly open stance. He just waits for it. And that time, waits for it to pass him down the leg side. But he never looks hurried, does he, at the crease?
Yep. Yeah, he's shown good concentration, good patience too for an opening bat here in this Challenger series. Really good concentration. Just as you say, happy to wait for that right delivery. It inevitably will come. It always does. The bowlers can sometimes, stray, be a little bit sort of relaxed in their delivery. And look at that. He's punched another one out through the point area. It doesn't quite have the same oomph on it as the previous couple of shots he's played out there. So it will get pulled up. But again, he just looks effortless in his placement.
And again, it was just if it was a punch, it was a slight jab more than a hammer blow.
Yeah.
He just lifts it, and he knows, especially now the field is bone dry, it will race away. And as soon as he gets it over that ring, he knows he can rest that calf of his, because that's racing away to the boundary.
So true. That's 20 off the over already, plus what comes next. So unfortunately for Amarjit Singh, he's gone magical. Hope he realised he's got one left. I thought maybe he was about to shuffle off and go and hide somewhere in the outfield, but nope. Umpire says you got one left to go. So bowl that, and then I'll let you escape. Halim gets to face one of his red. When he opens with Azam Johnny, he's happy to play second fiddle. Why not? You're in good company there. And a little bit quicker through the air there. And Halim plays the shot after the ball thuds into the gloves to the wicket keeper. 27 for no loss after 2. I'll let everyone in the chat. Thanks for joining us. I can see Paolo Campini keeping us company throughout the whole day. Thank you for that, Paolo. Trip Denny saying looking sharp, G-Force. I did see that comment earlier, Trip. Thank you for your shout out there. We aim to please and we aim to dress appropriately as well. Of course we do. And I hope everyone out there is having a wonderful Thursday wherever you are in the world. We're having a terrific Thursday under bright blue skies here in Santarem. We've been spoiled by the weather. Poor old Tina's come from a grumpy grey, no sun England. I've come from a grumpy grey, no sun Prague, so I can't talk. Just in case you're wondering.
That's why we've both, in between every innings and every game, we've been going out our bunker, like glinting at the sun, like it's the first time we've seen it. It's a good delivery there from Mandeep Singh. Nice lines to the left-handed Johnny.
Yeah, when I flew out of Prague on Saturday, it had just started raining. It had been raining on and off for the previous 3 days. It was very heavy cloud as well. As somebody turns on the egg beater just behind us. Sound like a Kenwood.
And that was a chance for a catch there. Goes straight in and straight back out to the man at point. It was an awkward kind of forward dive. And I was just actually checking to see where the ball landed. And the fielder at mid-off falls to his knees, Balwinder Singh, in agony that one wasn't taken, because you know what? It would have been Azam Johnny back in the hut. As it is, though, he escapes with a single, gets to the safety of the non-striker's end.
I think the fielder might have warned that in a soft spot. Did take a while to move up. Just been punched down, miss-hit slightly, just down towards through the mid-off area. Going to be just a single there. Keep that strike turning over is what they want to do. Halim more than happy to turn to Azam Johnny. Maybe Azam Johnny probably wants to get a bit of respite at the non-striker's end and maybe ask his counterpart there, Abdul Halim, why don't you sort of, get amongst the runs as well? It's there for everybody. Well, he goes to lift that one towards point, and he's lifted it straight over the boundary, very square on the offside. That's a cracking good shot. Again, he just stands with a slight shuffle of the feet just to get himself sort of balanced, and it's all in the arms. He doesn't have to do much else. It's perfectly guided for a big 6.
He's looking ominous here, isn't he, Azam Johnny? Again, Abdul Halim, poor Abdul Halim. Can we talk about the fact that he's probably spent about 3 hours batting there in the middle and has faced maybe 10 balls?
He hasn't faced many deliveries, has he? No. I wonder if he enjoys just spectating, I'm sure he and Azim seem to run well between the wickets as well, so they obviously have a good working relationship there in the middle when they're both opening the bat. So I'm sure he probably doesn't mind playing second fiddle.
Especially
this time on the pads, swings hard at that, doesn't he? And that is out of here as well, I think. Waiting for the umpire to agree. Not quite on the full, but it bounces and 4 runs.
I think it was a half opportunity there. You do have to feel for any fielders that are fielding to the left of the camera here, because they're staring right down the barrel of that Portuguese sun.
Yeah.
And we're giving them the excuses on a play here, because that was still a pretty shoddy piece of fielding. He was caught in between wanting to catch it, wanting to stop it, ended up doing neither, and it's another 4 to the collection for Azam Johnny, and he's going along nicely here. 12 runs coming off that over. End of the power play, and another, I'd say, solid, if not spectacular start from TTP, but that's all they need to do. It proved to be more than enough earlier today. It'd be interesting to see if Azam Johnny does depart, what else they have in the locker for TTP. Will someone else step up and get those runs?
That's a good shout. That's a really good shout. If just have a look sort of down the line there, because they haven't really been tested yet, being this is their first day here at the in this Challenger division. So just have a look. We saw, I think it was Raju Mia played pretty well earlier. Mahmoud Khan, I think, he's not too bad with the bat. Abdul Mateen didn't really set the world on fire. Russell and Raju Mia put together a terrific partnership in the big run chase earlier. So those two represent the strength of the middle order, or the upper middle order right there. So I guess that those two could be relied on, because I think they put together about a 50-run partnership earlier on in that run chase. Halim carves this one away for a single, as he often does if he faces the first ball of the new over. It's becoming a bit habitual. I think opposition teams might want to sort of just take that and put that in their back pocket, because that's what Halim will do. He'll look for that single. He's done it time and time again. And I'm sure that's something that he and Azam have definitely worked out. If I'm on strike, let me work that single. And he does it really well too.
They've certainly got an understanding, don't they, these two? It feels like a partnership that's battered together on many occasions. Left hand, right hand as well. Always causes havoc. No matter how many times you play against the same team, and this team have played against each other twice today, they're still somehow bamboozled as soon as the left-hand, right-hand combination comes out.
Yeah, teams need to do their homework on that sort of thing. We've seen that a few times, not just today, but also a couple of days ago when Falcosh, because they have the first drop comes in. He is Rahul Ahmed. He comes in at number 3, and he's a lefty. And I saw many times yesterday teams just standing still, the fielders unsure where to go. Skipper sort of knows he has to do something about it, but they didn't have a game plan. You think, come on, you need to be onto that. You need to know there's a lefty in the squad. What do you do? Where do you go? And also the bowler. What does the bowler do? Oh, swivels on this one. He's pulled that across the line, and that is a lovely, tasty sort of shot there on this sunny afternoon on a lovely Thursday in Santarem. And everyone's putting their hands up in the air to keep the sun out of their eyes, but that has gone a long, long way back. What a cracking good shot there from Azam Johnny. He is already racing along now. And, yeah, the fighters be thinking, does anyone remember the battle plan to get rid of this guy? Because he's starting to tear us one.
Yeah, Paolo saying, will Johnny be good? He be very good at the moment. 36 off 16 on the back of that blistering century earlier today. Taking his run somewhere near the 150 mark for the day, which is not bad going, as the Manhattan there looked like it was giving us the middle finger. Did you see that? It was very rude.
I didn't see that.
Very rude.
That's inappropriate. Azam Johnny, he's on 36 from 17. 46 no loss. Last ball, the fourth coming up. Oh, he's hoiked that one. Oh, the player. Again, as you said just a few moments ago, Tina, the players on that side of the ground, for the left-hander on the leg side for the left-hander, put their hands up in the air just because they can't see anything apart from a big shining Portuguese sun. And that ball went over the top of that player, not by too much, but he was properly blinded then trying to follow that ball, and that finishes you over with a big 6. 52 for no loss after 4.
Interesting, the win predictor, very much in that Goldilocks zone. I suppose the fighters still have very much a chance. If say anything below 150, they'd still reckon they've got the firepower. Pardeep Nanglu, if we're talking about batters in form, he's certainly up there. Yeah.
Well, with the run rate at 13, haven't lost a wicket. This to me is building up to be a pretty good launching pad here. So, yeah, I'm not sure about that. Anyway, the person locked away in the bunker with only a minibar fridge and a big whiteboard, they know more than I do when it comes to crunching these numbers. So I'll happy to run with that. But yeah, 52 without loss after 4, going at 13s. Haven't lost a wicket. Azam Johnny hitting the ball beautifully, carrying on from where he left off before. Ably supported by that man, Abdul Halim. Let's see if Halim does what we think he'll do, and it is get a single off the first ball. Well, we're going to slow things down a bit now. Good move here. Looks like, well, it's Rahul, but it looks like he's on his... Oh, it's probably not quite a short run-up. It's not quite slowing it down. My apologies. And now the batter was also concerned. He thought it was a slow bowl. Obviously, I mic'd up to the batter because he knew that was coming. But yeah, Rahul, who came in for a bit of stick in the last game. Let's see how he goes in this game. Halim can push it just on the ons or the offside, and he'll pick up a single easy. And have a look at that. He's just worked the ball straight to a player. Azam Johnny took off as soon as the blade came down. He knew what Halim was going to do. It's obviously something they've worked out. And it's working well. Absolutely working well. There's no fault there whatsoever. I think it's working really well. If Azam Johnny wants to strike and he's he's not feeling tired and he's good to go, absolutely fine.
Super Goldilocks zone has been hit 50-50.
Wow, there you go. It's a sweet 50-50 right there.
Decent delivery though on that occasion. Halim just has one get a bit big on him, tries to uppercut it. As the fighters here looking for any kind of breakthrough. There was that drop earlier in the piece. Azam Johnny doesn't give too many opportunities, so when they do come, you have to take it. Well,
whoa.
There is the innings breaker, or the partnership breaker after all that. Partnership broken on 56. We were saying you've got to take your chances when they come. Well, he didn't need another chance there, did Rahul. Cleans up Halim, who of course is the junior of the two out there in the middle in terms of batters. But the fighters needed something to go their way. And finally, they do pick up a wicket.
Funny old shot there from Halim. I was not expecting him to sort of try to, do the old I want to break free moment there. But he really just tried to hit himself into some sort of groove there. Strange old shot. Missed it completely. Stumps akimbo. Capital Gorne. Gone in the true sense. Trip Denny agrees with me on that one. Of course you do. That's exactly what that means. So 56 for 1 halfway through the fifth, and the fighters do manage to land a blow there. The win predictor just shifts just a bit more appreciably towards the fighters, 57%, but still in that stage, that Goldilocks area where things can move pretty quickly one way or the other. I don't know, maybe Supercomputer already thinks par here is around about the 130 mark, because I kind of find that when it's 13 runs and over, that's kind of what I'm thinking. I think par probably is 125 to 130. We've had a few scores around the 110s, 115s. We've had a number of scores around the 140s as well. So yeah, put par around 25, 130. Nicely bowled that one. Full in at the stumps at the base. So Russell is going to be tested here. He was one of the ones I mentioned before that possibly of the upper order who needs to step up as well. Played a very good game in a big run chase earlier today. Let's see if he can combine with Johnny to build a big score here.
Fighters, according to the win predictor, back with their noses in front. I suppose that wicket was all important just to break that opening partnership.
Yeah.
I know he didn't contribute that too many runs himself, but it's just being that anchor. Abdul Halim for Azam Johnny, that's exactly what he did. And it's funny how it happens then. Azam Johnny suddenly loses a bit of momentum himself. Misses out on that one. It's a brilliant over for Rahul. Goes for just the 5 runs, but most significantly gets that wicket as well. Halfway through the stage then, TTP. 57 for 1. Still, you'd think looking at 120 minimum here, especially if Johnny sticks around for the foreseeable.
Yeah, interesting the way the percentage jumped up there so quickly. It was, you called it as 50-50 maybe an over and a half ago. How quick that changed. Yeah. So, yeah, terrific over than Rahul. I wholeheartedly agree with that. That was a great over. Wicket, 5 runs, 57 for 1 after 5 at the halfway point. There's the Manhattan skyscraper look there. One very big magical over, and everything else pretty modest. You see that's why the run rate is currently just over 11. So a fair bit to do here. And once again, Azam Johnny probably thinking, okay, there's probably a fair bit on my shoulders here, but I think he's going to get good support from Russell. And if it's going to be Raju Mia who comes in next, he'll give good support as well to this team. We'll see. Sandeep Singh gets a chance to roll the arm over. He's got the pill. He's going to start the second half of this innings. Bounding in from the northern end, as they all do. Whoa. Puts everything behind that. I think the umpire is just asking for a bit of help there for the signal because he has to stare into the sun as much as we do. Is it a 4 or a 6? I think it's a 4. I think it might have bounced just in front of the rope. Let's have a look. No, bounced just over the rope. Thank you.
It was one of the two, I'm sure. Again, it just disappears down that hill, doesn't it? And
Yeah.
the umpires, especially if there's no fielder down there, they've got to do a 180 swivel to try and see where the ball's going, while also keeping an eye on what's happening in the middle.
Yeah.
Literally needing eyes in the back of their head to see what's going on.
That's exactly what Square Leg's thinking as well. It's like, well, I've got to look in front of me and I have to look behind me as well. It can be a little bit tough there for the umpires, but they do a cracking good job as well. And I think, do we have a lost ball? I think the umpires are asking for a fresh one. They are indeed. And that is going to be dug out in just a moment from the scoring area. There it goes. So that has gone a long way back. Farmyard territory. Someone's going to find a lovely ripe new white potato, a leather encased potato in the next few weeks. They're going to wonder, what on earth is this? Tastes awful. 63 for 1. Cuts. Goes towards the boundary rider out there who moves around to his left, cuts that one off, just the single. So Russell, no slouch with the bat, turns the strike over to Johnny. So between these two, this could be pretty important for TTP and important for the fighters to try to break them.
It's a very interesting stage of the game, isn't it? Johnny, he's still there looking ominous, 42 off 19. But you think if he loses his wicket, suddenly TTP might be staring down the barrel of a pretty thin score, 100, 110 maybe. But if he stays, then it could be a completely different proposition. And, well, he's not looking like he wants to go anywhere anytime soon, as that one's hit to the rope as well. And again, just checking if it's a 4 or a 6.
Yeah, I'm just struggling a bit with the curve here. They have said before on the back half of the, there we go, indicator as 4 runs. They indicated to us the back half of the ground is pretty hard to see from where they're standing because the ground does drop away. It's not so bad coming in this direction to where we are. We're straight down the ground behind the sight screen. But going the other direction can be a little bit tough. Maybe Andy needs to stand on a stool on an old milk crate or something like that. Well bowled. In at the stumps, quicker. Couldn't get it away. Couldn't get under it.
Johnny needs to check that all his toes are still in place there. Gives his foot a little shake. Definition of a toe crunching Yorker there. Lovely delivery, especially angling around the wicket to the left-hander.
Oh, he's elevated this one. He's got underneath that one okay. And that is going to find the boundary line again. Give each other a fist bump. And that is in the air. It is 6 runs. And that is a well-deserved half century to Azam Johnny. Off 22 deliveries, he's 52. So he's backed up his century with a 50 here. So well done to that man. Looking in scintillating form.
That takes him to over 150 runs for the day as well. Most people will be happy with that across the whole season, let alone in, what would you call it, 5 hours?
Season? What about career? Sorry,
Come on now, Phil.
As a bowler,
Speak for yourself.
I could say that. Sorry, I forget I'm with a very classy opening left-handed bat here.
Game recognises game as Johnny goes for another one. Straight down the ground. He's turning it on now, isn't he? And, well, we were questioning a bit the fact that the win predictor was so heavy in favour of the fighters, and Johnny's clearly seen that as well and thought, hang on, I've got a few things to say about that. And he pumps that one down the ground, and that's a big over as well, isn't it? Going for, what is that? I'd call that 23.
Yeah, 23.
Magical over.
Sandeep Singh has taken his foot off the gas. So, yeah, I think you're right. I think, obviously, there's some connection. There's some microphone wired up, maybe earpiece in Azam Johnny's ear with his counterpart there, and they heard that the win predictor had clearly gone in fighter's favour. You're right, Tina. And they have said, nope, just hold on just a moment, as they're going to turn it back to Rahul to bowl himself out with another over. I thought maybe they might keep him. He bowled a very good tight over, picked up a wicket, only 5 runs as well. I thought they might hold him for maybe one more. But here he comes. He's bowling the 7th. Swung hard and swung out of the ground for a big 6. That score now racing up now. It's up to 86 for 1 inside the 7th. This run rate is picking up. It's sort of bottomed out towards about 11.8 I think is probably the lowest I saw the rate, and now it's up to 13.9, so they've definitely got the momentum up and running. That last over was especially explosive. It's just been punched into the covers, looking for just a single and getting it pretty easily. Russell happy to share the strike with Johnny. And Johnny's probably thinking, okay, this is good. Between the two of us, we could share the load here. Russell's a big hitter. We've seen that before. We're seeing it now as well. So he gets to share the workload, which is good to see.
Johnny is always happy to kind of be the main protagonist, isn't he? But you just need one of those supporting actors. That's why they have that category at the Oscars.
That's exactly right. Driven, nicely driven, just along the deck. There is protection out there. But, yeah, they do just get around to it. Can't prevent two, but they do prevent the boundary, though. So, good work there all around. A couple of extra runs there.
Have you seen many of the Oscar-nominated films from this year?
Oh, you know what? I actually haven't a chance to. I did not get a chance to get to the cinema much last year at all.
Too busy commentating.
Yeah, possibly. As a wicket falls, hits it straight to mid-off, who are probably more of a cover actually, and that is the end of Johnny, who goes for 60 from 25 deliveries, a wonderful innings, got his team into a very strong commanding position. They need now someone to kick on. Interested to see who's going to come out now, but the Fighters do have the breakthrough they so desperately wanted, and wouldn't they love to maybe try and get a double punch here? And it's that man Rahul who picks up another wicket, so he's the partnership breaker for the Fighters at the moment. Let's see how they go.
Johnny just stretching again that calf as he walks off the pitch, and well, we see sometimes people going down hurt and we think, well, you haven't done anything in order to be hurt, but it's not the case with Johnny. I think it's fair enough that he's maybe cramping up just a little. It's been a good old shift from him. He was out there early this morning, and now we're heading just ticked over to 4 o'clock local time, and he can say, that's a pretty good shift from me today.
It is, isn't it? I mean, playing 3 games too, it's a long old day. Even though there's only 4 games here, you know, we used to have 5 games a day. I don't think we ever asked teams to play 4 of those 5 games. But and maybe some occasions we might have, but that's a tough ask. Even 3 matches, 3 T10s under a warm sun is always tough. So it's going to be Amir Shahzad who comes to the crease. I thought maybe they might send out Raju Mia, but they've gone with Shahzad instead. And we continue now with Rahul looking to maybe try to get a bit of a cherry on top of the cake if he can pick up one more. He followed up the wicket with a dot. Let's see if you can maybe find something else here, as the Fighters are still probably thinking, well, we've got rid of 2 danger men, especially that last one. As Johnny departs in this over, that's a big change up. Oh, still not the end of the over, as that's just gone outside leg stump. Didn't miss the pad by much, but if it misses the pad, that's going to be called a wide down leg side. 89 for 2, 1 more to come in the 7th. Run rate at 13.2. Swings hard at that one, does not connect, and that will be called over by the umpire, and that is a successful over from Rahul. He finishes with 2 for 15, well done. Another couple of wickets to his name from his effort here, 90 for 2 after 7.
Rahul has been one of those consistent performers for the Fighters. Always pops up with wickets when required. A big one here in the form of Azam Johnny. 2 for 15 off his 2 overs, which is a good old shift from him. And suddenly again, we said there's a couple of key moments in this game. TTP looked like first they were just chugging along, maybe wouldn't get too many runs on the board. Then Azam Johnny said, hang on, I'm here and I can do a thing or two. And again now, as the analog scoreboard catches up with our digital one, suddenly, again, TTP are looking for where can these runs come from. Surely they're wanting to get 30, 40 more runs in these last 3 overs. Expected score is at 129. But you've got Russell out there who's doing well, but he's only faced 6 balls. And then you've got Shahzad out there who hasn't been able to score off either of his 2 so far.
Yeah. You sort of feel the Fighters would fancy themselves of a score chasing around about 120. I feel, and that would be absolutely fair enough, I think. Despite the fact they haven't won a game today, they've lost 2 of their matches. Well, there we go. That's going to help matters for the Fighters. Clean bowled is Russell, and that is a big wicket because he could be a big hitter. He was lending some very good support to Azam Johnny in the last couple of overs, but now he has to depart. 3rd wicket falls. TTP losing wicket right at the wrong time. These last 3 overs for me in T10, it's all about acceleration. It's all about, well, look, you got 18 deliveries left. That's it. And after that, your inning stops. It comes to a dead stop. You've got to go. If you haven't gone now, you've got to go now. And to lose that wicket at the first ball of the 8th, Oh, that's tough. New batter comes out, probably needs a few deliveries just to get his eye in. Hard to go right away. And, that's at a time when you want pure acceleration.
And that's exactly the point. You've got two pretty much brand new batters at the crease. When you're looking to accelerate, we always say a team is perfectly poised to accelerate if you've got someone in who's on 30 odd, someone in who's on 20 odd. Both of them are set and they're ready to go. And that's exactly the position TTP found themselves in the first run chase this morning. Yep. They had two who were set. One ends up on 50, one ends up on 40 odd. And that's where you want to find yourselves with, 17 balls left as it is. They've got two newbies at the crease and they've got no time at all, because before they think about it, those balls will be over and they'll suddenly find themselves on 100, 110.
Totally agree. Now, that's been swung away. That's just swinging the blade, hoping for the best and getting the best. 6 runs as it flies away. Probably doesn't go anywhere near where it was intended, and it ends up just flying off an edge and goes straight over the top of fine leg for a big 6. Valuable 6 there, and it is indeed Raju Mia who's come to the crease. We know he can hit a ball a fair way. He and Russell put on a pretty good performance in the earlier match during their run chase. So let's see what Mia can do. Oh, he gets a full one. Oh, he's taken that too. The bat's on the ground, the gloves come off. Oh, he's looking at a little bit of strife. It does go for 4, but I hate to say it, I think that's 4 off the back of the hand. I don't think there was any bat involved in that whatsoever, and that's going to really sting. Let's hope he's okay. 100 up with that strike as well.
So they're kind of creeping there, aren't they? And if you want anyone to come in completely cold and swing the bat, then it would be Raju Mia. He was one of those who got his score into the 40s in the first game.
Yeah.
And he started off impeccably here.
Yeah, he's surprised he hasn't asked for a magic spray there. I reckon he's copped that on the back of the hand, or maybe just on the wrist, because straight away the bat went to the ground, the glove came off, and he had a look to make sure everything was still intact. And that one's on the full as well. You need to hit the deck. You can't be bowling these sort of full, slow deliveries that are around about sort of shin height, because that's going to happen every single time. It's another one smacked out of the park, and that's just, what's the phrase? Bread for jam, money for jam, whatever it is. You're frowning at me. I thought that was a phrase. I don't know.
Say that again?
Bread for jam?
Bread for jam.
Jam for bread? Jam for money?
Is this how Paddington makes his sandwiches?
Oh, he does love his strawberry jam, doesn't he? And given leg before, well, a bit of carnage there in this over. We'll get back to that phraseology in just a minute. I've definitely got it wrong, by the way. That's 16 in 3 deliveries, and then bang, caught leg before. And so the last laugh goes to the Fighters bowler, who picks up the wicket. Vital wicket indeed.
You know when you've got a phrase so wrong that you Google it, and Google is also like, I don't know what you're trying to tell me.
Look, if ever Google tells me I'm a bit of a fool, then I accept that. I really do. And Google has said that to me a few times. Believe me, sometimes the stuff that comes out of this no-filter mouth of mine, the link between my brain to my mouth is very short. That's what my primary school teacher used to say as well.
This is also why I refuse to believe that AI is taking over the world, because I googled jam on toast, and it says jam on toast refers specifically to toasted bread with jam. So I think the machines have a while before they're taking over, if that's the scintillating I could make that kind of insight.
True.
And they pay me the big bucks.
Yeah. I should say that AI can't do breakfast. Ambitious appeal there, turned down. They were hoping for 2 in 2, hoping to get 3 in the over. No, doesn't happen. So 2 wickets in the over, but 16 runs come from it. It's an interesting one. Obviously, you'd say Fighters win the over with the 2 wickets, but that 7th over getting 16 runs, that's still good runs at this stage, considering they've still got 6 wickets in hand, TTP. So 106 for 4 as we turn to the final 2 overs.
It's going to be another score, isn't it, between that 125 and 140 mark, where we've seen them chased down, we've also seen them defended.
Yeah.
It's been very similar games all day today, in fact, hasn't it? It's always been around that. We haven't had a complete blowout, we haven't had a 180, and we also haven't had a team skittled for 90, which we've seen both ends of the spectrum, especially in the Challenger Series, where you sometimes have a bit less of a good match. But these teams, as we've been saying, have matched perfectly well.
Oh, there you go. Swings, nicks, and the player who's caught that at that short third or deep slip, call it whatever you like, didn't have to move a muscle. And he's even looking at the ball saying, where'd you come from? That was completely unexpected. It had to go to a metre to the left or right. I reckon there could have been a little bit of strife, but he didn't have to move one bit. And that is another wicket that goes down. Shazad goes for... Hello there, Wiki. A third ball duck for Shazad.
He looks so sad. That's exactly how I look when I get a duck.
Yeah.
I walk off. I'm glad there's no zoom on the cameras because I walk off with those kind of tears in my eyes, just like spewing from the side of my eyes.
I'm sure I've seen you go for a duck and I've heard you yell out, "Beer me."
That's absolutely fake news because I've never scored a duck.
Is that true? You never scored a duck?
I've scored multiple ducks. But it's fake news because I've never scored a duck and I would never ever ask for beer. It would be a wine.
Chardonnay or Sauvignon Blanc?
Yes.
Yes. Fair enough.
Liquid.
Oh dear. Okay, so have a look at the ticker then. So we've got 3 wickets falling in the last 10 deliveries. We've also got 16 runs. You definitely say, well, that's definitely in the fighter's advantage right there. As we continue with Lalit Kumar. Well, he's doing quite well here. There's people appealing and staring around here. I think they're asking for leg before. The umpire's unmoved. TTP just teetering here at the end. Now that 2 new batters, Motin and Udin, are out there, not able to get off the mark just yet. The recognised batters are all gone. So we're now properly into the middle order. And there's still, 9 deliveries to make some runs here.
Well, this is what we were saying as another one zips through to the keeper. Who's going to step up if Azam Johnny gets out? And at the moment, nobody has. And it's also kind of being a victim of your own success. Azam Johnny has scored so many runs. He scored 102 of the 42 that were scored this morning. No one else has really had to chip in. And now suddenly he's back in the shed. They need runs from somewhere. And suddenly these batters are caught cold.
Elevates. There's a bit of a race on here for the fielder. Manages to negotiate the Tortuga bounce. Get everything behind that and doesn't let it through. Good work. Just the single then. Yeah, I think you're absolutely right, Tina. The problem with Team Tigers is they haven't been tested right down the order here, but now they are. And Udin and Motin just looking a little bit, looking a little bit gun shy, a little bit sort of deer in headlights at the moment. Wow. That's a horrible wide, that one. That's got to be the wide of all wides.
Slower ball gone all wrong.
Totally wrong.
He tried to get out the side or the back of his hand, and it certainly went sideways rather than straight on. Yeah,
I dare say that probably got stuck with a little bit of sweat in the hands. Still, he's only gone for 1 run in this over, plus that wide. He's picked up a wicket as well, so he's not going to be upset about that. Comes bounding in again. And he's pushed that a little bit wide on the offside, indicated by the umpire. Umpire just waited for a moment, kept us all in suspense and says, no, that's a wide one as well. So 110 for 5, still waiting to try to finish the 9th. 7 legal deliveries to come. 120, I think they'll have to settle on about a 120 mark at the moment if they can get there. And taken by Nangalu.
Even that's a big if at the moment, as that is the end of the over.
Yeah.
And only 1 scored off the bat. 5 dots, including that wicket and just those 3 wides. So TTP just finishing their innings with a bit of a whimper here, aren't they? After they were threatening to go big while Azam Johnny was there. The expected score had them up in the 130s, 140s, and suddenly, I think they'd take 120 at this stage. It's just the 6 balls left. The boundaries have dried up as well.
Yeah.
Been 2 wickets in the previous 8 deliveries and not much else to speak of.
So 110 on the board. Yeah, you're absolutely right. That's quite an astonishing 9th over that. Wasn't expecting that at all from Lalit Kumar, and not expecting that from TTP either. 5 wickets down. Middle order just not able to put bat on ball. Too many dots in there. Of the last 10 deliveries, 5 dots. And I know cricket is a game of mathematics, and you have a look at how many dots each team is responsible for, and that usually tells you the outcome as well. Well, everyone's appealing for a catch. Long on and long off are appealing for a catch.
Then you know it's a good appeal. The bowler and the keeper don't go up, but long on and long off are absolutely convinced there was a noise.
I wish we could mic up long off, just so I could get out there and just say, okay, Rahul, what are your thoughts?
I thought you were going to say mic up the umpire, just to hear what his response is to that kind of appeal.
Oh, I wouldn't mind doing that. Actually, mic up the umpire for once. I mean, there's a lot of networks will mic up the players. Yeah, mic up the umpire.
Well, have you seen that in Premier League football? They've got ref cam and they're mic'd up as well. It's actually so interesting to see. I suppose football is a bit more of a dynamic game in terms of things going on all the time, but to see the refs talking to each other the whole time, and certainly the umpires out there in the middle will be talking to each other the whole time, making sure they're well on top of things, especially in this quick-paced T10 format.
In the Spanish squad, there was I can't remember who it was. Might have been Monty, who suggested that we GoPro the umpire. It's not a bad idea. I mean, you think about that. That's how Daniel West has started the whole thing. He GoPro'd himself batting. And that was the genesis of what we've got today on the European Cricket Network. So it's not a bad shout. It's not a bad idea.
The Old Testament of European cricket. That one goes high up in the air, and it should be a different type of catch for the slip, but a relatively easy one nonetheless, as he takes his second grab of the innings. And TTP, well, they're well and truly falling away here, aren't they?
Yep.
We're on course for a maiden. Possibly a wicket maiden in this final over. 3 dot balls followed by a wicket, and the middle order here for Team Tigers Portugal have lost their roar completely.
I
mentioned like more like a pussycat than a tiger.
Fair call. A very small tiger, that's for sure. I mentioned about an over ago, I said, well, maybe look at about 120, and your immediate response was, if that.
Yeah.
And it's looking like if that is the actual answer. I mean, have a look at that scoreboard. It hasn't moved for 5 deliveries at a time when it should be just accelerating. So, another wicket falls. 2 deliveries to come. 110 on the board. 6 wickets down. And even the win indicator is well and truly in favour of the fighters to chase down these runs, no matter what the score is now.
Well, in that partnership of the last pretty much 2 overs, there was 3 times as many runs from wides as there were off the bat. That shows their struggles as this one goes up in the air as well. It probably lands safe of the on-rushing fielder. It's Lalit Kumar who scampers around. It's a run. At least it's something. But TTP, given where they were and the nice setup they had, this is really feeding off scraps now. Yeah,
they were on target for what I felt was almost a comfortable high 120s, 130s mark, and they're going to fall about 20 runs short. We had to chase a bit of a high one there. Just watching the umpires see if they were going to give anything on that one, but no, I think it's going to be okay. Going to get back for 2. And that will be the innings called there by the umpires, 113 for 6. TTP, Tina, I feel, I know, is it unfair to say maybe 20, even 25 runs shy of where they should have been after about, say, maybe 5 overs ago? Because they were looking pretty good there when Azam Johnny was out there. Just feel they've left a bit on the table.
Absolutely. They needed someone to support Azam Johnny. That's what we were saying at the start.
Yep.
If Azam Johnny's there, everyone else is happy to watch. But what happens when he's not there anymore? And, well, we kind of saw the result, which was not a lot. So, unfortunately for TTP, they get to 113. I think I agree with you, 20 runs shy. But the fighters, they've kind of had a few blows themselves today.
Yeah,
they've lost 2, and they want to finish off in style. I know they've pretty much got a 4 finals, but they surely want to finish today with a flourish.
Oh, I totally agree with you there. This is the fighters' last game, in case you missed it. This is their 8th game, and everyone plays 8 games in the group stage. So they would love to come away just to cap it off with a win here in the afternoon sun. We're going to find out whether they can. The chase will be on. It's 114 for the win for the fighters. Let's see what happens. Tina Goff alongside me, Phil G here, the G-Force, to take you through the final innings of this day number 3 at ECS Portugal Challenger Division. We'll see you shortly.
event is proudly brought to you by our official timing partner, Rado, and our official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
Hello once again, and warm welcome back to the Santarem Cricket Ground here for this run chase in match number 12. TTP, the Tigers, they've managed to put on 113 for 6 in their 10 overs, and that means the Fighters need 114 for the win. And you got to say, TTP, they struggled to get to that total at one point. We thought they were going to get much more than that, maybe another 100, up to 130, 135, and in the end, it was a bit of a laborious last 2 or 3 overs to get to that one. But the score is on the board. They have to work hard to defend it. Ooh, you got to say advantage Fighters, really.
Yeah, absolutely. The Fighters would have snapped your hand off at the start of this innings, especially when Azam Johnny was out there looking ominous. Yep. Once they got him out, though, it just completely fell away for TTP. We were wondering who would step up in Johnny's absence, and the answer was, well, nobody. As we go into the run chase on the full start, it looks like it's Amir Shahzad with the ball, just lining himself up. And they've got to get everything just right, don't they, the Tigers, to have any chance here against a Fighter side who want to land the final punch on this day, because they've been battered and bruised so far today.
100% agree with that. It's a good start. It's a good delivery. Cramps the batter. It's a dot ball. Tigers are going to have to put a lot of effort into the fielding here to try to make an impact against the Fighters. So the first, 3-4 overs, be vocal, be moving around, get around the bowler and fielder if there's a catch. Make sure you make your presence known. Try to find a way to put the Fighters off just a little bit. We're kicking off with Nanglu and Balminder Singh. Now that's a pretty good opening combination. Remember, they've got Parminder Jeet back there as well, who can come out and cause a few issues. He is named in the side. Oh, Nanglu lifts the head and looks down the ground towards us and says, let me send this towards G-Force, and misses everything completely, but not by much. So a couple of dots to start proceedings here. Let's see how we go then as Shahzad goes back to his mark, feeling pretty good about those first 2 deliveries.
Well, I'd say Nanglu's almost in a similar mould to Azam Johnny for the Team Tigers Portugal, kind of the figurehead of the batting lineup. The difference is for the Fighters, they do have a few more who can score those runs. That's a vicious delivery. Whoa, Nanglu does well to get his hands down on that one and get his head out of the way, because that really growled up at him from Shahzad.
It did. Wow. Shahzad, being the sportsman he is, he followed down to Nanglu, just gave him the, are you okay, mate? And Nanglu gave him the thumbs up. So good sportsmanship there, good to see. I think that kind of might have shocked bowler as well as batsmen, as to that little bit of lift off the deck. So good to see good sportsmanship there from the bowler.
I think Shahzad was as surprised as anybody, who was thinking, I didn't think I had that one in my locker. A bit of an assist from the Santarem pitch, but you have to say the pitch has been true and fair all day.
Oh, he chose to bowl again too. He banged it in short, tried to bowl it again. And this time, Nanglu goes after it. And he says, thank you, I'll help myself to something there. But he just misses it. It's going to go for byes. I thought maybe he might have got a tickle on that one, but no. Umpire says nothing at all. I think Nanglu might have been pleading his case, saying, surely I got a glove on that, no? But just the one bye. Parminder Singh gets a chance now to open his account. He's yet to face a delivery. And a fired up Shahzad is going to turn at the top of his mark and come steaming in. Balwinder's been impressive with the bat. Let's see what we can do for the Fighters here. Oh, gets in the ball, carves it into the covers. The chase is on. That ball runs away from the fielder. 4 runs. Our project manager, Paolo, walking past the windows, just letting us know that was 4 runs. Thank you, Paolo. What a champ.
In case our eyes were deceiving us, but it's always worth having the double check, especially on this slopey pitch. That one was as clear as day.
Very much so. And good afternoon to everyone in the chat. Thanks for joining us this afternoon for the last innings today. Remember, that's it for us after this innings, but this is going to be a fun little run chase coming your way. Hit straight to the player at point. Threatens to shy. Doesn't release. Doesn't have to. They don't attempt a single there. And that's going to be the end of the over. Only 5 runs from it. So good start in this defence from Team Tigers Portugal against the Fighters. 5 runs only from it.
Yeah, they'll take that. They need a few more where that came from, because we know that the firepower that the Fighters do have, none more so than the 2 out there at the moment, Pardeep Nanglu, and of course joined by Balwinder Singh. These 2, you'd reckon if they're on it, they'd make mincemeat of this chase, but the Fighters haven't been all action so far to date.
Yeah.
Almost a different side to what we saw the other day when they looked almost indestructible. Shows you just how quickly things can change here on the network.
I was impressed with, specifically, I'll name one person, that's Paminda Jeet, especially on day one. 3 innings, he was literally unstoppable. Played great innings. Oh, turns it around the corner. Just for a moment, I thought he might have elevated that almost into the hands of the player waiting on that. Well, not quite a 45, a bit finer than that. It was a short, fine leg. Gets around past him. And Nanglu survives. And more importantly for Nanglu, he does get off the mark.
Yeah, we were saying that quite a few teams employ, I mean, you generously called it a fine leg. It's almost a backstop, isn't it? You can see on your shot here, you've got a slip, but just off camera to the right is a fine leg. I do think it's a worthwhile position. Well, no one's going to stop that one as it's punched away to the rope, and it goes all the way, in fact, for the Maximo, the first one of this run chase. But that backstop is in play a lot because that pitch is just a slightly bit more bouncy as well. Anything that flies off the top edge is going to go straight down that hill. So we often say, backstop's a bit of a waste of time because the keeper should be doing that job. But I do think it's quite a worthwhile fielding position in this format on this ground.
Well, funny you say that, 'cause having said that, no, okay. I thought the skipper was, he's moved that backstop out now. So he's pushing third to come a bit finer outside the circle, and he's got a regulation backward point, almost in a gully position. That's been bang up in the air. Trying to follow that one, follow it out of the ground, Phil. That's where it's gone. Oh, back-to-back sixes here. Balwinda saying, enough of this. We need to get this run chase happening. And he puts down the foot and goes bang, bang, 6-6. Nicely done. Good aggression.
That's good counter-punch here from the fighters, having seen things not go entirely their way in that first over. But they've clearly tried to attack Khan here. And that one has been clubbed hard.
Straight down towards us too. Teeny, see that?
Yeah, I think one of us could probably go.
We could almost run out. Oh, no, hang on. It's going to be a race. Tina's out the door. Yeah, no, too quick. Team Tigers Portugal player jogged towards it, and I thought there was someone else out there who might be collecting the ball. Obviously, the scorers can't leave their desks. The scorers are currently scoring outside of the hut at the moment, just so everyone's aware.
I was too hesitant there. I should have just gone for it.
You could have brought it in here and just said, "No, I'm having it now."
Taking my ball, I'm going home.
Finders keepers. Wonder how that'd go down.
It's ice cream time.
Yeah.
No more cricket today.
Whoa, I tell you what. Our window is on a heater. 6-6, 4-6 in this over. He's saying, well, I've got a restaurant booking. I need to be in town at 5 o'clock. Can we please hurry this thing along? And he has just gone absolute ballistic on Mamadou Khan. 23 off the over thus far and still got one more to come.
It's already gone magical. And I wonder if that conversation between Pardeep and Balwinder before this over was, let's go for it this over. They seemingly like the look of Mamadou Khan, and they've taken him to the cleaners here. Good comeback though. A very, very optimistic delivery for a left-arm over bowler, pitching it probably on the 6th stump outside leg stump, but I'm sure he'll take the single after being hit for 4 consecutive boundaries.
Yeah.
Still though, a win in that over for the fighters as they're well on course here. 29 after 2.
Yeah, what a good over for the fighters that was. What a good over for Balwinder Singh. Manages to open his account and then some, as he really kicked on quite nicely there. Retains the strike as well going into the third over. So 29 for no loss after 2. And yeah, the win predictor well and truly in favour of the fighters there. You see that 86% to 15%. Remember, of course, there is a 1% variation of error. As I actually did a statistics minor at university, so I'm very familiar with that terminology. Also, I did maths at primary school, so I know that doesn't add up to 100. just so we're clear.
I think I stopped at the latter. I stopped at the maths at primary school.
Oh dear. But we love that new addition, though. We give a shout out to the boys in the back office and the stats people for doing that for us. It's a nice little bit of extra stat there for you. Cricket's a game of stats, and we love our stats. Hope you do too. Oh, I tripped Denny. He'd given me memories of the night series with his Khan. During the night series, I was guilty of calling out Khan every single time, and all the Star Trek fans are rising up and joining me in on that one. It was very good. A lot of fun there. Mind you, 3 weeks stuck in the middle of Coimbra doing the night series was made us all a little bit sort of, hee hee.
Yeah, it's like hallucinations. You're seeing the werewolves on the pitch and in your head as well.
Oh, yeah, that's got a little bit unsighted there. The batters, I almost went for a crazy single. Not know where it went. Let's see how we go here in this third over. And there's just a shout out to our charity partner, Share the Meal, the UN World Food Program. Scan that QR code, donate to people who need it the most. It's a great cause. It gets our 100% support, of course. Hope it's got yours too.
I think it gets my 101% support with that deviation. More support. The more support, the better.
I'm sure the person who's doing those percentages will definitely give it 101% support too. They'll find that little error and pop that in. Nice shot for 4. 33 for no loss in the third. We're still inside the power play, so I still have fielding restrictions. 4 deliveries still to come. Let's see what Azam Johnny can do here. Can he get that magic with the ball that he had with the blade earlier? Hit uppishly, goes straight to the pirate cover. They go straight away for the single. They had to go straight away as well. Nanglu quickly calls Balwinder through and says, yep, go, go, go. Haven't seen much of Nangle on strike. He's faced 5 deliveries. Took 4 of those to get off the mark too. I was a bit worried about him. Because I actually had this memory of last year. He took about 8 deliveries to get off the duck and he didn't. And he went out for a duck. Oh boy, Plum. There you go. Bang. He's done. He's cooked. Has to go for 1. The dangerous Nanglu is gone. 1 from 6 deliveries. This is a huge, huge blow for the fighters. And what a good victory that is for Team Tigers Portugal.
Yeah, a bit of a tired shot there from Nanglu. He's another one who's put in a lot of effort today and just fell down kind of on his back leg, tried to shovel it away to the leg side. It was never really there for that shot, especially because it was a full delivery as well. That's exactly why the finger was raised. So Nanglu not able to stamp his mark on this game. He has to depart for a disappointing 1 off 6 deliveries. And the fighters have now lost their first wicket, 34 for 1. Good news for them is that Balwinder Singh is still there and he's going the better, or was going the better of the 2 openers. He's on 31 off 10. But now it's always one of those awkward little targets, isn't it? 114, they should be able to do it. They should be fine. But a couple of wickets and they start panicking, especially having lost 2 games today already. They certainly don't want to make that 3 out of 3.
Yeah, they don't need the new batter to come in and think, okay, I have to go hard or go home from the get-go. They've got so much time. 44 deliveries, 80 runs required. The run rate's less than 11. Looks like the tall figure of Parminder Jeet. And he will be a prize scalp if Team Tigers can get him. Cross bat, smash. Big hit for 6. That's what he does. He strolls in. He's a very tall person as well. He's got long levers. He swings it very hard. He's just come to the crease and straight away, bang, out of the ground. It's what he does. Give him a little bit of chance to get the bat under the ball and it's going to fly away. He's had a great series so far. Well, he tried to bang it in short for reasons that mystify me, and that right now under 10 required.
Azam Johnny not quite able to repeat the heroics with the ball as he did with the bat, and he's just not quick enough to bang it in short, is he? Unfortunately, he has to kind of swallow his pride there and bowl in the right areas. In fact, he does the opposite. He says, okay, if you're going to muscle me over the rope, I'm going to bowl it even shorter and quicker. Trouble wasn't that quick. Didn't really trouble Jeet. In fact, Parminder Jeet said, okay, I'll do it twice. And he dispatches it away. As you were saying, he's very tall as well. He's kind of similar mould to Azam Johnny in that he just waits for it. Even on that one, he didn't try and overhit it. He just kind of got underneath it, shoveled it, and it was more than enough to take it to the rope.
The thing about Parminder Jeet, what I like about his batting, he's so strong in the forearms. His wrist work is quite astonishing. A few times where he's made like 40s and 50s, really quick time, it's just all wrist work. It's about get the bat under the ball and he just works it for 6. Offside, leg side, down the ground, it doesn't matter. And it's a joy to watch, and sometimes a bit scary too. I do remember him from last year being a little bit hot and cold, but so far I think he's done pretty well this series. Enjoy watching him work out there. Power play done, 46 on the board, loss of 1 wicket, 3 wickets down. Sorry, 3 overs down, 1 wicket down. 68 required from 42. That run rate at 9.7, under 10 now. Wow, goes to the big hook shot on this. I reckon he's got every little bit of that, has he? Wait for the umpire to tell me that is a big Maximo.
Yeah, I was able to see around the corner like you weren't, Phil, to see that the fielder even signalled before the umpire.
Oh, did he?
He signalled before the ball even landed. That one was
I couldn't see the fielder from my position.
Bound for the boundary. And look at that now. The Fighters up in the 90s.
Yep. And the 50 up too with that strike as well. Inside 4 overs. So 3.1 overs gone. 52 for 1. And that's been the last 3 scoring shots has been a 6, 6 and 6. So that wicket that fell in the last over seems like a distant memory now. 18 runs put between us here now and that wicket falling. And Balwinder having a really good game at the moment. Balwinder bowled well yesterday. Picked up himself a double wicket maiden, which, remember the old ECN bingo cards we talked about last year?
Yep.
You get a double wicket maiden on your bingo card. You feel a bit hard done by. So we just come out and pulled that one out of the hat. Oh, big tick. It's a shame we never got that up and running. That was a grand idea.
It's never too late.
True. Oh, Bermuda Triangle there. 3 players conversion. It could have landed in the middle of the 3 of them any better. You see them 3 at the bottom of your screen there. They're looking a little bit forlorn there, especially poor old Amir Shahzad. He's the one with the 77 on his back, just sort of his head cocked to the side as though to say, give us another chance at that, please. Just get the single. Brings Parminder Jeet onto strike. Oh, hold on to your hats. Mia's got to be really smart here. Oh, crunched. Not one fielder moved. Not one single fielder even moved for that. They just watched it and thought, wow, that's going to come back with a passport stamp. That has gone such a long way out of the ground. Stand and deliver stuff from Parminder.
They're really motoring along now, aren't they? Parminder Jeet, he's faced 3 deliveries and he's hit them all for 6. So since that wicket fell, and we thought, well, maybe this is a bit of the wobble from the Fighters as their talisman Pardeep Nanglu went, but Parminder Jeet said, hold on, I'm still here. Crazy. And I'm going to absolutely wallop this ball. And while he tried to wallop that one, it's the first time he's actually missed out on one. Precious dot ball there for TTP. In fact, the first one since 12 balls ago, or 10 balls ago.
Yeah, a bit of a change of pace there, I think. Just to the naked eye, I thought Mia just might have slowed that one up a little bit. You're right, G went straight over the top. This partnership already worth 25 off 6 deliveries. It's quite something. But still a job to do there. They're just over halfway there in terms of the runs required. Swings hard at this one. Goes out to backward point. Just lands, I think, inside the circle. Sorry, inside the rope. It does land inside the rope and goes across the line for 4 runs. So, yep, this is turning into a bit of a carnage here. Jeet now moves along nicely up to 22 from 5 deliveries faced. Balwinder Singh is no slouch here, 38 from 12. And this is getting away from TTP now. 1 more to come in the 4th. Goes down to, goes to Long On, who I was about to say, I reckon he's going to get everything behind that. And it doesn't matter because it went like a bullet and he's just taken one, I think, on the lower leg. And it's just gone off to the side and across the boundary rope for 4 runs. That hurts. Well, it probably hurts physically as much as it hurts emotionally as well because Parminder is just marching on his way. He's 26 from 6, 67 for 1 after 4. That over worth 21 goes magical. And the percentages well and truly in the favour of the Fighters.
Yeah, that run rate required now below 8. I think it's probably the lowest we've had it in a run chase, especially today.
Yeah.
We've had some high run chases. This one's certainly on the lower end of the spectrum. And Fighters at the moment making light work of it. Still, there's a way to go, and we've written off run chases in previous games when it looked like they were miles behind. Yep. In this case, Fighters are miles ahead. Stranger things have happened.
It's so true. Trip Denny doesn't think so. He's saying start the start the cars.
Start the vehicles.
He's given us an F1. He's given us what looks like an SUV and a bus, the car, the red car, and a van as well.
In order of, I suppose, size and also speed. Or reverse order of speed.
Oh, really? Oh, I thought the bus would go last there, the minibus. Then again, maybe supercharged.
It's a caravan, isn't it? Is it like a camper van?
Oh, like an RV.
Yeah.
Yeah, yep. Oh, there's celebration though now. Stumps have been separated, and that is a massive breakthrough, and it's going to be Balwinder Singh who has to go. Clean bowled, arms aloft was from the bowler who was celebrating that minor victory for him. It's does that open the door for Team Tigers Portugal? Oh, I'm not sure. I think we need to see at least one, maybe two more wickets before we can actually say that door has been cracked open properly. But one, that's where you start. So Halim comes on to bowl, and straight away success. Balwinder has to go.
Could maybe be the turning point. I think we're trying to stay optimistic here, Phil, because well, Nanglu left and we thought, well, maybe something's brewing here, and then Parminderjeet came in and scored 18 off his first 3 deliveries. So you'd say the fighters still have plenty of punching power. But fair play to TTP. They're keeping going, and, well, especially fair play to Adil Halim, who picked up a wicket on his very first delivery in this game.
33-run partnership of 9 deliveries between those two, Parminderjeet and Balwinder Singh. The kind of partnership that you don't mind seeing as long as you can maybe replicate it again. Oh, looks like we have a broken bail as well. That's getting replaced. Just saw Joseph, the scorer, just pop into the hut here and get a brand new piece of timber. I know Vinny loves to spot the broken bales. He's guaranteed Vinny's sitting there at home typing furiously to us on Messenger, probably saying, I saw the bale broke, I saw it first, because he's a good spot on that. A few times he's called that, and you have to see like the most minutest sliver of a piece of wood. Yep, fair call. Good eyes has Mr. Maximo.
Is there I mean, it must be in the laws that the bale has to have full structural integrity. What if it just has a slight sliver of a
it's
crack
like a
in
slight
it?
chip missing?
Yeah. Or even just like a hairline fracture.
I think fracture, I don't know what the rules would say. I think fracture, you're probably, depending on the level of cricket, you probably get away with it. But if you've got 3 bales, I think that's trouble. When I used to play backyard cricket, I know we had 3 bales many times because one bale got snapped in half, so we just delicately balance it. Wicketkeeper sneezed when the ball goes past, we'd appeal for bowled because the bale would fall off. Here we go, 67 for 2. We're resumed now after that new bale has been replaced. Swings hard out towards cow corner, and that is going to carry the boundary rope. Oh, it's just, no. I thought, it's a naked eye, I thought that went across for a maximum. Nope, umpire says that's 4, Phil. Should have gone to Specsavers. Nice way to start after a wicket falls is to get a boundary straight away. Just to remind the bowler that it's not all your own way. I don't think Halim will mind. He had a good breakthrough there with that wicket.
I stupidly Googled cricket broken bail, but then of course it tells me about when the law says that the wickets are broken.
Ah, okay.
Which doesn't help me. Oh, I need physical wood splintering. As this one's up in the air. And, well, the partnership is broken rather than just the bail, as that's a tidy catch on the boundary there. Long on is Amir Shahzad, who settles himself under it and takes a nice catch. Again, we're trying to keep this one alive a bit, Phil. Might be the start of the wobble, but you'd say fighters still in relative cruise control here.
They should still be okay, but with Sandeep Singh now going, the fighters' middle order starts to sort of, put the pads on and get the gloves ready and tie those shoelaces up. And they're probably thinking, didn't know we'd be needed for chasing 114, but still, you're right, this could be the opening here. 2 in 3 deliveries. Halim's looking very positive. Shahzad takes a very good catch just in front of us here. Jeet at the non-striker's end is the key. If they get rid of Parminderjeet, then I would say, this percentages will change very quickly, I think. But there's a lot of ifs and buts in that statement. 43 only required from 33. That's the key. The fact that the run rate required is at 7.8 per over. And 43 is a lot of runs to defend. Ambitious shout there for leg before as the new batter gets a little bit bamboozled with the lack of bounce on that ball. We'll see. A few people in the chat suggesting that fighters are not going to get up here in this game, that the Tigers will get it. If the Tigers win this, it will be one of the biggest celebrations on behalf of, well, the Tigers and Bangladeshi Independence Day, if they can get the win here. Fighters fighting hard for this win. They want to finish the group stages with a big win here. Or any kind of win, really, because they have got currently they're 5-2. This is their last group game. They'll take 2 days off before they're back on Sunday for final Sunday. So they would love to pack things up with a good win here, just to feel good about themselves and not walk away with a zip and 3 day. Swings hard, can't get it past the bowler. It's been mishit straight back to the bowler. No real pace on that. And that is a nice way to finish the over. Successful over, a very good over from Halim as well. He gets 2 for 5 from his 6 deliveries there. A good over. Has it changed the complexion of the game? It's given us a few questions rather than change complexion, but, you know, you never know.
You never know, indeed. 41 required off 30, so that run rate required still comfortably below 9 for the fighters. A couple more in it, a couple more overs like that, especially with those wickets. That's going to be the key thing, isn't it? You'd think if the fighters take this game long, it's game over. But if they suddenly have batters number 7, 8, 9 there, then you start to wobble. Because then you've got batters out there in the middle who maybe haven't had too much of an opportunity so far in this tournament, and suddenly the pressure will be on them. But for now, especially with Paminderji out there, who's motoring along 27 off 7, you'd say the fighters are more than happy with their position. Meanwhile, TTP, they've just got to stick on in here now, try and play on a few of those fighters' insecurities, see if they could get something to go their way. And it looks like they've turned to Abdul Mateen to bowl this 6th.
I think the scoreboard mistakenly put up 2 wickets there. I'm sure that'll change. Lovely. I'm glad we caught that on camera. Evidence, Your Honour. And that's been hit very nicely square of the wicket, flat and low, 1 bounce, 4 runs. Interesting to see how Paminderji handles this over. Being on strike, as you can see from his current striking, he has a bit of a rush of blood. And he's, well, fair enough too, because he's a big striker of the ball. Wonder how he's going to go here. He's striking just under 400% too, by the way. So does he tone it down, or does he continue with that oxyacetylene flamethrower on this attack and just keeps going after it to try to get as close to the total as possible? Be interested to see these next few deliveries what he does here. Ooh, there you go. There's the answer.
There indeed. I mean, Paminderji only really plays one way, doesn't he? I reckon you probably don't even need an offside field for him. And don't get me wrong, he does it very well. He's quite predictable in the shots he wants to play, and it's exactly that one.
Wow. That looked good. I mean, I didn't have to see where that landed. Just the way and the elevation, the angle that ball left the bat was critical enough for me to know how far it was going to go. And we've lost another one. There's another white potato for the farmer to discover in a few weeks' time. As umpire Andy says, come on, give me another pill. That's no good. It's a pity we haven't got a few volunteers here at the ground. Send them into the undergrowth. Obviously tie a rope around their waist so we don't lose them. But it's a shame we can't send a few volunteers in there to come back with some of the old Grizzlies. Might find a few from last year as well. That was a cracking shot.
It's like when you go for a walk along the side of a golf course and come back with armfuls of golf balls. It's always a fun leisure activity. Yeah.
I actually grew up near a golf course when I was a very young lad, sort of 9, 10 years old. And my mates and I used to go hide in the bushes next to the fairway, and we would run, grab the golf balls while they're still in play, and we'd take them back to the golf shop about a week later, and we'd get 50 cents a ball. It was a great commercial little operation we had. They did catch on to us, though.
I was going to say, at what point did the golfers say, oh, I swear I hit that ball straight down the fairway?
Well, I had the presence of mind to say we should wait a few days before we go and catch them in. How about that? And so we did that. But I think after about 2 or 3 attempts, third or fourth attempt, the people said, we're not accepting it from you. There's been complaints. Like, okay, fair enough.
It's not the first time you've heard those words, is it, Phil? There's been complaints.
It seriously would not be the last either. Absolutely not. Something I got used to as growing up. Anyway, 88 for 3. We'll talk about my childhood another time. 15 runs off the over. So Yeah, unfortunately, they haven't capitalised the Team Tigers on that previous excellent over, and Motin is just taking his foot off the gas here a little bit. Oh, that
Crack.
sounded good. Oh,
Heard that through the headphones, didn't you?
That's we didn't we? Both of us together, like, oh. Now, is that another lost ball? I'm watching Andy there. Yes, it is. Oh no. Oh, we're going to go through our supply of Grizzlies by the end of day 3 at this rate. That is a cracking good shot. Well, Parminder Jeet, he knows one pace, and that's Parminder's pace. He's taken this magical, and one more strike, and you will have a 13-ball half century at this rate.
Not bad going from Parminder.
It's not bad. It's not
Take
bad
that.
at all. If you offered that at the start of the day, you take it, no worries. Let's see what we can do. Last ball, the 6th coming up. All pressure on bowler. Oh, he plays a bit around that and shout for leg before. He doesn't go to put it out of the park, and he says, no, I'll bide my time. I reckon maybe he was looking to tickle it for 1 to get on strike in the next over. In the end, it's nothing. It's dot. 94 for 3 after 6. 20 required from 24. It looks like it's pretty academic now after that over. That was a blistering over. But still, you got to get the runs. And in T10 cricket, yeah, we do like to show optimism rather than pessimism. In the chat, people asking, anywhere here for defending? Some people think they could still be defended. I'm glad to hear that. That's it's good. Good support for Team Tigers Portugal there in the chat. Good to see. Rahul's going to face the start of the 7th. 20 from 24 is the equation.
Well, the only way that TTP have any way of staying in this is just to keep Parminder Jeet off strike for the next 24 deliveries. And it's not going to happen because the first delivery of the 7th, Rahul says, here you go, Parminder, it's over to you.
Exactly. This is going to be interesting tussling because it's Halim versus Jeet. So this is going to be a good little tussle. This is the game right here. Halim bowled that excellent over just 2 overs ago where he got, I think it was 2 for 5 in that over. Jeet is responsible for 47 off 13. This is the game. This is the battle.
Kroom's called it. He's starting the car.
Okay.
It's an early call, but it's a fair one when the runs required are less than a run a ball. Parminder's on strike.
Hits this hard. Backward to square. Tina indicates next bit's gone for 4, even as it left, just as it left the bat, and you're absolutely correct, goes across the line, 4 runs. That's a well-deserved half century to Parminder Jeet. That is 51 from 14 deliveries, and that is pretty much player of the match kind of stuff for me in this game. I think he's played a terrific innings, a blistering, aggressive innings.
Yeah, it's been excellent from Parminder. He's scored more than half of the team's total so far. It's been a bit of a symptom of today as well, having big scores kind of built around in all of the teams.
Yeah. Goes to put this one down leg side. It's going to run away down the hill, and that has also gone for 4. So not in completely controlled shot, that one, but still it manages to get a good tickle on that one. It runs away in the gap and down the hill and far, far away. He moves to 55. The score 103 for 3, 100 up as well. 11 only now needed from 21 deliveries. Pretty academic from this point onwards, you'd think. Don't think Team Tigers can find that magic rabbit in the hat. They need to pull about 6 rabbits out of the hat here. I don't think the hat's going to be that big.
If there were 7 rabbits and 7 hats and all of those rabbits were holding a wicket, then they could win. But I don't think it's going to be the case, as that one's carved away as well. Lovely shot, trademark Parminder shot backward of square. And now it's just a case of 7 runs required, probably even looking to finish it off in this over.
I like Parminder's temperament in that shot. If you notice, the bowler bangs it in short, it sits up, and he just for a split second held back. He didn't rush his shot like you sometimes think some players do, and he waited on it and he placed it. So that was very clever batting from Parminder. He's turning into a bit of a problem here for the opposition bowlers. Great stuff. 7 from many deliveries required here. Crash. That is out of here as well, isn't it? That's going to make the scores level, I believe. It does indeed. So 6.5 overs. Make a note of the number of overs and deliveries are up to. 6.5. Okay, there's some celebrations going on near me here for interesting reasons. Anyway, scores are dead level, 1 to win. They've got 19 deliveries to do it. There's a few people in the chat going to be asking for 19 dots in a moment. I know they will. Looking for a golden ball, Tina. Looking for a golden ball.
Not today, Phil, I'm afraid. You know, it was day one.
Yeah.
Maybe we were a bit too greedy. Maybe I was too greedy. My eyes were bigger than my golden ball stomach, and that one will be the winning runs. Rightfully smacked away by Parminder Jeet, who finishes on an incredible 69 not out off 18 deliveries, and he finishes it in some style with 5 boundaries in a row.
That's an absolute incredible stat there. Look at those numbers. You're right. Just this over, what's that gone for? 22, 23 in this over. So we finish exactly on 7 overs with 3 entire overs to spare. It's 117 for 3. Welcome back into the hub. This is G-Force, Tina and Phil G, and we are G-Force. Have a look at that. Nice little graphic made just for us. Lovely stuff. Thank you for hanging out with us today. What a wonderful day of cricket. It's been day 3 here. We've had 4 fantastic games. How about that one for the fighters? So after losing the first 2 games they played today, Tina, they come out and they do that. It looked as though they didn't even care about those previous 2 games. This was quite an emphatic victory.
It's the sign of a favoured team, isn't it? That they were able to brush away those defeats and say, well, we know what we're made of. And Parminder Jeet certainly showed us what he's made of with that blistering knock at the end. And well, the good news for the fighters is now they can just put their feet up as well. Their tournament is done until finals day. They've, pretty much secured at least, you'd say, top 2 spots.
I would say so.
With the 2 defeats and their 6 victories. So it remains to be seen who else can catch them. Of course, the Werewolves are coming back tomorrow, aren't they? That's
right. Werewolves are back tomorrow. Falcons are back tomorrow. And is it Team Tigers Portugal are back tomorrow as well. So they're the 3 teams that are going to feature tomorrow. And you're right, Tina. The fighters now, their 8 games, group games, are done. They get 2 whole days off to recuperate. So they're going to come along fresh on Sunday. And you got to feel, no matter who they're facing, no matter what their final is, you got to say, after 2 days off, they're going to feel very confident coming into finals action on Sunday. How's it been for you today? Be back in Portugal. You must have hopefully you've had a good day.
I've got a bit of sun on my cheeks. I've all gone all red. Had a beautiful lunch, beautiful company. G-Force is back in town. I had some great cricket. Not quite the golden ball, but you know what? I'll take it on day 2.
Oh, that seems fair enough. We've got 4 more days to try to dig out a golden ball. In case you're wondering, it has been 112 games since a golden ball, including this one. So when we get through to tomorrow, we get just trying to find this again. Last golden ball was in Croatia last year. So we need to really make that happen. Hopefully you can be there to make it with us as well. It's been wonderful to have your company. It's been wonderful to have your company. And Lucky as well. And Ricardo, our roving cameraman, and the whole mini crew and the volunteers here at the ground. It's been a wonderful day. Thank you so much. I know they're watching inside the clubhouse. Thank you for looking after us. And thank you for sticking with us as well. The chat has been amazing. You've got a lot of fans in the chat team. You've seen them all jumping out of the seats when you turned up earlier this morning.
Yeah, I'm feeling the love, and I'm giving the love back. And of course, the final congratulations Independence Day for all our Bangladeshi fans. So
indeed,
celebrate well today, and you can celebrate the successes of your teams as well. Team Tigers Portugal, they did pretty well today. They've got a chance as well. 3 more games tomorrow, so it's all still to play for, Phil.
It's all to play for, exactly, Tina. All right, we're going to sign off from sunny Santarem. We hope to see you here tomorrow. This is Phil G alongside Tina G. We are G-Force, and you are watching the European Cricket Network. And this is ECS Portugal Challenger Division. More tomorrow, 4 games. Join us then.
See you tomorrow.